We having black tea, so won't you come and take a sip? We serving black tea, but be careful not to slip. Black tea, taste the drama real good.
Trent, what's good with you?
Do you want some black tea in the YT neighborhood? Truth is moving on them streets, but it's caught between them lies. Who be grifting, who cheats, sending round them spies.
Beef on top of beef.
All day, every day, troublemakers put on display. Do you want some black? Won't you come and take a sip? We serving black tea, but be careful not to slip. Black tea, taste the drama real good. Do you want some black tea in the YT neighborhood? Black tea, black tea. Won't you come and take a sip?
Grand Rising, Namaste, Ashe, Salutations, Shalom, peace. Hope all is well out there. Today we are going to listen to the full interview of Ghislaine, or whatever, Miss Maxwell. That's what we're gonna say her name. And also in other news, Kendrick seems to still be winning over Drake. There's a lot of information coming out on that. We might do a live on that later on. Drake has been in, family court. The story is coming out about him wearing a man piece of braids, and also him having kids or another kid or whatever. So all these stories is coming out. Academic is reporting on it, so on and so forth. Like we said, Tory Lanez is back in court. We still keeping you guys updated on the McDonald's manager situation with Rising Phoenix, not the other one that took place. There's a lot of things that's going on in this world. So you got to actually listen a little bit faster now than usual. You got to listen a little bit faster than usual because it's happening so fast. Like, time has sped up. And not the idea of time that we know, just events and times have sped up. So what we think will be coming out in a span of like 3 months, 2 months, whatever, all of this stuff is happening back to back to back. The war in Iran, Trump, everything is just happening all at the same time. So, over here at Atlas Network, we try to keep you guys posted as much as possible and as quickly as possible, trying to operate in real time, give you guys the info and stuff that's coming out as soon as it come out. Grand Rising, Namaste, I say, Citation, Salam, peace. All the words of greetings. So yeah, so if you are on TikTok or on YouTube, whatever page you happen to be on, I hope you guys enjoy the content. There are ways that you can support. Click the link tree in the bio. Check out the different ways you can support. There are, you can also follow my other pages. We have a merchandise store, so you can get merch, and we also have the distribution of music. So if you are a music lover, if you have music out, if you're trying to get your music out, please reach out, get in touch with us. We can help you with that. I guess you can say we're music producers, but we don't really look at ourselves as that. We're just here, people trying to help others with the intent of them willingly wanting to give back to this type of organization. This is a nonprofit type of organization here. So we try to help people with hopes that they do the right thing and put back into it. So we have account giveaways. We have different forms of helping you grow on platforms, social media management, so on and so forth. So feel free to, reach out, get in touch, join the Discord, be a part of the Atlas Network and the Atlas family. Love is love. Hope you guys enjoy the show. This is going to be a long one because this recording is long, but we'll break in between, listen, we'll play music in between, and just enjoy each other's company. So let's get into this.
Tuesday, July 24th. This will be the recording of a proffer agreement of Ghislaine Maxwell from the Deputy Attorney General, DOJ, and the time is currently 9:16. Maxwell and counsel are arriving to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and we will commence the proffer shortly.
I'm gonna ask you to put the name on the record there first.
Good morning. My name is Assistant Special Agent in Charge Spencer Horn of FBI New York. Today we're doing a proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The date is July 24th, and the time is 10:12 a.m. This interview is being recorded.
And my name is Todd Blanche. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. And before we start formally asking questions of Ms. Maxwell,
we might have to find a different one if that noise keep on happening.
Sorry,
Diego Pistona, Associate Deputy Attorney General.
and then you heard from Special Agent in Charge Horn. Mark Beard from the United States Marshal Service is here as well. And then David.
Yes, this is David Oscar Marcus, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
My name is Leah Safian, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
My name is Melissa Maxwell, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell. And I'm Ghislaine Maxwell.
Good morning, Ms. Maxwell. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. Okay, so before we started recording, we met for a few minutes. I introduced myself and we chatted, and now I told you that we were going on the record. And before we start asking questions, I know that you've been given by your lawyer a copy of what's called a proffer agreement. And I just want to spend 2 minutes making sure that you understand what governs our conversation today. The most important part of this agreement is that this isn't a cooperation agreement, meaning that by you meeting with us today, we're really just meeting. I'm not promising to do anything. I'm not promising to ask Judge Nathan or any of the judges that's been assigned to your case to do anything. We're talking, and so that's the most important part of this agreement. However, almost as important is the fact that what this agreement does for you is it gives you protection. So what it means is that the government cannot use what you say today against you, with some exceptions, which we'll talk about in a minute. But whatever you talk about today, you have what's called immunity. So that means that the words that you say today, we cannot use against you in a case in chief if we were ever to bring one. Okay?
Thank you.
There's exceptions to that.
Is the volume too
The
loud?
most meaningful one of which is that if you say something today that's not true, that's a lie, we can bring a prosecution against you for what's called false statements. So I'm a federal officer. I have several officers here. The FBI is here, and if you lie to someone that's a horn, it's a crime. So you have to be truthful. The other exception to this that doesn't necessarily apply directly to you, but if there ever was a retrial in your case, or if there ever was a criminal case, a future criminal case against you, and your lawyer or you said something or took a position that we can then cross-examine you or a witness based upon what you say today. So it's a little bit nuanced, meaning I can't use what you say against you in our case in chief. However, if you were to testify, or if your lawyer called a witness to testify and they said something that is totally different than what you say today, we could then cross-examine you or the witness and say, hey, do you remember when we met with Miss Maxwell back in July of 2025? She told us, and then say what she said. Okay?
I understand.
Okay. Other than that, I know you didn't have a lot of time this morning to meet with Mr. Marcus, but did you have a chance to go over this briefly with him?
I did.
Okay. All right. So I've already signed it, as has Special Agent Horn, and Mr. Marcus signed it as well. So if you got a pen, please sign it right where it says client. Yep. And I will provide a copy of this to your lawyer so you guys have it. Okay. Thank you. So Ms. Maxwell, about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago,
On this one. Yeah, there it is.
okay, we're just confirming that it works and it does. Ms. Maxwell, I guess about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Marcus reached out to me and said that you wanted to speak with somebody from the government about not only your case, but about everything that's been in the media and that's been publicized about Mr. Epstein in your case.
That is true. I did ask him did tell him that I would be very keen to talk to anyone, because no one from the government at any time ever since the inception of the case, so dating back to the early 2000s, has ever spoken to me, and indeed I believe ever reached out to me at any time to even speak to me, and that includes up to when I was indicted and prosecuted. I believe that, or I understand I should say rather, that my attorneys at the time did tell the government that I wanted to speak to them, because I was very keen to meet with anyone so that I could tell or have them ask me any question. I've never had any problem to speak to anybody, and I offered myself, and I kept asking if they would meet with me so that I could talk to them, and for whatever reason, that was not happening.
Okay. I have questions that I want to ask you, but I'm not, if there's a question that I'm not asking that you think should be asked, I invite you to volunteer. Same thing goes to your lawyers.
It's in the comment section. Do not all cap in the comment section.
About when you first met Mr. Epstein, I know that goes back a while, and just very generally talk about your relationship with Mr. Epstein from the time you met him all the way up until his death.
I met Mr. Epstein in 1991. I'd never heard of him, met him before, and no one in my family had ever either. My father never knew him, and I'll explain why that is the case.
Where did you meet him?
I had a girlfriend who I moved to America briefly I moved to America in 1990.
Okay.
Moved was a good word. I'd come to visit America in 1990. I had been running my own company up until that time, which was a company called Maxwell's Corporate Gifts. And I had also been working for my father at the time. I had multiple jobs with him. I was in 1990. I was working with a new company of his, a new newspaper that he's launching called The European, and I was in charge of launching a magazine to go with the European. And I was traveling at that time from England to America because I was looking to, he'd also bought Macmillan, the publishing house, and he had purchased the New York Daily News. And it's true to say that my father always wanted me to come back, full-time and work for him, but that's a much longer story I don't think we need to go into at this time. So, but I was always working with him. Well, there was no escaping, as it were, to work for him. So in 1990, I had come over to New York to help look at some of that. He was having some advertising issues with the New York Daily News, and in fact, I may have met Donald Trump at that time because my father was friendly with him and liked him very much. And I think it should be said that he also very much liked Ivana, because she was also from Czechoslovakia where my dad was from. So I don't remember if I did meet him or not in 1990 with my dad, but I knew that that's how I knew about Mr. Trump.
And this was before you met?
This was before I met
Mr.
Epstein. Yes. So I was already going backwards and forwards in America, and then in April of 1991, I came to New York. I can't remember for what reason, what business reason, but there was a business reason, something to do with my dad at that time. And a girlfriend of mine, who an American, told me, I broken up with my I've been engaged, with a very long time boyfriend, and we broken up. And she said, I've got, as your girlfriends do, I've got a guy for you to meet. And I was like, who is it? And she goes, he's been dating my sister, I love him, he's looking for a wife. I'm edging towards 30, I don't need to tell you guys that's a very important moment for a girl to think about important things. And I sure I'd be happy to meet him. And so sometime in 1991, we're in 1991, I met him at his offices on Maxwell. And I think the most memorable thing I can think about that is he was wearing a tie, which he didn't often do, and it had a giant tomato ketchup stain on it. So I was like, wow, okay. And that was how we met.
Was your meeting at his office for you to meet him just personally, or were you there for
I was just
work-related reasons?
No, I knew nothing about him.
Okay.
He just invited me to come and have tea with him. And I was like, tea, that's English, okay. But what was unusual was in his offices. So I went to his offices and we met. And I found him very engaging, and that was that.
So, okay, so that's how you meet him. So, and again, I don't want to spend a lot of time, on this particular issue, but what happened with your relationship over the years from the time you meet him in 1991 up until the time he passed away? Just give the highlights.
Okay, guys. So I was looking for real estate for my dad to buy some, and Epstein told me that he was also looking to move from his apartment, and would I help him? And I said, sure, I'm looking already, so I could look for him. So that's how it started. And then in 1991, my father passed away, and I returned to New York after that, originally to come back and help with the family businesses, which was Macmillan. And then the debacle of my father's passing hit the family, and we lost all our businesses, and my family thought that it would be best if I stayed in America because of the intensity of the press and the drama surrounding my father's death in England. So I stayed, and Epstein said, well, you can keep helping me, you can help me find that house, and you can decorate the house, and it gave me something to do.
Were you in a romantic relationship with him at this point, or just
No,
friends?
Just friends.
And while we're just, with respect to your father, there have been multiple questions about whether he worked for any intelligence agency. Do you have any knowledge about that?
I think, well, certainly my father had a background in intelligence because he was, I believe he did in the Second World War. He was a British intelligence officer. I think that my sort of belief is that once you've been an intelligence officer, you're kind of always, it doesn't mean that you're formally employed. So I don't think my dad in any formal sense was employed by any agency, but when you are a very significant businessman and politician, as my father was, you meet with people over time and you, I guess, trade business or ideas. I think that would fall under that definition. That's how I would think it. Now, he certainly, I have no formal knowledge of anything specifically that he did in that thing, but if you're asking me if I thought that he did help people, the answer would be yes, I did.
Did your father and Mr. Epstein have a business relationship over the years? I know we're maybe jumping around a little bit.
They never met. So,
as far as you know, they never even met.
No,
Or you know they never met.
I know they never met.
Well, how do you know they never met?
They just categorically no, they never met. Well, because after, in 1991, before my father died, he asked me if I'd met anybody interesting or whatever, because I was still trying not to be sucked back into the family business. And I told him that I had met Mr. Epstein, and the reason why I shared that I'd met Mr. Epstein because I believed at that time that Epstein worked for Bear Stearns, and Bear Stearns was one of our banks. And I knew that my father was friendly with both Jimmy Kane and with Ace Greenberg. So my dad was actually in New York, I think. If I don't think I had this conversation on the phone, but I honestly been talking 30 years ago, so I'm not sure. But maybe I told him this verbatim because I know that what my dad did, whether I saw it or whether he did it and told me later, I don't remember, but he called both Jimmy Kane and Ace Greenberg to ask what sort of guy he was and was he even allowed to, because,
They never met.
He didn't even know
But
who
they
he was.
had, they knew some of the same people, sounds like, or certainly the Bear Stearns connection was something that you knew that they had.
No, well, he never had a connection with Epstein. He had a connection with the bank. I mean, Epstein, I'd never heard of him or knew of him before, and I certainly, if my dad had known him, right, when I said this is who he was, he didn't know who he was. So he rang Ace and he rang Jimmy to ask if it was okay that I even knew him. And I just want to explain briefly why my father would even do such a thing. I've had some interesting things that have happened in my life, and one of them was to be found on an IRA kidnap and murder list. And so after that happened, well, there were other related, I'm not going to bore you with all the horrible things in that vein, but if you want the details, of course, I can. But after that happened, my father wanted to put a lot of protection on me, obviously, and I declined on the grounds that would be a very life-restricting event. You're all in law enforcement, I know you understand this. And so he had told me that I would be taking my life in my own hands and then whatever. And so I think after that event and several others where I had stalkers and all the things that one has, he was always quite protective of me. And so if I met somebody, he would try and verify that they weren't going to do anything hideous. And so in case you thought it was weird that he would call Jimmy and Ace, it meant, you may think it is, but from my perspective, he was just because he was concerned I was in America.
TikTok, TikTok, tap the screen, tap the screen. Just because we gamers don't mean we don't keep up with what's going on. Alright, so tap the screen, tap the screen. If you're just coming in, we will be playing Call of Duty after this.
Alone, and he had an opportunity to verify who this person was. And so I don't know if I was in the room with him, I don't know, but I know that at some point my father told me, he's fine, you can see him.
Yeah.
He's safe.
Okay.
Well, okay.
So we might come back and touch a little bit more on that at some point, but
Yeah,
I went down a rabbit hole for a minute.
that's right, I just wanted to.
Oh, no, that's helpful, thank you. So, okay, so you're now in the 90s and you're friends with Mr. Epstein, your house, decorating the house, the apartment. What happened with your relationship again? I know we're talking about a 35-year time period or whatever, but to the extent you can kind of at a very high level talk about it.
Listen, I think just full disclosure is the best way to go at this point.
Yeah.
So in 1992, I slept with him one time. And I was like, whoa, that's it, we're going to be dating. Because that's how I thought. And I kind of thought of myself in that moment, like, because if you slept with someone, you were then dating them. That's the world I came from. But that really was, well, that's how it worked. But we didn't sleep together again for, I don't know, really significant period of time. And when I say
years or?
I don't know if it's a year. I don't feel like it feels long, but maybe 9 months. I mean, a long time.
Okay.
I just want to go back. So I had found a house for him to rent in New York because he had asked me. I'd been looking one for my father, and I found one, which was a former Iranian embassy. I think it belonged to the Iranians or the Iraqis. And I didn't know that he had any money really, and it was like, I want to say it was $12,000 a month, which to me seemed like a fortune. And I said to myself, I found this house, but I don't think we can afford it. And it's like ridiculous, of course I can afford it, rent it. And that house came with, it was a State Department house, because it was, I think it was under sequestration or whatever it was. And I put it back together, but there were certain rules you couldn't paint because it had to go back when you gave it back to the country. So he had this house, and I had moved into a 10-foot by 10-foot apartment because all of our stuff had been either lost or frozen or whatever. So he became, in this moment of my life, really the real size. Everything felt very similar to this moment, if that makes sense. Anyway, but I had no key to his house, I had no free access to his house. And in the entire time that he lived there, which was, I believe, until the beginning of 1996. I never slept a single night in that house with him. Ever. Not one.
But you said a minute ago that, well, the first that you had slept with him on one occasion, and at the time you remember thinking, that this meant you were in a relationship, but then it didn't. You really were not in that type of relationship.
Well,
Did that change over between 91 and 92 or whatever, and years forward?
So I did travel with him a lot.
Okay.
So I would go to his houses in Palm Beach. He only had that house actually no, that's not true. He had the house in Palm Beach and he had a house in Ohio.
In where?
Ohio.
Okay.
And he had the house in Ohio because of his business relationship with Mr. Wexler. And he had and I had to go and decorate and put that house together. When we traveled together, we stayed in the same bed, but not in but I didn't.
Go ahead, it's okay. Talk. So you stayed, so when you would travel with him to his houses in Palm Beach, Ohio, or even just traveling, if it was just traveling with him, you would stay in the same bed.
YouTube. Love is love. Namaste, Ashe, Saite, Salam, peace. I hope you guys are enjoying the live. We have put a lot of knowledge out there over the years that we have been helping grow. And, TikTok and a lot of other applications are trying to slow down information that's being released to the world. So if anybody want to help out, please go over to my TikTok page, Atlas Gaming 111. I do game over there a lot, but if you can go subscribe to the page or follow the page, they're trying to slow down, progress in different areas of this.
So sleep in the same bed with him?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if not, love is love. We appreciate you.
Epstein told me that he had a heart condition.
A what?
Heart condition.
Heart condition, okay.
Which meant that he didn't have intercourse a lot. Which suited me fine, because I actually do have a medical condition. A lot of intercourse.
So what was your understanding of his heart condition and why that prevented him from having intercourse regularly?
I don't know. I mean, he liked other forms of sexual activity.
Let's come back.
What is other forms of sexual activity? What is other forms of sexual activity? She's like, and she laughed about it, like he likes other forms of sexual activity. What the hell is other forms of sexual activities? Like, that's why I say, like, these people live a way different lifestyle than what we live, what we think, our modesty, our, different variations of how we go about things. Like, they live a completely different, existence of understanding than we do.
We're going to obviously spend a lot of time on the actual conduct he was accused of, so we'll come back to that. So pick up where you were talking about you traveling around with him. He rented the New York former Iranian house until around 96. That time, I believe you said that he was basically your life, like you're with him pretty regularly.
Well, no.
Okay.
So I never was with him regularly. That is one of those misnomers. I mean, at the beginning, I did see more of him, but I worked in his office. So I would go to the office and I would see him. And I would count in my head when I would see him, I would count that that'd be a day that I would see him. But I never ever stayed with him. I believe, certainly until 93 or 94. What I didn't
Everybody,
know is
go
he
subscribe
restored
to the
his
TikTok
brother,
page.
who was
Go
Diva,
subscribe to the
and
TikTok
became
page,
independent.
YouTube.
They got
Atlas
together,
Gaming.
my understanding,
Atlas
I
Gaming.
think about 10 years. I'm not sure, but that's what I think, 10 years. And I had understood from my girlfriend initially that they weren't together, and Epstein himself had told me that they were not together. But I don't think that was true. In fact, I know it's not true. So they were still together up until, I think, 94, when at some point in that period of time, Eva met Glenn Dubin, and they got married. I think in 94, I don't remember when they got married. But her, she was his best friend and his everything. He told me that he always wished that he had married her and had a child with her. And I know that she was family for him for his whole life. And I think even, I'm not sure this is true, but you guys will know if this is true or not. When he came back from Paris and you arrested him, I don't know if Eva was on the plane. Now, I think that either I read it in the discovery that I received, or I saw it somewhere, but even if she wasn't on the plane, there must have been some email communication where she was in Paris at the same time and going to fly back. One or the other, I don't know which one is the correct version of that. But so they were still obviously very close and remained throughout the entire fact. He was still her. And so I also know now, which I didn't know at the time, was that he still looked at other women. And I know that now because I can see it from the flight logs, and I know it now because I can see from the emails.
So you know from the case
Yes,
that what happened?
Yes, I
You
didn't know.
that along.
Contemporaneously, I absolutely didn't know.
So, okay, so just, and we're going to spend time on everything you're talking about, but just to kind of close out big picture your relationship. So we're now in the late 90s. Continue on with, again, saying high level to the extent you can about your relationship with him.
So my responsibilities increased with each acquisition that he held and each new project. So I believe the first thing that he purchased after was the ranch in New Mexico.
Okay.
And so what he had tasked me with up until that, and I think that was purchased in 94, if I'm right. So he had tasked me, one of the things that we did was visit, in my mind I say every state, but it wouldn't have been every state, but many states, to go look at real estate property. And so I know we went to Montana, I know we went to Utah, and it was to go look at real estate, it was fun, to be honest. And then I arranged for us to go to New Mexico, and he just loved New Mexico. And then I don't remember how the ranch happened, I don't remember that now, it's lost. And then he ended up buying the ranch, and I think, if I'm right, it came from the kings who may have been the governor, bought the ranch. And then I had to deal with that, and dealing with that was extensive. I mean, the way that I thought of myself, or the way that I think is the best way to explain how I view my role was as a general manager, because each property to me was like a hotel. So the ranch was very challenging. There was not only that, but it had BLM land. So to maintain your BLM, you had to have cattle. And I love animals, and so the first thing, horses, and so I wanted it, if you're going to have a ranch, I like authenticity, and so I don't think you should have a ranch if you're not going to have.
One's in the comment section if y'all don't believe her, and two's in the comment section if you do. And try to get the likes up too, YouTube. If you can get the likes up, that'd be great. One's in the comment section if you don't believe her. If you think she's just doing this because time off, because she's incarcerated, because she's looking at so much time, throughout all of this stuff, she stayed with him throughout all of his heinous acts and everything. And, she too, you got some some shit that need to be addressed. You know what I mean? So, it's crazy. crazy that she was grooming these girls. That's what they not telling y'all about. How she helped with the, she literally helped with, like, grooming of girls and all types of stuff. So like this is crazy, and that's why I say, YouTube, that's why I asked y'all to go over to TikTok, because TikTok is suppressing knowledge like this. TikTok is, I mean, just for playing this over on TikTok, they put me on do not recommend list, right? So that way I don't pop up on people's feeds. Like, they are suppressing anyone who's speaking about, the heinous acts of this world, children, the things that they do, the fear that they pump into our youth, so on and so forth. Anyone that's speaking about that, they blocking you. That means that it's the corporations, Trump right now, I think he just spoke on Google and Amazon, different things. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on in this world that's about to change. Let's just say that.
The things that make it special.
And I can't wait. I can't wait until this freedom of speech open up.
Paid by him along the way?
So I
during this
became salaried at some point.
I became celibate.
25,000 a year to begin with. That's my memory. I may be wrong. And then with each,
She became celibate. Yeah, you was selling a bit, all right.
And but
You was selling a bit.
Did you?
And they were buying a bit.
You were not relying on him. The 25,000 or whatever amount you were paid, were you relying on that money to live and his generosity to live, or did you have your own money?
I tried to get the people from the Discord to come over to the TikTok and support, but they won't even. It's like ever since I stopped talking about that drama and all of that fucking negative Jaguar right shit, they don't even want to support the positivity no more. Ever since Danny's been proven wrong, now they act like they don't want to fuck with me no more just because I ignored Danny Robinson's attacks. Because I didn't respond to Danny Robinson. Now y'all don't even want to support the kid no more. It's okay. There's 9 billion people in this world. You can't stop all of them from supporting me. You can't stop everybody from supporting me, that's for sure. We just got to reach out to a different audience. Get back in motion. You got to get down to North Carolina, get in motion. Finish building this homestead.
Maybe he got the board. There was a PS. I used to know his cousin. I had nothing. I was never involved in any of his business, whatever. So I was free. And
but obviously your father and your family had a lot of businesses. Is it because the money, whatever money or whatever equity was in the businesses, just stayed with your other family members?
No, there was no money. So my father was never attached to money. He was born a peasant, a real one. Dirt floor, no shoes, no clothes. Some clothes, but not, sorry, I don't mean to say, and nothing. And he was never into that. I mean, there were things that he had to do.
All of them got that same story. My father came over here with the shirt on his back and he built it. But we're not talking about your father. We talking about you.
At any time.
My father was my family came over here.
Your life with Mr. Epstein in the 90s, you're very different financially. You're very different financially positioned than he is. Meaning
Absolutely.
He's giving you money, he's paying for when you fly, he pays for your flights.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I interrupted you when you were saying how you were functioning as general manager, you helped with the New Mexico ranch. So did your role with him continue like that for many years, or for how long?
So I continued in 2000. Well, by 1999, our relationship had founded.
Why?
Well, 2 reasons. We were never sleeping together again, so we stopped having sexual relations in 1999. Not full sex, sorry. to be clear. Didn't mean that we didn't still share a bedroom sometimes or whatever. He had another girlfriend.
He had what?
Other girlfriends. I definitively knew that it was over after 9/11 actually, because we were both in New York. And I don't know, were you in New York? I mean, 9/11's...
Hey, tap the screen, get the likes up. We got to get the likes up if we want more people to come into the room. You got to get the likes up. You got 7 likes in here. I mean, damn. I know y'all not liking me. Y'all liking the content. Y'all liking the fact that y'all be able to hear like that. Y'all not liking me. You're liking the page. You're liking the content. You're liking the space that I'm providing. A like doesn't mean you like me.
As anyone did at that time. You're not going to be there for someone in 9/11. You're never going to do that. So for me, that was the blind side. And he had another English girlfriend, actually, from 2000.
Are you, though, still on his...
Appreciate it, appreciate
by
it.
him at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. So
Hey, at least one person did it.
At that point,
I
you said you
understand.
realized kind of...
Everybody else just want me to shut the fuck up.
I wanted to get married and have children. And Epstein had
Hey, shout out to the UK.
encouraged me to believe.
Hopefully we can get things done and with the peace with Russia and Ukraine and Europe, it'd be a little bit more peaceful.
I had believed that
Maybe we can work on America next.
98 maybe, but then I realized it wasn't that. But I did think that we might have a child, which is what I had really wanted.
Hey, y'all can also tap the screen. Tapping the screen gets people in here, and also hitting that arrow button at the bottom and sharing the live or copying the link.
Give or take 2001.
So we stopped having.
Let me see. Do it pop up when one of y'all shared the live? If somebody shared the live, do it pop up to tell me that y'all shared it?
Friends with benefits.
Can I thank y'all for sharing it? Do it pop up if y'all share it? Probably not.
And I started dating.
Okay.
And I met someone that I fell very much in love with in 2003. His name was Ted Waite. Ted Waite, you may know as the founder of Gateway, the computers. And we had an amazing relationship that ended in...
That's even more reason why we need to be at peace. Come on. I mean, let's move with peace.
Did you meet him through Mr. Epstein?
No.
There's a lot of people doing a lot of freaky things out there.
No, they never met.
Weird shit going on. We need to stop our youth.
At a dinner.
Stop them from corrupting the youth mind and move towards peace.
I was with President Clinton. President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. And
this interview is like 4 hours long.
and I was
We might not even finish it. This is 5 hours long. We're only 37 minutes in.
Was Epstein on the plane when you guys flew?
We've only just begun.
Yes. Yes.
So when you say the dinner was where?
Hold on.
Okay. And so you had flown over with, so who was on the plane for that trip? I don't mean everybody. When you said, so Mr. Epstein was on the plane?
Yes.
You were on the plane?
Yes.
What else? That you can remember? I'm not, you only know what you remember.
Was President Clinton on the plane?
Clinton.
How are you gonna ask who else on the plane and then keep on naming names? Let her name the names. You giving her the names. We need you to say Clinton was on the plane. We need you to play.
So how do you meet?
Just let her say the names, damn.
So why do you say that's when you met him and you met him through Clinton?
Well, it was I don't think Ted would have been there had it not been it was a
Yeah,
Clinton dinner.
ultimately, yeah, you're right. It's sad. It's sad because, it's almost like Terminator all over again. You know what I mean? You got those who will be the resistance. The only thing is, it's going to be a form of like, it's going to be peace resistance. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of us, small groups that's pushing for peace in the world that want destruction. It's going to be a lot of smaller groups. That's why I started the homestead program, trying to go out and help people build homesteads and everything like that. But here in America, they are, suppressing everything. And I looked at my analytics on TikTok, and actually they have closed us off from our lives being broadcast anywhere outside of America. Like, I looked at my where my live is being projected to. It's 99% America. 99% America on TikTok. Do you hear what I'm saying? That means if other people from other countries don't go to your page on TikTok or go help you, like, that means that they're keeping you in a graphic, like they're making sure that that yours don't get out, you know. And YouTube allows me to be heard everywhere but America. It's weird as shit, because when I look at my YouTube audience, it says Canada and the UK, right? But when I look at my TikTok audience, it just says 99% America. I'm like, what the hell? Like, before on TikTok, I was talking to people from all over the UK, Africa, all over the place, right? But ever since these updates, it's like they suppressed and close you off from having these variations of conversation. They literally, like, was telling me stuff like, you talking about this or that, you talking about chakras, it's waking people up. And it's like people are scared to be woke now. It's like people are scared to be informed now. People are scared to, that's why I say, sub to the page and try to support the other pages, because if you're not creating your own support system, your own brand, right, they're going to suppress those who are trying to speak up for peace, love, unity, right? Everybody is trying to put a bad notion on people, but nobody wants to say about peace and love. I got people on YouTube that's going around trying to make it seem like I'm against black people, and then I got people on TikTok that's trying to make it seem like, the moon, stars, and quasars is not important. And like, this is the weirdest world that we can possibly live in, is the world that we live in right now, because the way people are going about interacting with other people is weird. It's like, if you got crystals on, they look at you weird. If you got unks like this, like the ones that I wear, they look at you weird. So everywhere I go, I don't even like to go out the house anymore, because everywhere I go, people are looking at the jewelry that I got on, the crystals that I got on, and then some of them are shunning me. Now, some of them are open to it. They like, man, I like your crystals. I like, I like that, so on and so forth. But a lot of people are not as open-minded in this world as we thought. You know what I mean? Like, I sell crystals. I try to, and a lot of people are not with it. And then, because of this so-called Jaguar right sector on YouTube, there's a lot of people attacking unity and love. I had someone call a family friend of mine and try to tell that family friend of mine that I'm someone that's going around with YT people and taking black people's property. They told that to a family friend of mine. They didn't even know that this was a family friend. They thought it was somebody that I met on YouTube or TikTok. They didn't even know this was a family friend of mine. They literally called a family friend of mine and said that I'm which is asinine and redundant, because I want you guys to think about this. Who's actually speaking unity? Who's speaking love? Who's looking past the flesh, right? A lot of black people out there, you guys want revenge. You guys want to treat them how they treated us, or treat them how our ancestors were treated. You guys are looking to build in a destructive mind, and you're training our youth to have that level of destruction in their mind. And it's the saddest shit ever. It's not sad for the older generations. It's not sad. It's sad because you're not giving our youth a chance to unify. You're not giving our young a chance to be better than us. All of y'all say that y'all want our youth to be better, but then you stick our youth in your selfish ways. You make our youth conform to your ideas of this world. And that's fucked up. Nobody comes into this world seeing color. We teach them about that shit. We teach them about color, right? We teach them about this black and white stuff. We teach them how to be ignorant towards other people. We teach them how to separate from language. We teach them all of this shit. When you run across somebody who don't speak your language, a lot of people in America just say, you're in America, learn English. Why can't you open up your mind and learn a diverse language if we're a land that opens and, allows so many other? Then we here in America need to be the ones that's adverse, since we are letting in other countries. If it was a third world country, then yeah, you should probably speak their language. But if we're letting in all of these people, why the fuck is we letting them in just to treat them fucked up, just to treat them like outcasts? That means y'all like feeling superior. That means there's a superiority complex in the minds of everybody. And all of y'all have prejudice, and all of y'all have superiority complex, and y'all invite people that got lesser just so y'all can make y'all feel better about the shit that y'all got. Y'all will bring somebody in y'all, circle that don't have shit just so you can flaunt the shit that you got. Superiority, right? Look at all the things I accomplished. Look at all the things my family did. Look at all the things we got. This world is so corrupt. This world is so fucked up, right? And somehow, some way, we have to find a way out of it. And we're not going to do that with division. We're not going to do that with separation. But if we all sit down, stop allowing the past to affect us, then maybe we can move forward in a future measure of positivity, love. Yes, we're going to comb through a lot of bullshit in this world. Yes, we're going to find out a lot of bullshit in this world. Yes, we're going to find out the rules and regulations that this world was actually made upon was falsified, right? We're going to find out a lot of stuff that's going to disturb us, right? Right now, we're finding out aliens is real. Shit's coming out our oceans. 3-Eye Atlas headed this way. The moons the moons are lining up differently. Like, we finding out a lot of shit. Nobody's paying attention to it. Our waters are changing. Earthquakes is happening. Animals is moving out of Yellowstone, right? Maybe somewhere in our history, every continent had a chance. Maybe somewhere in our history, every continent had a chance, right? Every continent had their piece. 12 different families had their chance to bring in unification, and they failed. And now there's a new nation of spirituality being born, Christ-like consciousness being born, right? And they don't want to give us a chance to unify. They don't want to give love a chance to unify. They don't want to give knowledge a chance to unify. Look, you tried to unify in all that other bullshit. You tried to unify in lust. You tried to unify in greed. You tried to unify in gluttony. You tried to unify in, anger. You tried to unify in jealousy. You tried all of the low vibrational unifications. It don't work. No matter how much you manipulate the mind, you cannot get people to unify in a negative light. You can't get people to hate you and think that that's unity. You can't get people to dislike you, despise you, and think that you created unity. That is a false unity. It is the ultimate manipulation to think that we can fix this world in separation and division. That shit is asinine and redundant to think that you gonna change the population of this world no. The real change is unity. Each one teach one. Being better than the person that I was yesterday, but only half as good as the person that I'm going to be tomorrow, right? Every day try to be better than your previous day, right? And then we can move forward to a better world. We can't keep fucking up the world, and then expect it to be better. And excuse my language, I apologize, right? But I'm tired of us doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different outcome. If we tried separation and division and it didn't work, why do we keep trying separation and division? We never seen a unified world. Never. Why don't y'all give us something that we never seen before? Like unity, like peace. We are literally hopeless without this. We are hopeless without it. We are yearning for it. Something inside you wants it. You don't want to be separate from other people. You don't want to keep on having these different, bumps into respect. And did you respect me? No. Well, don't expect my respect. And why can't we just be better together? I respect your mind. I respect that your mind is not the same as my mind. I respect that you don't think how I think. Why can't we just do that? Why can't we just be respectful to one another, understanding that we are all in this together and that, that's it. Unity, love. Y'all, we making this too complicated. We making life complicated. We making life more complicated than it needs to be, right? We making life so complicated. You guys wouldn't know unity if it was right in front of your face. You guys wouldn't know unconditional love if it hit you in the head, right? Because you're conditioned. You're conditioned. We're creatures of habit. We have these habits. And until we learn how to break these habits, we're always going to be conformed to our habits. So you might not realize this, but your habits control your realities. The moment you change your habits is the moment your reality changes. As long as we have the habit of keep on putting each other in division, keep on putting each other in separation, then our reality is always going to be divided. Our continents will always be split. But when do we choose to be better? When? When is the right time? If the Aquarius sky ain't the right time, if this awakening time is not the right time, if this new beginning is not the right time, now is the right time to just try to put our differences to the side and unify. Now is the right time to break the pattern. Our youth is yearning for it. You know who's not yearning for it? You know who's not yearning for it? The older generation. The 30s and ups, the 40s and ups. We not yearning for it. And that's who we gotta fight, each other. We don't gotta fight the youth. We gotta fight each other to open up each other's minds. We gotta combat with each other to try to get each other to unify. Why? Because you are taught in the ways of your predecessors. My family never sat at the table with this, and my family never did that, and my family this, and my family always taught me. That's called linear thinking. That's called linear thinking. That means you're supposed to get out of that. You're supposed to stop thinking about the ways that your family taught. The Bible says in Jeremiah, it says, do not be fooled by signs of their nations. That's what it says. Do not be fooled by signs of their nation. And everybody running around talking about what they were taught. You were taught wrong. I was taught wrong. We have to change it collectively. Why are you trying to make it seem like you were taught right and everybody else in the world was taught wrong? Well, my father, what if your father was taught wrong? What if your father's father was taught wrong? We can't keep on just making it seem like the way we was taught was the right way just because we stuck in our ways. No, if I was taught wrong, then you too was taught wrong. We all got to learn a new way of being. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm yelling. I'm just passionate about this. I apologize. Let me just play this real quick.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's why I say that.
Okay, so so in the time that you're dating, that you're with him to 2009, are you still working for Mr. Epstein during that time?
It'd be true to say that Mr. Epstein tried very hard to keep me to working for him, because I mean, this is a complex operation. I'm not talking about anything untoward, just the sheer size of the projects. I'm talking of the construction projects, the houses, the staff.
Hey, Chris, you know, the simplest way that I can answer your question, Chris, is simply by saying, let he without sin cast the first stone. So if you feel like you are sinless, right, then you go ahead and judge people in the world. If you feel like it's up to you to judge people in the world, then go ahead and judge people in the world. It's not up to me to tell you whether Diddy is innocent or not. Where's your moral compass stand, right? No matter what I say, it ain't gonna matter what I say, right? Because your moral compass, you should have an idea, you know, understanding of what's right and what's wrong. I shouldn't have to tell you what's right and what's wrong. I shouldn't have to tell you who's doing right and who's doing wrong. You have eyes. You are your own observer. Let the universe inside of you decide what is just, right? I shouldn't have to decide what is just for you. Your moral compass should study that, right? Not study. I'm sorry. I read that sentence and put it in my damn phrase. Your moral compass should tell you who's right, who's wrong. You shouldn't be going to look for people outside yourself to tell you who's right and who's wrong. It said, he who is inside of you is stronger than he who is in the world. So you can't come look for me. You can't come look to me to tell you what's right or wrong. You got to look inside of you to tell you what's right or wrong. And don't try to go make other people feel fucked up about their self. You know what I mean? About what their choices are. You want to go around and say, what you think about this? What you think about that? Oh, so you want to put other people, you know, you yourself. I know what's right and wrong. See? Why are you putting my daughter involved? What the fuck do my daughter got to do with this, Chris? You see what I'm saying? Do you see what you're doing? You see how you don't make no sense? Because you're trauma bonding. You come from a victimizing mindset. That's why you want somebody to think about their kids being in a situation, right? Because you're trying to play with feelings and emotions, right? So you want me to give you a response based on feelings and emotions if my kid was involved, right? Well, guess what? We're not going to even fathom that reality being true because my kid is not involved, Chris. Okay, so let's not even try to perpetrate that as a insinuation, because then you make yourself look asinine and redundant. That means that you're changing the goalpost every chance you get, Chris. That means you're just in here doing word salad and circle talk to fuck with people's minds, right? So you're showing your true colors, Chris. You're not in here for clarity. You're not in here for understanding. You're not even in here for enlightenment. You're just in here just to say whatever to fuck with people. Huh? Why would you put my daughter in it? He did say that. He said if your daughter was in it. That's what he said. That means he's trying to get a feelings and emotion response out of me, not logically. Logically, my daughter's not in a situation, right? Feelings and emotion-wise, you can try to make me think of how I would feel if my daughter was in a situation. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Pay attention. Don't be fooled.
Really significant.
Don't be fooled.
And I ran all the properties, the staff in the property, the management of the properties, and all the construction. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars that I knew. I can't remember.
He didn't get an emotional response. He got me telling him that he's not getting that.
It was a very significant project, and so that was what I did, and I managed the budgets. Well, I didn't manage the budgets, I oversaw the budget. So I would just make sure that if you said you bought an air conditioning plant, I saw an air conditioning plant, then I could call the island manager, did you receive the carrier, whatever, you know.
When did Mr. Epstein purchase the island?
I want to say 96 or 97, something like that.
Okay, so we're going to come back and spend more time on the money and with respect to Mr. Epstein. And
Now, I want to pause that for a second. You know, they said that Epstein bought the island in 96, 97. Some of the flight logs that they have with Donald Trump is from 87 and 93, right? 93, 87, so on and so forth. So I'm trying to figure out, like, if he bought the island in 96, then we should be looking at the logs from 96 on up, or was they visiting that island before he bought the island? I don't know, because they saying, like, let's get the Epstein Island files. But if he bought the island in 96 and Donald Trump was taking flights with him in 93, 90, or 87, we need to see some updates. We need to see some updated logs.
well, but just so we can finish this, so in 2009, you ended your relationship with Ted?
2009, 2010.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was 10.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So in that time period, what happens next as far as your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
I don't have one.
You don't have one with him, like, you don't see him, or it's just a different relationship?
I did see, I maybe saw him once or twice, maybe even 3 times. I certainly went to his house once, for sure. Maybe twice. But I was not seeing him. The only time that I was in touch with him was when the things happened, like things in the press that affected me, or when the CVRA case was filed and there was all that rubbish that went out, because I needed information, because I didn't know anything about what was happening, and I needed his help. I doesn't make it sound rephrase that. I don't mean his help. I meant to have answers so that I had an ability to defend myself. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not
So
thinking anything.
when does that relationship change? So you're working, you talked about when the physical relationship stopped, and then you're still working for him or with him, managing his properties and serving as like a general manager. You then start your own relationship with another individual with Ted from 2003 till 2009 or 10. At what point in that whole period is there like more of a break where you're no longer acting as his general manager?
I wanted to have a full break when I started dating Ted, and he was clever. I suppose it would be true to say that I sort of viewed Mr. Epstein at that point as sort of family, if you will, like someone I could rely on. And I should have had more confidence in myself. I can see that now, but at the time, given everything that had happened in my life, I thought that it was, and I saw how he was with other people like Eva, who seemed to be very comfortable saying that. I thought this would be, and he always said I was like family, so he worked hard to maintain a relationship with me. He was generous with me. He let me use the plane, for instance, which was very generous. He would check in with my mum. Things that were meaningful to me in that time. And then, it may still not have worked, but that his mother, Paula, had been in a very serious car crash, and she had become sort of like a surrogate mother for me. So because my mum wasn't there, I could look after her the way that I would. Sorry. The way that I would have liked to look after my own mum. So I became very close to his mother. And she had been in a car crash, and in 2004, I believe, it may have been 5, I don't recall exactly, she took her health took a serious decline. And Epstein called me and asked me if I could look after her. By looking after her, that meant doctors, making sure she had new clothes, making sure her house was clean.
Where was she?
She lived in a retirement establishment outside of Palm Beach, it's West Palm. I was going to say something like the Golden Girls, but it's not called that. I just don't remember what it's called. But it was an old age. It was a retirement home, if you will.
Todd, I don't know. We've been going for maybe about an hour now. Is this a good time?
Yeah. So we'll take a break. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to take a break. The time is 10:56.
I definitely witnessed a progression in Mr. Epstein's behavior and a modification, if you will, where in the past, in the early 90s, I don't remember traveling so much with other people, or there'd be a masseuse or a yoga person, but now he started to travel with always a masseuse, whereas in the past it wasn't always a masseuse or always an instructor. There was now starting to be always an individual or a friend or whatever. There's always maybe the word would be entourage. But these were always people in their 20s, late 20s, early 30s, as my memory sees it, as I observed that time. And he tasked me with finding a local masseuse for him in St. Thomas, because sometimes, even though I say he would always travel with an entourage, sometimes he didn't, and he wanted to have a massage locally. So I visited the spas that were local in St. Thomas and in St. John. And if I met someone, a man or a woman actually, because it was difficult to find somebody in St. Thomas, it's not exactly, So, and I did find a couple of people who would come, so that's how they came. Because also it was a schlep, so if you had somebody who came, it would be, you'd have to, boat ride and several hours. It wasn't just it's not like arriving with your massage table.
I don't know how many islands it is. I know Christian Rock was talking about getting an island, or she said, I got me an island, y'all.
Yes.
After that whole Tamar shit.
At the beginning, definitely, and I would say towards sort of again late 90s. I don't remember any men. They were at the beginning, I think, in that towards the late 90s. I cannot think of any men. I only think of women.
Did you? Well, you talk about entourage flying. Right now, we're talking about the island. Did you observe any sexual? I was going to say misconduct, but any sex at all whatsoever on the plane?
Never on the plane, no.
Was there a part of the plane that was closed off from others where Mr. Epstein could go and get a massage?
Yeah. Okay, so that's a good question. So there were two planes. So you had there was a Gulfstream, that's open plan. So anything, there was a sofa that turned into a bed, and he did sleep on that. And then, but in the Boeing, which he flew on a lot, there was his area could be closed off with a door. And behind that...
Chris. I just now told you that we don't trauma bond over here, right? And you still keep on putting it in that if somebody did that to your kid, so on and so forth. So you're trying to put it in the minds of the chat if it happened to their kids. So let's just put you on a 24-hour timeout because you're still doing it. After I explained to you, don't try to do that to me, now you're trying to do it to people in the chat. So yeah, you're blocked out the chat for 24 hours. You can still stick around and listen, but you will not be typing in the chat because we don't trauma bond over here. We're just listening. We're trying to open up the window so people won't operate in feelings and emotions, because logically you're getting taken advantage of when you operate in feelings and emotions. So you're applying feelings and emotions to a situation that has nothing to do with you. Right? So you're casting a stone. Let's be honest, Chris. You sit your ass in the back for 24 hours.
There's a bedroom and an office. So
come back tomorrow or something.
You wouldn't see it.
But do you, so if you never, but you never observed Mr. Epstein engaging in sex or getting a massage with somebody, where the masseuse was not clothed on the plane?
I can't say that. I might have. I
Okay.
definitely might have, either both in the Gulf Stream or in the. I'm sure I did, but it's not. I can't.
That's fair.
Okay.
Um,
I'm absolutely sure I did. I must have, because he was so obsessed with someone rubbing his feet, or just when you ask me about massages, I just want to be clear. I generally what I think of that is somebody on a massage table, but other people might think of it as something different. You know, you could have someone rubbing his feet or his shoulder. I saw that all the time. That I did, but that's separate from being on a massage table.
How, again, I know we're talking about a decade-long period, but during the period we're talking about, in a 7-day week, how often would Mr. Epstein get a massage?
In the 90s, when we're talking, he would get one every day. I think as that time progressed, he would get one maybe twice a day. I do want to say that there was maybe a reason that things altered or morphed or progressed, and it is maybe part of the reason also that he and I, our relationship, or somebody wants to call it, altered, and he started doing testosterone, and that altered his character. And I believe that started in the late 90s. And I believe that the FBI has his medical records, and you may see that on his medical records.
So you believe that he started taking testosterone in the 90s, and when you say that altered his behavior, you're saying it made him get more massages, or that was just one part of what changed about him?
Well, he became more aggressive.
Nice.
And I think that he may be, well, now I'm just imagining that the testosterone altered his desires or something. Does that?
And so when, given what you said the past couple hours about his kind of progression or change, let's focus on that time period. So more towards the late 90s,
yeah, okay.
So 96, 97, 98. You know, when you said that he changed, did you know flat out that he was having sex or otherwise some sort of sexual conduct with masseuses regularly?
Flat out, no. I denied that. I couldn't imagine that he would. But I think, looking back now, that I did not. But I started to suspect that he was not faithful. It seems ludicrous, but that's what I thought.
But look, if he's flying from Palm Beach to St. Thomas, or if he's flying all over the country to New Mexico or to New York, or even in Palm Beach, and there's young women, putting aside whether they're under the age of 18 or in their 20s, every day at the house, multiple masseuses, multiple massages on some days. You're interacting with the masseuses constantly, or maybe that's not right. Let me take back what I just said. Ignore that part. But you understand that he's getting massages every day, sometimes multiple times a day. By the late 90s, it's all women. Presumably, they're some of them are new, but they're also repeat masseuses. What did you? I mean, you had to know at that point that there was something going on beyond just he really needed to get massaged.
Very fair question. There's two things. The first is the person that he saw the most at that period of time was in her 40s, and she was with him all the time. And I'm like, married as well.
Yeah.
And I'm square, and it never occurred. Well, I don't believe it occurred to me at the time that with this woman he would be having relations. And he was with her, that was the person he had the most massages, yoga, and that with at that time, in that 90s period. The second thing is that he told me he had difficulty having an erection. And I believed him.
When you said he said that, you mean he regularly told you that? Like he...
When I first, because when I didn't have sex with him after the first time, and it turns out I asked him, was it me? And he told me it was him. And I'd never, up until this moment in my life, I'm not stupid, I'm very bright. I've had an excellent education. I've traveled all over the world. I had had boyfriends. But I had never met or understood that somebody could be so, would lie to me about. It never occurred to me. I didn't have a frame of context within my life experience where somebody would be so manipulative and devious with me. And plus I just didn't have, and I was happy not to have sex because I have a condition that doesn't lend itself to that.
Does, when you learned, so fast forward just for a moment to the 2007-8-9 time period, and he's arrested and charged, and there's all kinds of press around his purported content. At that point, did you accept that was true? Meaning, did it make sense at that point when you were reading about women who claimed that they had been abused, even underage? And at that point, did you think to yourself, well, geez, that makes sense now that I think about it, or no?
First of all, I only read what was in the newspapers. I didn't have any other thing, and I'm embarrassed to say it. I didn't believe it.
Okay. Right. I mean, you didn't believe that the accusations were true at the time. Okay. So let's...
And sorry, I need to say, even if they were true, I believe that he was duped and he didn't know that they were, whatever was in the papers at that time, whether they said that they were 17 or it didn't register. Because along with all of those, well, not in 2006, but later when the more salacious and other allegations came out, I knew were utterly false, which then just reinforced my belief that the rest was not true.
Let me ask you a question about the age of the masseuses over the years. I think in my mind, there's a difference between you knowing or not knowing that a masseuse is under the age of 18 and coming to give a massage, and you knowing that Mr. Epstein, sexually abused the underage person or made her strip or something like that. Meaning, and I want to understand whether you believe that nobody that came to give massages, none of the women were under 18, or that you didn't focus on their age, but you were more focused on whether any underage woman was abused by him.
I think it's better to answer this question with corroborating evidence and then go back and explain so that I frame your understanding of what I'm saying. My understanding is that in 2008, they had interviewed 44 women, let's say, or around that number. Well, you have to understand, not a single one of those 44 women mentioned me in a single report. And it's not because, go back, they didn't mention me in the report because they never met me, they never saw me, and they never interacted with me. So to go back to your question, it's not that I thought one way or another. It's that I didn't see them.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Does that?
Yeah. No, that's helpful. So.
And when I say not one single one of those reports talks about me. And I just want to clarify exactly, because I'm obviously aware that one of those girls was one of the witnesses in my trial, specifically. To use her own testimony so that you don't have to hear my point of view, it's better if it comes from her own words, and that way there's no second guessing what I'm saying. Herself said that recruited her, brought her, and trained her. Those are own words. Where was I going with this?
That you didn't know. I mean, I assume.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I really do have some slow cognition issues.
So she testifies that it was that recruited her and trained her and not you.
So then in her first FBI meeting, she reports seeing a woman with short dark hair at the house, which then is used as evidence that that person was myself. But the maid lady who helped keep the house, John's Alessi's wife, with an accent, I believe she said. John Alessi's wife had short dark hair and an accent. I'm sorry, but I find, and you can ask yourselves this, I mean, I've obviously modified my accent. I've been in America a long time, but I'm British. I've been brought up with a very strong British accent. And I don't believe there's an American on planet Earth that doesn't recognize this to be British or Australian, maybe, if you really don't know. But it's not some random accent. Now, the Hispanic, maybe, okay. That was John's wife that she saw, not me. And I'd like to point out further how you potentially through her own words, she identified.
Why don't we stop there and don't ask that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
So just, and look, I wanna try to, I think probably tomorrow I wanna talk more about kind of the evidence against you and how to address that. So.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't apologize. That's helpful, but I don't want you to be burdened. I want you to just tell the truth the best you can. So I don't want you to be burdened by what people said at trial or what you know the press says about you.
I just thought it was illustrative when you asked me the question, because it doesn't, I absolutely have no memory at any, now I'm leaving separate to this obviously, so that's a separate story. I'm not going to pretend,
we'll get to,
yes,
go ahead.
But in the terms of the scheme or whatever, however you want to determine what you're calling that, I have no memory, no active anything of having seen anybody that resembles a child, let's call it, at that house giving him a massage at all. It's not even like I did this. It's an at all. And 40 people didn't see me or talk about me either, including.
Did and when you say that house.
Oh, sorry, Palm Beach.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean, but does the same memory or lack thereof apply to on the planes in New Mexico and New York and
with some other important caveats. On that, Bajorlin Jane was clearly underage, clearly a child, and I only saw her in Palm Beach, and I only saw her with her mother. The other person was clearly also not an adult or even close, I believe. I remember her now. But, that would be the only two, or three, whatever that is.
So, did you ever know Mr. Epstein to communicate with FBI agents, either like intelligence FBI agents, like as a source, or just generally with FBI agents?
No.
Do you think if he had done that, you would have known, like he would have told you something like that? Like if I said to you, Mr. Epstein was a source for the FBI, would you say, that's crazy, no he wasn't? Or maybe he was, he would have told me that anyway?
I have two answers to that. I think if he was for real, I think he would have bragged about it to me as a show off, because he could be a show off. And if he wasn't, he might have dropped it like he was cool.
How unexpected.
And I don't remember him doing.
Whatever do you mean?
No, with again the caveat that in his, before I met him, finding money, I think he may have suggested that there was some people who helped him, but that's the only context that I recall that in.
What do you mean by that? When you said finding money, what do you mean?
Well, his business where he, remember I told you, I think in that context, he showed me a photograph that he had with some African warlords or something that he told me, and you know.
African warlords?
I don't remember if that's what I interpreted, like that kind of thing, or whether it was something like that. That's the only actual active memory I have of something nefarious. I don't even know if it was nefarious, but covert, I suppose, would be the word.
And what about any other intelligence agency, like the CIA or Defense Intelligence or any other law enforcement agency?
Okay. I don't think so. I think that I don't remember anything like that. I just don't think he had the wherewithal, and I think that whole aspect of that is. Can I use a bad word?
Yes.
Can I say a bad word? Can I say a bad word?
You think it's bullshit, meaning, what do you mean?
Would you have known if he was, would he have been bragging to you? Would he have been saying these things?
I think he was, because I think that, I think one of the reasons why he liked me was because of my family connections, and why he liked other people was because they were cool or whatever. And I think that certainly early when I met him, he would have tried to impress me, or tried to show off, if you will, like he was that guy, And he wasn't that guy. And I think that he would have tried to bullshit me, and he didn't. So I think it's he may have tried to bullshit me, but no, I couldn't. Right. Sorry.
So I want to just shift for a few minutes to talk about post 2000 to kind of when your relationship changed over the years with him. Did there come a time when Mr. Epstein, did meet members of the royal family?
Yes.
When was that?
So I need to go back, because I think I may have misspoke.
Okay.
Well, I didn't misspeak, but I learned something that I had forgotten.
Yeah.
Before I met Epstein, he lived in London for a period of time. I don't know for how long. And he met and knew some truly fancy people, like people, high society people. That included Princess Diana's best friend. Her name was Rosa Moulton. And Rosa's husband, Dominic Lawson, who's a famous journalist, actually he's a very well-known journalist. And when he was friends with the Barings Bank, and he had like sort of that.
That was before, so in the 80s.
Yes, he was dating Eva Anderson, Miss Sweden, I think. I don't know when she became Miss Sweden.
Okay, so earlier when you said that he met them later, you think he may have
This is going to be used in Congress, but it's a DOJ interview, so she's in the Department of Corrections.
I know this is because sometime this is a documentable thing, whatever. There's a photograph that can give you the date, because I don't remember what the date is of this. So there's something that will peg whatever this date is. I don't remember when that is. Epstein went to London without me. He often went everywhere without me, but he was in London without me, which was decently unusual because London's my hometown. But anyway, he went without me, and he went to a big event.
Decently unusual because London's my favorite town.
Anyway, it was a big event. It's on.
What?
It's on the news. It's like there's photographs of it, and I don't know if he sat with Diana or he met Diana or he already met her. I don't know, but this I believe was organised by Rosa, and so I don't know if she was being set up as a date for him, maybe because I wouldn't speak bad of Diana, but I'm not going to do
Okay, so that was pre-meeting you.
No, that was when that event happened when we were.
Oh, okay, that was.
It's when we were. Well, I'm not going to say together, but how about this? When I was his employee.
Okay.
Let her
So
speak.
now moving back to the 2000s, there come a time when Mr. Epstein.
That's how you know this is a cover up because he's trying to navigate.
The royal family or just Prince Andrew, as far as you know?
Well,
You brought up Princess Diana? Hold on.
as much as I can piece it together, first of all, let's just state I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew. I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew or to Sarah Ferguson. That is a flat untruth. I'll start with that. So now I'm going to tell you how he did actually meet him. So if you find me that photograph, I can date that time when he met Princess Diana at that event. And based on that, I'll be able to tell you if it's pre or post that event because I haven't looked it up and I've never bothered to check. So Lynn Forrester, who was a client or some type of client, or I think she actually tried to date him or might have dated him for the record. She was in. Do you want to ask me something?
No.
Okay. She was. She had a house, or she rented a house in the Vineyard. I think it was in the Vineyard or Nantucket. I can't remember now which one it was. It was one of those. It's either Nantucket or the Vineyard. And invited Epstein to go, and I believe that's when he met Prince Andrew. However, I believe that before that event, he had gone to the Bahamas and had hung out with Sarah Ferguson. And Sarah had called Epstein and had arranged with Lynn, or I don't know now, I'm speculating. Anyway, long and short, he met Andrew at that.
And I'm not holding you to an exact date, but what?
Well, we can date it from that picture, if you find me the picture.
But you know, without looking at a photo, in your mind, approximately when was that?
I want to say it was 2000, no, probably 2001, 2002.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
And I think it was actually Prince Andrew himself who suggested that he met Jeffrey Epstein through you.
I think that's true. So, well,
It's true that Andrew said that.
yeah, no, I'm sure it's true. Because I'm English, and my close friends are all close friends with Sarah and Andrew. And I would not say that I was close friends with Andrew before, but certainly we were friendly, and certainly his best friends, some of them very, very close with me. And I think that my friendship, me being present, or me, is what made Andrew like Jeffrey more, trust him, or I think that's maybe
You
it.
don't dispute that that you kind of had a role in them getting together. You're just saying you didn't say Prince
I
was
would never
Jeffrey.
have introduced them. It would never have occurred to me to introduce them. I couldn't imagine them being friends. Two chalk and cheeses would never, I mean, for real, there's nothing there to connect them. So he met Prince Andrew, and then he had a really good relationship. I don't like that word, it sounds clunky. They had a
Acquaintances.
Thank you. And through Sarah, actually, I think Sarah is the one that pushed that. And
We are an hour and 13 minutes in. An hour and 13 minutes in, and it's looking like it's about 4 hours and something, so we still got a long way to go. I know you want to hear it from the beginning, but this shit is long. You hear me? This shit long. You talking about we wine? What? That's gonna put us here for 6 hours. We wine. Let me think about that.
Met and hung out, I want to say 2 or 3 times. That had nothing to do with me. I wasn't communicating with Andrew. I wasn't in touch with him. And I know this because I was annoyed. And I felt...
But listen to what she's saying. If her family came from nothing, from dirt, right? How was all her close friends beneficial? How was, she's saying like, oh, it's because of me, his influence. No, his money gave him influence on people. His money attracted people to him. Shit, the money attracted her. And this is how you know that they're in some type of sick cult, because what did you do? I want you to think about this. Why would Prince Andrew find favor in her in order to deal with Epstein? That don't even make sense. How the fuck did you meet Prince Andrews, right? You wouldn't even be able to say you met the prince if it wasn't for Epstein. So you met the people that you got introduced through his groups, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? She said her father was dirt poor and all this other stuff in the beginning. He didn't have nothing. And maybe that was in the beginning or something. I don't know what she was trying to say. She made it seem like they ain't have shit.
This is weird. I couldn't even imagine Epstein and Andrew together. And I thought that Sarah was trying to put the moves on Jeffrey, if I'm being honest. And I thought the whole thing was annoying. And I was pissed.
See? I thought that Sarah was trying to put the moves on Epstein. Why? If y'all are in this group, you saying that, Andrew found favor in Epstein because of you. That mean the minds of these people, they think alike. That means she put moves on people. That means they work in that field, right? When you start thinking somebody else wants your man, that means y'all already done traded. Y'all already did some swapping out shit, right? Make sure y'all go follow on TikTok. Go follow on TikTok. If you do have a TikTok, go follow Atlas Gaming on TikTok. We will be gaming after the presentation. Not the presentation, but after we listen to this, we will be gaming. So if you want to go over there, Atlas Gaming 111, please go over there. Atlas Gaming 111. We are live over there. You can listen from both. Just support.
What happened with their relationship, putting aside the publicity around Prince Andrew's purported relationship with, what happened as far as with Prince Andrew and Mr. Epstein's relationship from the times you just described?
Okay, so after that, at some point, Epstein told me that Andrew was coming to New York and I needed to organize the whole thing. That's classic, by the way, classic Epstein. Of course, if someone was like, all right, fine, whatever. And because he wanted to make sure that Andrew was taken care of and that he was comfortable, he had whatever he needed, and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, well, am I going to meet him or are you just going to have me do all the job? And he said, well, you can come and say hello. Right, wow, that's so nice of you, for real. Because you have to understand, I don't know if I told you this before, but I did not have the keys to his house. I was not allowed to go to his house unless I was summoned or told. I was not allowed to answer his phone. We can go there. But anyway, so they can tell this a bit of a sore point, perhaps. Anyway, so Andrew came, and of course, the minute we got together, I was like, yay, hi! And then it was so nice because the difference of being in England with Prince Andrew versus being in New York without all the bullshit was insane. And our friendship just lit up like this. Because first of all, we knew that I'm safe. I mean safe as in I'm not, Nigel Dempster or taking a page. Not in a million years would I do something so gross. And we honestly got on like a house on fire. I really liked him a lot, and it was so nice, and we just became really, really good friends. Much more so than when we were in London, if I'm honest.
And then with respect to and Prince Andrew, What do you know about that relationship?
Would you like to ask that again? Relationship's a big word. Like I said, I don't like the word. Let's just start there. Okay.
I don't
So
like the
I
word
have this-
relationship. Damn, very
I know, it's
narcissistic
like-
of her.
yeah.
Even in custody.
Because that's one of the problems is that we're all kind of
All right. What
we're
I
all
know.
informed by like all the publicity and information around what everybody else has said. But what do you think? Or what did you see?
I don't like that word
Bullshit.
relationship.
Bullshit.
Okay. Why? Well, go ahead. But finish that thought. Why do you think that?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm so happy to tell you. I'm like excited. I'm beyond excited. Okay, so there's a mixture of what I've actually seen and know from the evidence and versus what I've put together. Impossible for me at this point to separate everything, but I'll tell you what I know versus what I saw and what I physically have in here. But it's helpful for you to know. So, the allegation, I have to go with the allegation. The allegation was that at my house in London in March, whatever that was, 2001, I believe, we went to London especially so that we could have a relationship with Prince Andrew, and she was paid a vast amount of money for that purpose. Okay. And that she
Damn.
then,
Paying people to be in a relationship with the prince just so they can get favor?
And had sexual relations with him, and then went into my guest room and had full-blown sex, and then left my house. Oh, he left and she felt used and disgusting. And a photograph was taken of them just before all these events took place in my study. That is what is the story. Oh, and then after that, she met him several other times, but we'll come to that. This is where it will allegedly start.
And they went to train.
Oh, right. We went to a nightclub that night. Oh, we went to dinner, right? We went to dinner and then to tram. Okay, so the first thing about that weekend, that specific weekend, was that it's my mum's 80th birthday and I was in the country. And I have some corroborating evidence for that and a lot of testimonials that you can check. So that takes care of one of the reasons why her story doesn't hold water. The second reason why, so by the way, when I say that, my mum turned 80th that actual weekend, was her birthday, it's on March the 11th. And the reason why I went to London, and I presume, but I don't remember, is why so the whole trip started because of Alberto Pinto, who's the decorator for the island and for New York as well. And he had wanted Epstein to go to see a house in Marrakesh, if I remember rightly, and went via the Alhambra. It was also for New Mexico. So there's architectural pieces that combined, and that was the basis of that trip. And I suspect now that that trip was planned all around the fact that I was going to be in London no matter what for my mum's 80th birthday at my brother's house in the country, which is approximately an hour outside of London, an hour and a half outside of London, at my brother's home. And we all congregated on the Saturday for her birthday celebration on the Sunday, and then we left. So that's...
Yes, it is live.
The second
Hold on.
reason...
How you gonna say this ain't live? And we live right now. Like, we literally listening to it live right now. So we are live right now. This ain't pre-recorded, nothing like that. We are live right now. Stop trying to respond and answer people falsely. We are live. Thank you. We are live. The interview isn't live because the interview is released.
Why, probably maybe even the more important reason than my mum's birthday that I think is absolute rubbish is that Prince Andrew, the idea of him doing anything of that nature in my house that's the size of this room is so mind-blowingly not conceivable to me as the man or what I just can't. I can't even. No.
Is there any way that it could have happened?
No.
Describe the physical plan.
Oh, the physical. So my house was tiny. I think it's 900 square feet in total. Well, maybe that. Is that right? Maybe nine. It is on 3 floors, however. So we're talking about it's a jewel. It used to be a stable for a horse. It was the stables for the big houses. There was a little poor man's home behind the rich man's home. It's a jewel. Was a gorgeous little place, and it is the size of a nut. If you make a noise, let's say you did a little burp or something, you'd hear it. It just, where she says that they had relations in a bathroom, first of all, the bath is an old Victorian bath. I'm quite small. It's tight for me. I put my brother in there to see what would happen, and it looks like a blivet, which is a sausage in a very tight skin. So her description of whatever the 2 people were doing in the tub, that would work. The bathroom itself is so small you can't lie flat on the floor, so it couldn't happen on the floor because you physically can't. The bathroom is too small to even be on the floor. And then the kicker of all kickers is that because the bathroom was so small, I decorated it to try and make it look huge, which meant that I put mirrors the whole way around it. And what was so fun about being in there is that if you stood in the bathroom, you saw like 100 of you, like you do if you were in Alice in Wonderland, or one of those things that you would see yourself going stretching everything. And the image, if you said let's say telling the truth, she could say she was having sex with 5,000 generations of the royal family, because that's how far back you could see yourself. There is no way in God's green earth, if that had taken place, that this is something that you would miss, because
She comfortable.
you couldn't miss it. If you were standing there, you'd
She
see
is
all the
comfortable
FBI
as
and
hell.
all the Department of Justice standing behind you. It's like, no.
Also explain where the tap was in the bathtub.
Okay, well, it's an old Victor. I had a tap. So if you were in the tub, this was the tub. My tap would be here. I think. No.
So you think it's kind of logistically and physically not something that could have.
Well, there's that. And it's just, Andrew, he's so. English. He's so. He had a tie on.
Do you think there's any way it could have happened or no?
Absolutely, no way, no how, absolutely not. Wait, I haven't finished. So, on her.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Go. Finish, please. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can I finish? When all this nonsense took place, where this whole story with the picture and the this and the that, and this bullshit, I believe that this whole thing was manufactured, and I can point you to some potentially corroborating evidence of this. So when she gave the photograph to the FBI in Australia.
Just to be clear, the photograph you're talking about the famous one where
I have an image of it here.
Prince Andrew's holding, and you're in the background.
The fake. Just to be clear. So, on the back of that, and this is in the discovery, by the way. I don't know if it's in, I don't know which discovery I saw it in now, but this is it. She wrote in the back that it was a picture that was taken in January of 2000 or 2001, I don't remember.
Okay.
So now, in her handwriting that she's giving the FBI this picture, suddenly now it's March. So how do you go from her writing it's January to March? It's because it's the only one that fit with the flight logs, that when she could be in London and this took place. The second thing is that, I'm so excited to tell you this. There is a journalist.
I'm so excited to tell you this.
I know you guys can't. the fake news is at work here. So there's a journalist called Sharon Churcher. There is a lawyer called Brad Edwards. These two, and there is a Southern District of Florida prosecutor called Villafana. I would very much look forward to showing you the relationship between these three parties that created that story.
Why? Well, without putting aside their relationship, why do you think they created that story?
I believe that story was created for the purposes of, well, there are multiple. The first one is financial. The second one is for the purposes of the CBRA case. The third one was for the serialization both of her book and in the papers for the story to attack the royal family. And just as a...
So, I think when you were just asked about the photo, you said you actually thought the photo was fake. Do you think it was just misstated, or do you think it's literally a fake photo?
I believe it's literally a fake photo.
Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, I don't remember it. We'll start.
But
okay, but the outfit I'm wearing is the outfit from my mum's birthday party.
So, but you don't have any... Do you dispute that they met each other?
Do you know whether they've met each other?
I do not know that they met.
Okay, so you not only... So you think the photograph is fake, but you also are not even positive they actually ever met each other.
I know.
So you don't have a specific recollection of kind of being at an event or a party or your apartment or your flat in London with Prince Andrew and...
Absolutely not.
She doesn't know one way or the other.
I understand that.
The reason why I'm not hesitant, I don't have any memory of that, so that's not the issue. The issue is, could Andrew have come to the house to see me or see Epstein and say hi and she had been there? Yes, I can't say that that couldn't happen. But what I can absolutely categorically say is that I never at any time set Andrew up to have relations with her or any other human being ever. And I can categorically state that her characterization of whatever may or may not have happened could physically would just know. And plus, I was in the country, so all of that's just not conceivable.
Did you attend, social parties over, and again, I really now am focused on 2000 plus, so not the early years, where Mr. Epstein would host the party or be a big part of the hosting of the party, and some of, or many of the young women who were masseuses would be invited to the party as guests or as entertainment.
I certainly went to his house when he would have people who would be there that were, the way I would think of it and I would characterize it were his entourage. That's how I thought about it. And that certainly was in the later 2000s, yes.
Did you attend any weddings of famous people with Mr. Epstein? Again, I'm mostly focused on post-2000, but if there's something that comes to mind in the 90s, that's fine as well.
A wedding?
Weddings.
With Epstein? I don't think I ever went to a wedding with Epstein. I can't think of a wedding that I ever went to with him.
Do you know, so you don't remember, you didn't attend President Clinton's daughter's wedding?
I did.
Chelsea Clinton's? But that wasn't with Mr. Epstein?
No, it was with Ted Waite, my boyfriend.
Say it again?
With Ted Waite, my boyfriend.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Epstein was at that wedding?
He was not.
Okay. And how did you have a relationship, well, why did you get invited to that wedding?
Because Ted and Clinton were very close.
And why? How were you close to them? Like, what was the reason you were close to them?
I met President Clinton. First of all, I went to the White House with Epstein once.
Yeah, this is definitely an ex cult. This is an ex cult. You meeting all of these people? No, you were introduced to see if they wanted to buy your ass.
Then after that, I had a very good friend of mine that was known to be the mayor of Miami Beach, Philip Levine, and Philip and the president were very good friends. And
look at all these people, the mayor of Miami Beach. How was you meeting all these people? How?
Was introduced to the president post his coming out of the White House and became friendly with him because of Philip Levine.
Because of what?
Philip Levine.
There's some names that have been publicly associated with Mr. Epstein that I just want to ask you if you know about. Piers Morgan.
Is friendly with who?
With Mr. Epstein.
I have no idea. No, I doubt it.
Yeah, there's no trick question. I'm not suggesting that I know the answer to it. I'm genuinely just asking.
Well, I would be astonished. I can't imagine they'd have anything in common either.
How about
friends with Piers Morgan?
I've met him. I met him at an event in Manhattan. I can't remember what. More recently, so probably in 2012, 30 something in that, and we had a very nice conversation. So I remember that. I remember thinking, I don't remember if I'd ever met him before, but I remember thinking how nice he was and how I was surprised. So I liked him. What can I tell you? So that's the only memory I have of that. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's what I think.
I don't have a correct or incorrect.
No, I just don't know. I just want to try and.
But I want you to believe me.
Yeah, because you're a people pleaser. I don't know if what's correct.
So much information in the public sphere about you and Mr. Epstein and others around, and some of it is definitely true, and some of it is definitely false.
Okay, all right.
So when I ask a question, if I think that you're not being honest or that you're missing something, I'm not gonna. This isn't got you.
Okay.
I'll say that to you. Did you ever meet JFK Jr.?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever meet JFK Jr.?
Yes.
When was that?
I met him at Andrew Cuomo's wedding. No, Kerry's wedding. Kerry's wedding. Who did Kerry marry? Andrew Cuomo. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Andrew Cuomo's wedding.
When would that have been approximately?
1990.
So before or?
1989. Something like that.
Would that have been before you met Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Did you have any sort of professional or social relationship with John F. Kennedy Jr.?
I fancied him.
You what?
I thought he was very attractive.
Oh, you fancied him?
Sorry.
Aside from finding him attractive and fancying him, did you have any sort of, social relationship with him?
I mean, we knew each other, and I thought he was wonderful and fun, and I enjoyed meeting him. But we went out. I want to say we had a dinner or two.
We went out. See? It's a sex. Listen.
Alan Dershowitz?
This is a fucking cult.
With Alan?
All these people, everybody she naming is members of the cult.
Do you know Mr. Dershowitz?
Yes.
Do you know whether he knew Mr. Epstein? Do you know the nature of their relationship?
I definitely do know Alan.
Damn, y'all took y'all likes back? What the
I'm
fuck?
just trying to remember if
I ain't never seen that happen. They took likes away.
I'm trying to remember how I met him, and
Damn.
I met him separate from Epstein. I don't remember.
Y'all rough.
So that I have no recollection. I remember, I know that he was Epstein's lawyer. I don't know if they had any relationship prior to that. I don't remember. Oh, I do, actually. So, I think they met at the same Martha's Vineyard through Lynn Forrester now. I think that's what happened. I think that's it.
And why do you think that?
It just went to my head.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Dershowitz was Mr. Epstein's attorney. Do you know whether they also socialized?
So my personal memory of when I remember I have two distinct memories with Alan. One is with him and his wife at the island, and I actually remember that. And I remember, I think going to his house in Boston, if he had a house in Boston. Those are the only 2 times I remember.
Did you ever observe Mr. Dershowitz doing anything inappropriate with young women around Mr. Epstein?
Never.
Did you ever hear anybody, did they ever tell you that he had done anything inappropriate?
Absolutely not.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Dershowitz ever got a massage at the island or any of the locations that he was at with Mr. Epstein?
I don't remember anything about him ever getting a massage. I don't have any recollection. I don't believe I ever even saw him in a bathrobe. I have no knowledge of that.
I'm jumping around a little bit. You mentioned, I think, briefly the Terra Mara project.
Yes.
What is that?
I founded Terramar in. The idea of Terramar came, I think, in 2010. So I want to just explain Terramar a little bit. So Ted and I bought a boat. Well, Ted bought the boat. And the basis of the boat was to do explorations and sea exploratory stuff. This really started because I have had since I was a child a love of the ocean and everything aquatic, and I've always been I'm nervous about the state of the ocean. When Ted and I, we worked with National Geographic and we did exploratory work, and the most exciting, well, we did many exciting things, but one of the most fabulous ones that we did was we looked for Amelia Earhart twice. I did 2 expeditions to look for Amelia Earhart as an example of an exploration that we did. And he had a foundation for the ocean, and we worked with Nat Geo, we worked with Woods Hole, we did amazing things. He bought the Remus 6000, so when the plane went missing, the plane that went, was it Air France, from Brazil to Paris that went down, it was the Remus 6000 that found that plane. It was one of those deep sea underexplored. Anyway, when I broke up with Ted, I just, one of the things I did not want to give up was my love of the ocean and everything that we did. And Terramar, the genesis of Terramar came from that. So Terramar obviously means land, sea. And the story of the ocean is that Earth really shouldn't be called Earth, it should be called ocean, because 3/4 is the ocean. So I wanted to not clash with anything to do with Ted, because it was a bit awkward between us. And so he took all the part of the ocean that was close to land, so within 200 miles. And so I decided I would focus on all the part of the ocean that was outside of national borders, Terramar. And that's the genesis of Terramar.
So what was the time period of that?
About, I think, after I broke up with Ted, so 2010, 11 is when it started, and then I ran it all the way up until whenever the Epstein drama struck, and then I just shut it down. I shut it down because I didn't want what was happening to hurt the Smithsonian or Nat Geo or I just couldn't let everything be hurt by what was happening to me.
Do you know Jean-Luc Brunel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I met him, so when I told you I was working for the European for my dad, and I was in
So
charge.
back in like early 90s.
Yeah, and I was running a magazine. One of the things in the magazine is fashion, And so I was going to some fashion shows and I was looking for fashion sponsorship. And in fact, when I came to America, one of the first sponsors that I got for it was Ron Pellman at Revlon, who was great. And I met Jean-Luc through just in Paris like that, but socially not.
Did Mr. Epstein know him as well? Did you later learn when they knew each other?
I'm not sure. Epstein had his own fashion situation, so he would have. He didn't meet Jean-Luc through me.
Did you ever observe them together over the years?
Absolutely, yeah. I saw them many times together.
Did he visit the island? Did
Yes.
he go to Palm Beach?
Yes,
Beach House?
Yeah, he went everywhere. I saw him in every place.
Did you ever observe him getting a massage? Or do you ever know whether they got a massage? Maybe you didn't observe it personally. You don't remember?
I don't know. I mean, I have no conscious memory of Jean-Luc. I would imagine that he did, but I don't see it.
How about Mr. Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein?
What would you like to know?
Do you know him?
Yes.
How do you know him? Like, I guess when I say how do you know him, is it a relation you had kind of separate from Mr. Epstein, or did you meet him through Mr. Epstein, or?
I wouldn't say I had any type of relationship with Harvey Weinstein in any context. Socially, I would meet him because I would go to events that Harvey would be at, and also his wife was English, like that, Georgina. And friendly also would be a big word, more of acquaintance. So we would see each other, and I would go to Miramax events. But there was a couple of people who worked for Harvey who I was friendly with. His primary producer, whose name is Meryl Poster, who I was friendly with, and yeah.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein had his own relationship with Mr. Weinstein?
He did.
Did they socialize together at the island or in Palm Beach or?
I never saw Harvey at any of Epstein's houses. So socialize, I don't know that they were friends. I mean, I can't see them together either. I mean, literally. But I know that they certainly did. I would.
Good afternoon. We are continuing the recorded Proffer interview of Miss Maxwell.
Develop the island. That's the word I'm looking for. So there were trips, constant trips with that in mind. And I would say now, if we're moving to the late 90s, 96, 97.
We're resuming the recorded Proffer of Miss Maxwell. It is 2:16 on Thursday.
Brad Edwards became aware of the list, but we'll call it the list for the purposes of this.
They took so many breaks during this shit.
After Alfredo Rodriguez's 2 depositions that are held in Epstein's civil suit. It's in the FBI's affidavit that the evidence was collected, and Brad Edwards became aware of it after the 2nd deposition. It's in the criminal complaint. The truth is different from what's in both the criminal complaint and in that FBI affidavit, and in Brad Edwards' own statements on the subject. The truth is that Alfredo Rodriguez was deposed twice, once in July and once in August. And in the July deposition, told Brad Edwards that he had handwritten notes or a journal or whatever in the deposition. And Brad Edwards replies, well, we're going to come back for a 2nd deposition. And the 2nd deposition takes place in August. What this means is that Brad Edwards had access to the list from sometime between July and August until when he actually called the FBI in October. So we're talking 6 months or so. Rothstein's firm was raided a few days after the list went into the FBI's hands, and subsequently Rothstein himself was prosecuted for RICO and I believe went to jail for 50 years. As part of that RICO case, he admitted to, on the record, and was, I don't know whether he was prosecuted for creating fake settlements and fake evidence in Epstein's case. In 2009, simultaneously whilst this was going on, my boyfriend, Ted Waite, was asked for $10 million to keep me out of any of Epstein's civil suits. Up until then, I had not been in any of Epstein's civil suits. In fact, I wasn't even sure, save for the first time I was mentioned was by, I was basically nowhere. And then Ted was caught for this $10 million and had been shown, his people had been shown evidence that included the list, the flight logs, and various other pieces of evidence. Now we're going to the prequel part of this story, so then it can tie to how this starts. In 2007, Epstein signs the non-prosecution agreement. He then fights the prosecution agreement or debates it through the DOJ or whatever happened there, and goes to the court in 2008 when it's accepted or whatever that is. Villafana was the lead prosecutor, in that case, and she, I think, was not happy with the outcome. And utilized, at that time, Brad Edwards to file the CVRA case. Now, what I have managed to understand from this is within the OPR itself, there is evidence. There it says that Brad Edwards was the only lawyer that she was allowed to talk to, so I just want to preface that. The reason why I know that she went behind Acosta's back and everything else to do this is because Brad Edwards, in a podcast, made the revelation. What he says is that he'd never heard of the CVRA case before, and Villafana called him and told him to file it. The sole purpose of the CVRA was to overturn the non-prosecution agreement. So what I believe is that Villafana worked with Brad Edwards, who she had also been, he was the lawyer that she had selected as a pro bono lawyer for some of the victims. And he was also working for Rothstein's firm that was under RICO investigation for that entire time, creating fake evidence in Epstein's case. And she had just filed hidden, secret, using Edwards to overturn the NPA by filing this CVRA case. That sole purpose was to overturn it. And so when he approached her with the list, this was part of the effort to utilize and find new evidence to support the overturning either of the NPA and or the new case against Epstein. Because Brad Edwards, or I don't know if it's Brad Edwards, because Rothstein's firm asked my then boyfriend for $10 million to kick me out of suits that I had no knowledge of at that time whatsoever, I now know that the base of this story was a blackmail of a billionaire, because Ted Waite was a multi-billionaire. He had everything. He was way, way more wealthy than Epstein, if anyone cares. And that is the reason why Ted and I broke up. Or was the basis of that.
So,
and that list was created, so then the masseuses that were on that list, I'd never heard of some of them. I not even from the civil suits that had come up since I've seen it. And this is me now knowing what's in the list today. And I believe that, Alfredo Rodriguez, so there's a metamorphosis of this list. So the original statement that Brad Edwards makes that's in the documents contemporaneously is that it's pieces of paper that Alfredo has. It then morphs into something that Alfredo took, a book that Alfredo took from Epstein's computer, but there's no computer, I know, certainly not in 2005 when this was allegedly taken, that came out as a book. And then it morphed into, at the civil time of my civil cases, into a book that was taken from my computer. And then it morphed into the Southern District of New York as a combination list of mine and Epstein's. That is a metamorphosis through documents that you can trace.
So there, in your mind, from what you just described, there is a list. It's just manufactured. I mean, have you seen the list even fake? Like, do you know?
I haven't seen it, but
So I guess
my thing is that what Brad Edwards says in all of these things is in the paperwork and whatnot. And then, so all this story is basically controlled by 5 people. There's 4 alleged victims that speak about the list and the blackmail and the men and the sex and whatnot. And the lawyers, and now the prosecutors, sorry. The Southern District of New York for sure, but no one else. None of these stories carry from any of the 44 alleged original victims. They never ever say that they were farmed out to anybody.
But the list itself?
Yes.
Where is it?
There is no list, but Brad Edwards said that he created a list. Sorry, he created a list. So in that book that Alfredo Rodriguez produced that became evidence, Exhibit 52 in my trial, it had markings all over it, circles and dots and whatnot. And Brad Edwards says that he got Alfredo Rodriguez to mark up the book of all the people who were involved. It includes Alan Dershowitz, for the record, who's marked. I don't remember what it does with Donald Trump. I don't know, you'd have to look. I don't have it. But I believe, so what he did, he marked up, I don't know who, somebody marked up that book of names, and I think all the names of the people that they went for were originally selected between 2 sources. One was this alleged book of names, and one was also from the telephone logs that were collected from the house in Palm Beach. And just to finish it off, there is a note, I have some papers for you if you wanted them, where Brad Edwards says that he has a list of 25 men that he got money off.
So the list that everybody, the black book, the list, what you're saying is that your Exhibit 52 from your trial, which is like more of an address book or Rolodex type thing, that Mr. Rodriguez, Alfredo Rodriguez, your understanding is that somewhere along the way he went through and kind of marked that list to say...
I don't know where that book actually comes from.
Okay.
I don't know what that book is. That book is some type of a compilation, but what it is it's just pieces of paper with type. So if you could have made a list. I could.
But you're referring to something that's been public for a long time. If we're thinking about the same thing, you're talking about you're right, it's like a bunch of different types of paper or whatever. I only have a copy of it, but with big parts of it redacted publicly because
Yes.
people's addresses and
Yes, that's
whatnot.
what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So oh, perfect, yes, so you will
We're
find,
looking at Exhibit 52 now.
okay, so you're looking at Exhibit 52, so the one they produced, the Southern District of New York actually produced a book for me to see it as evidence of the actual thing it was, and it has marks, it has tabs, it has things, it has names I've never seen, it had like that list of that list was basically the names that they'd choose to produce at trial. Now, in Rothstein Adler's, I also have some documents where Rothstein, his original scheme of Rothstein Adler was to place prostitutes. He had a bar, a dancey bar, where he had girls, and I believe he would use them and put them as fake secretaries in people's offices, and then she might touch him or he might touch her or something, and boom, he got $25,000 for that. And those girls, I'm not saying that those are the girls that came in Epstein's case necessarily, but
but again, so we're separating the evidence that came in at your trial and what you just talked about with Brad Edwards and Mr. Rodriguez. During the time that you were with Mr. Epstein, and even in the 2000s when you were around less frequently, you never observed or you never saw any sort of list or black book or a list of individuals.
She knows, she just not saying.
Linked to certain masseuses or anything like that.
Absolutely no. There is no list. There is no. I'm not aware of any blackmail. I never heard that. I never saw it, and I never imagined it.
So while we're on this topic, and again, I know we're jumping around and we've been going at it for a while, so I apologize, but there's recently been reports about a birthday book that you assembled for Mr. Epstein, I think for his 50th birthday in 2003.
That's true.
What do you know about that?
So, my mum did a birthday book for my father at his 60th. And when Epstein would talk about his 50th, he said, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I said, well, it's a nice thing. So my mum did this book for my dad. He said, I love that idea. He said, can you help coordinate it? And he organized he called a lot of the people himself. I coordinated the putting together of the book. And in some instances, I called people that asked them to contribute.
What was in the book? What was the ask of the people you called?
It's his 50th birthday. Say anything you want on a piece of paper.
Okay.
I mean, nothing more than that.
I mean, it was an obvious question, but you basically, his folks were invited to send something to you to celebrate his birthday.
Yes, to say happy birthday with like have a wonderful day or something else. There was no ask, but I wasn't responsible for everybody in that book, and there were people that he would ask himself to contribute.
And do you remember specific names of individuals who did send letters or who did contribute?
It's been so long. I want to tell you that I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
The article talks about several names, but including the focus of the article, which is on Donald Trump. Do you remember President Trump submitting a letter or a card or a note?
I don't.
Do you think the articles, well, do you remember seeing that book or any portion of the letters in your discovery in New York?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember seeing?
I remember there was some portions of that book, but what surprised me was how few there were. because I thought if you had those, where are the rest? There was none of Mr. Trump.
In your discovery?
In my discovery, sorry. President Trump, there was nothing from
And
President
do
Trump.
you remember, but separate apart from your discovery, do you remember one way or the other whether President Trump submitted a letter for his 50th birthday?
I do not remember.
And the article that references the letter talks about sounds like either making a picture of a naked woman or something like that. Do you have any recollection of that?
I do not. But no, I don't.
Do you remember, so what do you remember seeing from your discovery around the book? Like you said, portions of it or some of the pages? What do you remember?
I remember there were maybe, so I just want to say about discovery that I had about, maybe this is an exaggeration, I'm not sure, but in my mind it's about close to 5 million pages, 5 million documents. It was a lot. And of that giant document dump that I received, I was only, maybe as much as 30 to 35% I was never able to access. And this is documented at the court. And so I cannot say that I saw everything because I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
I just want you to know that. And I think
Yeah, she's given such a great testimony, but can't remember certain parts.
I do remember some pages.
Seeing some pages.
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you remember which pages you saw? Like from who?
Oh, I can't remember, but if I see the book again, I'll remember some stuff.
Did you, and or so the same questions we've asked about some other individuals, did you meet Bill Gates over the years?
Yes.
Because of your relationship with Mr. Epstein or separate?
That one, well, I met Mr. Gates. I went to the TED conference. I went to TED conference and I actually spoke at the TED conference. Not the main stage, the sub-stage. And I also gave several TEDx's. And I met him there, but we were friendly, and I actually did meet him because I knew I don't know if he's chief of staff or whoever, Boris. And I met him, I think, once. I may have met him actually at 71st Street. I may have once. I don't remember if I met him there or at a restaurant. I don't remember. And that would have been because of Epstein, because Epstein was friendly with Boris and Boris. But that's all I remember.
Do you know whether Mr. Gates traveled with Mr. Epstein on his plane to any of his houses?
Craig, what's going on with you?
That friendship was after.
Appreciate you for stopping in.
It was in the late 2000s, so if I met him, like I said, I went to Epstein's house maybe once or twice. Maybe I met him there, I don't remember.
So you don't.
So I wouldn't know if he had been on Epstein's
And
plane.
you don't recall ever being on a plane with him flying to the island or to anywhere?
No.
Do you know somebody named Reid Hoffman?
I do.
Who's that?
Reid's a Silicon Valley guy.
Is what?
Silicon Valley.
You know.
I used to have a very close friend who was in San Francisco who was part of that whole. I have several actually, or had.
So is that a relationship you have kind of separate and apart from Mr. Epstein?
Well, separate.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein had a relationship with Reid Hoffman?
I don't know.
Did you ever observe Mr. Hoffman flying anywhere with you or Mr. Epstein?
No.
Or getting massages?
No.
So there's a list of multiple masseuses that is floating around. I think you had in your discovery. I think you were just talking about that. That list, do you know how that list was created?
No. All that stuff that came out of that book, I now find suspect.
It's part of the story you just told us.
Yes. Now, I'm not saying it's all fake. I don't know what's real and what's not. I don't know what name is true. Now that it's been, to my mind anyway, now that it has been, without a doubt, contaminated and possibly fraudulent, I I'm not, I don't know. I mean, obviously the numbers that I recognize on my own, those are real, but how it was actually ended up put together and compiled and the purposes for it, for which then they blackmailed my boyfriend, no, I'm just, no.
Over the years, when you were
Straight BS.
serving as like the general manager, so
It's called the
mid-90s
birthday
all the way
book.
to the 2000s, did you or do you know whether anyone maintained a list of all the masseuses, like a running list?
So there's two things, well, three ways. So I know that the house itself, John Alessi had a Rolodex that he kept the names and numbers of all the people that came to the house so that he could call. So because I only was with Epstein even at best half the time. So when I was there, he had like his chief of staff who could find whatever he needed, and when I wasn't there, he had to rely on somebody else, right? So be that John Alessi or whoever else. So everybody, whoever was traveling with him or however wherever he was, he needed somebody else to access information. So he had an assistant, a chief, who was his secretary, who would be the one that would update his computer. You know, like everybody has an address book.
But was what you're describing, which it makes sense. I'm just.
It might start staticking because I gotta plug my charger up. My phone going dead.
Might need to be.
The phone battery is low, so y'all, it might start staticking. I gotta plug the charger up. If not, we might have to do a to be continued later on.
Contacted, which would necessarily include a lot of masseuses.
That's the latter.
No, this ain't an address book. This was he said a birthday book. You created a birthday book.
Did you update that? Like, were you one of the people that would add names to it? Like, if a masseuse came and leaves and Mr. Epstein says, yes, she was good, would you be part of, like, how's the list kind of maintained, or who maintained it?
Typically no, because there would be an assistant who would do that. Plus, Epstein would not allow me to answer the telephone, ever. So, or maintain or keep any of his messages in the office or at the house. So typically that wouldn't be, because I wouldn't be the one. Could I say to you I never did it? No, of course not, because that just seems ludicrous. But as a rule of thumb, the answer would be no.
During the 2007, 8, 9 the investigation out of the Southern District of Florida, so you said that you weren't contacted by law enforcement.
I was not.
After Mr. Epstein was charged, did you have conversations with him about the investigation?
He never talked to me about it.
Did you,
I mean, I can't, let's put it this way. If he did, I have no recollection of it. I mean, I'm sure he must have said, this is all whatever he said, or it's nothing, or whatever. I mean, I just don't have any memory. I mean, I was with Ted. I was like gone. Plus, I just didn't want to know either, I suppose.
So you don't know firsthand why the U.S. attorney in Florida made the deal that he did? Meaning you weren't part of that discussion along the way. Like, Mr. Epstein didn't say, I'm getting a good deal, or, you know, something's happening with the case that's very good. You to the extent you know anything about it, it's just from what you've heard or read from others, not from Mr. Epstein. Is that right?
He never talked about the non-prosecution directly with me, no. But he did.
But it's still enforceable as to her.
I mean, he never said, hey, are you happy with this deal? Like that. But I understood. I mean, he never enjoined me to the MPA, but I understand that he included me specifically, and I'll tell you why.
It's okay. You don't need to get into that.
See? I tell you why he included me with that deal. No, we don't have to get into that. No, tell us why he included you with the deal.
There's a very strong belief that
you see how he stopped her from saying certain things,
and that he should have been sentenced to more time, or you got a different sentence from the feds in a non-prosecution agreement? And I'm not asking you to opine on that, but I'm wondering whether he ever talked to you about that, but it sounds like he didn't.
That he got a good deal? No. I think actually, well, his comments that I've read was that he didn't get a good deal, and I think that when he fought it so hard, it's because he didn't think he did.
When he was serving his sentence, were you around during that time, like when he was allowed to leave during the day or travel during the day?
I never called him, I never saw him, and I never went to the jail.
So I'm going to ask you questions that you shouldn't read into them. I just want to know whether they resonate with you. Have you ever had any contact with any representative that you know of from Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency?
Can you ask me that again?
Have you ever had any contact with an individual that you understand to be from Mossad, an Israeli intelligence agency?
Well, not deliberately.
Pardon me?
Not deliberately.
Okay. And we asked this, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but just to put a finer point on it, did you ever know that were you ever told or think that Mr. Epstein was getting any money from any intelligence agency, including Mossad?
Well, I don't believe so, but I wouldn't know. I mean, I would be very surprised if he did. I don't think so. No.
We've talked about a lot of names, and I'm sure there's some that we haven't covered. Are there any foreign nationals? So right now we've talked about some British, the royal family a little bit, and maybe high society folks in Britain. Were there any international businessmen or politicians that had a very close relationship or a close relationship with Mr. Epstein that we haven't already talked about?
Off the top of my head, I can think of Ehud Barak.
You said that Mr. Epstein, at some point in the mid to late 90s, he started taking testosterone. Did you ever know him to take any other drugs?
No. I mean, he took pills for his heart, I think.
If the human race was the worst thing, then you wouldn't even be here to type that comment in. So I think y'all should pipe down on trying to attach yourself to negative comments. Right? When you're in the comment section, right, and you sitting there trying to make it seem like, mankind and the species of human is the worst, you're forgetting that you're a human. That means you don't like yourself, right? That means you hate yourself so much. That's why you got so much hate in the world. And the Bible simply says, how can you say you love who you never seen, but hate your brother who you see every day? And y'all go around in comment sections talking about human beings are the worst thing created. You wouldn't be able to type that in the comment section if humans wasn't created. Your opinion wouldn't even be necessary if human beings wasn't created. So I think a lot of y'all are coming in here for just a response. So you're saying general things that you think can trauma attach you to other people in here, right? If the world was full of animals, you wouldn't even have the thumbs to type that in the comment section. So it doesn't even make sense that you're typing something that you would not be able to type if the species that you're complaining about wasn't created. You wouldn't be here. If you go from Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Homo sapioid, Neanderthals to your creation that we have today, right? You wouldn't even be here. So I think you should readjust your mind as opposed to trying to just say we all should be destroyed. You want to be destroyed because you did a lot of fucked up shit and you don't want to, take accountability for the fucked up shit you did. So now you want to damn all of us because the messed up shit you did, whether in this life or previous lives. It's you that is damned to hell. Don't damn all of us to hell because you corrupted your vessel because you did the fucked up shit. Now you just want to destroy everything and everybody and we all should just burn. No, you're the fucked up one. And anybody who's saying that human beings are fucked up and not looking at the actions of the person. No, people are not fucked up. People actions are fucked up, right? So don't keep on holding all mankind to human interaction because some of us didn't interact like that. Now, you yourself, you gave in to human interaction. That's why you're saying that, because you already gave in to the carnal world. All you carnal minded, like Cat Williams said, all you big dick deviants is going down. All of y'all that think with the carnal, all of y'all that think only sexual, all of y'all are mad at the world. All of y'all that's stuck in y'all survival chakra, you know, everybody that's stuck in their survival chakra, y'all are the ones that know that y'all the way y'all living is gonna be destroyed, right? Y'all know that. Y'all know the sexual energies that y'all manipulated. Y'all know all y'all sexual desires. Y'all know all of that is about to be destroyed. So y'all going around and trying to condemn other people so y'all can escape the cosmic karma of this realm, right? So you want to escape the cosmic karma of this realm, so you go and try to push your, wrongs on other people, right? But that's you. That's you. Your world is being destroyed. Your universe is being destroyed. You gave up. You stopped believing in mankind. It says God so beloved the world that he gave his only begotten son. If God loved us that much to give his only begotten son, who are you to take that love away? You are absolutely nobody compared to the love that the universe has for us. So I think you need to pipe down as a human and realize the hue or the essence that is inside of you that is greater than you. That's what you need to focus on. The you that is inside of you that's greater than you.
Additionally, beyond that, you understood he had a heart condition that affected his ability to have sex.
Other than what he told me, no, he never shared anything, but he did take pills. I don't know anything about that. And like I said, he did the testosterone, which made him lean.
And we're jumping around a little bit. I'm sorry. Do you know someone named Donald Barr?
No.
He's, I can represent to you, was a former
I'm looking at the
headmaster of
comments,
School,
Tasty
which
T.
you mentioned earlier.
You read the comments. You read them.
Do you remember
You read the
any
comments.
conversations with Mr. Epstein about a book that Mr. Barr wrote called Space Relations?
I've never heard of that.
About aliens and sex? Okay. Do you know whether, well, have you ever met the former Attorney General of the United States, Bill Barr?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Epstein knew him or whether his name ever came up in conversations you had with Mr. Epstein?
I don't recall any.
Okay. Did you have a relationship, or no, I'm using relationship and I appreciate you don't like that word. Did you know Mr. Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm passionate, you know what I mean? I'm watching these not Chad, whatever that person is. They've been in here this whole time trying to attach themselves to other negative comments in the comment section. They're trying to wait for my mods to do something, and then they're going to jump on the mods and say, oh, y'all blocking people from speaking the truth. So I know that not Chad 404, I know that's a troll account. And they're attaching themselves to any trauma that's in the comment section. So when another account comes in and they give them that trauma that they want, not Chad is going to attach themselves to the trauma, because why? They operate in legions. So what they got to do is they got to make sure that they got enough people in the room before they try to put their negative out there. You get what I'm saying? No, some people don't know when they're trauma bonding. So when people are trauma bonding, they don't know when they're trauma bonding, right? So when they see other people putting trauma stuff in the comment section, their focus goes straight to the trauma because they don't know that they're attaching themselves to the trauma. That's why they never commented on anything else in the comment section. People that comment on negative stuff is because they're focused on the negative in the world. Some people go around and comment on everything and anything because they're observers, right? Some people only comment on the negative stuff, right? If you go back and look at the chat, right? That was the third comment that not Chad attached themselves to that was of the negative variety, right? The first one was when that person said, imagine your daughter in this situation. Not Chad attached themselves to that too, right? So I'm paying attention to the comment section, even though I'm not saying anything. I'm paying attention to the comment section, right? But I'm also trying to give people the space to speak, but also not trying to trauma bond or make it a negative comment section. They want the negative to fill up the comment section. We don't do that over here at the Atlas family, okay? So that's why you see a lot of negative getting blocked out the comment section.
Through Jeffrey.
How would you describe your relationship? Close, friendly?
My own personal?
Yes.
Not that close, but friendly enough. I mean, you know.
How was Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with his brother Mark, from what you observed?
I mean, they were brotherly, but I think that I don't know. There are periods when they were closer and then when they weren't. I think sometimes Epstein found his brother irritating.
And I think
that's the thing. There's no sides to be taken in this. Just the facts of what it is. Some people don't know they're in false operation. We're creatures of habit.
Bill Barr had any role in
So when you watching somebody repeat the same habit
in Florida, or any role in that process with Mr. Acosta?
I never heard that.
I think you said this in an interview, but if I'm wrong, forgive me. Do you have a view of Mr. Epstein, of whether he committed suicide or whether something else happened?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah, sure.
maybe he's saying free him from hell. Oh, now you want to take a break with this question.
All right, so we're going to take a break it's 2:53, Thursday, July 24th. We are continuing with the recorded proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The time is now 3:10 p.m., Thursday, July 24th.
My colleagues have me a couple of questions I think I may have forgotten to ask you. One is, sorry, I'm just going through my notes.
Yeah, they had to go back and say, all right, these next set of questions, what we're going to do is...
About this birthday book that there's been press about. I understand you don't remember anything with President Trump, or a lot about the book anyway. Do you remember asking President Trump to submit a letter for that?
I do not.
And do you remember, would you have been the one to do that? Or
Did you see the video? Videos could be faked. Even if it is a video out there, videos could be deep faked.
I did ask, but Epstein also asked people himself directly.
Okay.
So it could have happened that way, if it happened at all.
I'm trying to find out that. Where is it?
You mentioned Ehud Barak.
Yes.
What was his involvement?
Hey, the mods know what to do with somebody in here trolling. So the mods got the comment section pretty good. Hey Nelly, don't all caps in the comment section, please.
How they met.
That's for the mods, so I can so they can point me out to important stuff that they're trying to get my attention. All caps is for the mods to get my attention, so please don't all caps.
My father.
No, you okay? I appreciate
Anything
you.
that touches Israel.
Some people have a problem seeing, so they make their letters bigger, but I get it.
My father loved Israel, and so I pay attention to it, and we have ties to Israel.
When you said it was later though.
Ties meaning friends and friendly relations.
Was the president was Mr. Barak, Prince Barak? Do you know what the nature of his relationship was with Mr. Epstein?
I don't.
Do you know, were you ever with them together?
I think I have a memory of meeting Ehud But I don't know if he was with Epstein or I don't remember. I just know that I did see him, and I'm struggling to remember the context around it. But if I'm sure it happened, but it must have been very brief because I don't have any serious memory of it, any like deep memory of it.
And maybe this is obvious.
And maybe it comes also because I've read it in the press that maybe something that brought it to my memory. So that's also, I mean, I think the press has been very contaminating. So it's hard sometimes to separate those stories from, your memory sometimes.
Do you know a British gymnast by the name of Heather Mann?
Yes.
Did she?
I didn't know she was a gymnast.
Oh, okay. I'm reading something that says she was a gymnast, but
Okay.
please don't assume that that's correct.
Okay.
Based upon my words.
Okay.
Did she ever travel with you and or Mr. Epstein?
I think, yeah, she did actually. I think that she might have been one of Mr. Epstein's girlfriends at some point.
Again, I know we're talking about time periods that are vast. What time period would that have been? Like after you, since 2000?
I wanted to say, I don't know, could be the 90s. Could be the 90s.
Y'all make sure y'all hit that subscribe button.
People look out of the woodwork all
Make
the
sure
time.
y'all
I just saw
subscribe
one
to
on
the
TV
page.
saying she was his girlfriend in 93 and 94. So, I mean, he obviously was very busy.
Or she's lying.
Or there's that.
Or she's lying. Who just whispered, or she's lying?
Yes, he was in Mr. Clinton's administration, President Clinton's administration, I think.
And how did you know him?
I met him, and I met him through Mr. Epstein.
And was he, from what you observed, was he a friend or business acquaintance with Mr. Epstein?
I mean, I only saw him a handful of times, but I did see him with him, and we seemed friendly. I don't know if I would characterize. I mean, only having seen him briefly, I don't know how to characterize that.
Do you know whether he flew on airplanes with Mr. Epstein? Did he visit the island? Do you know anything about that, their relationship as it relates to that?
I don't have any recollection of seeing Mark Middleton at the island.
How about former U.S. Senator George Mitchell?
Yeah, I do remember George.
What do you remember about him?
I travelled with him. We went to the most memorable day. I went to. Well, I was friendly with his wife. We'll start with that, with Heather.
Nah, see? No, talk about that play that y'all went to.
Her a few times. We have dinner.
She is a high-paid call girl. This is the industry. This is Hollywood.
You became friends with.
They just passing shit around. Yes, I went on a couple of dates with them.
Yes.
I mean, I just went to some.
To the island or to New Mexico?
I don't remember George ever at the island, but the most memorable trip I do recall with Senator was to Italy.
Was to where?
To Italy.
Ah, okay.
We went to Rome.
What happened to not Chad?
As the four of you, so Heather and Mr. Mitchell and you and Mr. Epstein.
Did not Chad say something?
And what were you there for?
Well, the most memorable aspect of that trip was we went to the Vatican. And it was extraordinary. And the most extraordinary thing was going to the archives.
Not Chad still here.
Henry VIII's document to the Pope asking.
He left because I bullied him. I ain't even say nothing to Chad. Look at you trying to bring the conversation back up to try to make it look like I bullied somebody. You sad. You need a hug? Do you need a hug? Because I ain't say nothing to Chad in about 5 minutes or more.
And did he travel with Mr. Epstein that you know?
Okay. You're right. I bullied Chad. I'm so sorry. I apologize, Chad, if you still listening. I didn't mean to sound like a bully.
I don't think he ever came to the island.
Fuck out of here.
But I went 2 places with one was to Colombia, and Epstein came to that, and the other was to Cuba, and Epstein said astronomer was, I think, was there.
And what were the purposes of traveling to Colombia and Cuba?
helicopter pilot, and Andres is a helicopter pilot.
I'm a helicopter pilot.
We just became friends.
How the fuck are you a helicopter pilot?
I flew a Black Hawk in Colombia.
You flew a Black Hawk?
And how about to Cuba?
See, she's a helicopter pilot.
Was the cigar distributor for Monte Cristos, maybe? I can't remember which cigar it was. And so I went there, and he organized some trip, and we met.
She do submarines too? Damn. I've never seen a night worker do all of this stuff. This is some outrageous stuff. She's a good night worker.
Had to be.
She fly Black Hawks. She operate submarines. Shut up.
More names that we might talk about Jamal with the same type of questions.
If all prostitutes had her training, they would be. They'll take over the world.
A tremendous amount of public information about all kinds of names, including some of the folks we talked about today, and their relationship with Mr. Epstein and or you. For any of the folks that we've talked about today, did you observe them doing anything improper with Mr. Epstein, whether with masseuses or with women or girls who were traveling, or at the residence that they were at, or at the parties that they were at?
I did not ever at any time see that.
And for any of the names we've talked about today, and then tomorrow we'll talk about some more, but for today, do you recall having any conversations with anybody else where they reported to you that they had seen something that one of these individuals had done, whether someone else that works with Mr. Epstein or somebody that observed something?
If anybody had ever reported anything, first of all, the answer to that is no. And also, I just want to be clear that had anybody ever reported anything illegal or disgusting like that, I would have immediately done something. And I never heard it, I never saw it, and no one ever complained to me, or tears, nothing like that.
Okay. All right, so we took a break when we were talking about Mr. Epstein and his death. Oh, bless you. That's okay, take your time. So, Mr. Epstein and his death. So, you were not obviously at the MCC during that time, correct?
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I think I've got something to do with my nose.
So just take some water, it's okay, no problem. You were not at the MCC during that time, correct?
I was not.
So you're gonna tell us what you believe, but I just want to make sure I understand your basis for belief.
Still
is
need
kind
a
of
virtual hug.
what you've read and seen, and your knowledge of Mr. Epstein.
Virtual hugs all around.
Knew him, right?
And actually, there's a third component.
Okay.
The answer to that is yes. And
Okay.
there's a third component,
Mhm.
which is having experienced now the mismanagement and inefficiencies and total dereliction of duty at the Bureau of Prisons.
From BOP, from Bureau of Prisons. Okay, fair. Okay, so, what I do want to be careful about is, asking you to speculate, because anybody can do that, and I don't think that's fair to you or anybody else to ask you to give us your kind of opinion, but do you think that the third point you say, which is kind of a failure by the BOP, there's been there's an OIG report, there's an SDNY investigation about that. Do you think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about?
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
And I ask that because if you don't believe that there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail or that he had kind of a list, or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison?
Well, in prison, where I am, they will kill you, or they will pay, somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary is about the going rate for a hit with a lock today.
So that goes to the third reason, which is kind of the mismanagement,
Yes.
or the shortfallings or shortcomings of the Bureau of Prisons.
Yes.
Which is a little bit different than my question is, which is, do you think there's somebody on the outside of prison, so putting aside what could happen on the inside, on the outside of prison, who wanted him dead so badly that he would have, or she would have, caused him to be killed on the inside?
I think I don't see that. I think, is it possible? Of course it's possible, but I don't know of any reason why, and I don't believe in the blackmail or in any of this. I don't think Epstein had a hit or like that. If it is indeed murder, I believe it was an internal situation.
Yeah, so you don't have any reason, first-hand knowledge, or even speculation, it sounds like, to think that that he was killed to kind of silence him or to keep him from going public about people he knew about.
I don't know, because I think that is just part of the story that's been created that started back in 2008-9.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, I don't think there's value in talking. There's been a lot of information about what happened, in the FCC. But what is important to me is whether, if is the idea that he didn't die by suicide. That's one thing, but if to the extent that folks believe that he was murdered to keep him quiet, or because he had information on rich and powerful people, that's what do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I do not have any reason to believe that, and I also think it's ludicrous, because I also happen to think if that is what they wanted, they would have had plenty of opportunity when he wasn't in jail. They were worried about blackmail or anything from him. He would have been a very easy target.
In the time, so we've talked about a lot of time all the way up through 2009-10, and then the time that after Mr. Epstein was arrested. When's the last time you spoke with him?
Maybe 2016, 2017, maybe 2016, 2015, 2016, 2017, in that area, I believe.
And what when you're thinking about that last time, was that you had been talking a lot and then you stopped, or was that a one-off time and it was infrequent at that point?
I really wasn't in communication. The only communications I had with him was with regards to the civil suits. The civil suit that I found myself in, the defamation suit I found myself in. I needed help. I needed information, and I didn't have what I needed. And so that was really what drove it, was me trying to get myself out of this situation, which I ultimately led to where I am today. And so when that, I don't remember even if I stopped talking to him before that. I thought he was angry with me anyway. He didn't like what I did, and I wasn't interested in what he had to say to me. And
what did you think he was angry with you about?
I think he was angry that I had even said that I had referred to her being a liar. He said I should have not said anything, but
when the civil suits that were ongoing before Mr. Epstein's death,
yes.
Did your lawyers coordinate with his lawyers, like in discovery and things like that?
I don't think we coordinated in I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak. There was some degree of communication, for sure. I just don't know the degree that took place. So definitely, I mean, I was definitely hoping for him to be more helpful, and I was definitely...
Why don't they have their phone off?
That's not a good word, because that sounds like I was trying to align myself. That's not where we were going here. But I was definitely trying to get help, as in documents or information that I could use to defend myself. That's 100% true. And the degree to which that took place, I don't recall. There was definitely some of that, though. I don't want to mislead you.
We touched on this earlier, but I just want to, I don't think we really ran it to ground maybe as much as we could. Like, going up through that time, you know, so in the 16, 17, 18, up until the time he's arrested, had your view or your understanding of what had happened changed? Meaning, did you believe that in the late 90s or early 2000s when he started, you know, behaving much differently, did you believe what you were hearing about him at that point?
My views, I didn't like the people he was with anyway, so I don't find, how do I say this? I like people who my age or older, and I don't find the society of all the companionship.
Nah, if it was a video, we'd be able to read the body language. They couldn't put the video out because their body language would tell on her.
Young people, I suppose, really that enjoyable. So I don't like the company that he chose to be with, and so I just was kind of boring and fundamentally uninteresting. It's probably the nicest way I can say.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what we should do is just spend a few minutes talking about tomorrow. And everything was great today. I think that it was very helpful, and I appreciate you trying to be as complete as you can. I think tomorrow, you said a few things today about materials that you brought. When we're done, we'll give you a few minutes with Mr. Marcus to if there's things that you want to show him that you think we should see. Like I said, I'm not asking you to corroborate anything. If I was asking you to corroborate something, I would tell you. But if there's something you think that you don't think that the government has seen, or you think that it was important for me to see, let Mr. Marcus know, and he can share it with me. Tomorrow, we'll certainly have some follow-on questions when we all think.
Oh yeah, follow-up questions tomorrow? You mean you're gonna go let her sit and think of some more shit? That's great.
I do want to talk more about you. So, by design today,
it's a joke.
We wanted to focus on Mr. Epstein and talk about, you know.
This is why it's a wild goose chase, right? This is why it's a wild goose chase, because this has to be a move by some Democratic Party or so on and so forth, because now that Trump is about to close out a deal with Russia and Ukraine, right? Yes, they're still fighting. Yes, a Russian nuclear plant has just been attacked or is under attack right now. Yes, that's only to sell the defenses, right? So you have to make it look, you know, the world is one big stage. So you have to make it, you know, you have to make it look this way so you can sell the defenses. If we're using Russia or Russia is using us, however you want to look at this, then they're both selling the you know, Russia is selling the attack as if they're a power source, and America is selling the defense as if they're a power source, right? So both parties are using each other in order to gain traction in all of this, if that makes sense, right? Russia's going to come out with some land and some new resources. America's going to come out with a greater possibility of supplying a defense system for more people, right? India, that's going to be a troublesome direction to go in. I don't know how you know, Trump's going to respond to that. But let's look at it in the whole, right? Let's look at it in the whole. It's about oil. This is about, if you want to know the truth, follow the money. There's a reason why President Trump is mentioning, $350 billion deal with NATO and a $300 billion deal with other leaders, because now he's selling our defenses. He's selling our secrets. He's selling, sending trainers over there to train them on how to work America stuff, right? He's selling the equipment of our air flyer jets, so on and so forth, maybe drones, right? He's selling these outside entities the operation of putting together our defense, and then he's sending people over there to train them on how to use it, right? So he's fattening up his pockets, something big, and he's also selling America's defense. I don't know how much he's allowed to sell. I don't know, maybe they have a list of defense items that they can sell versus the ones that we have to keep secret. But follow the money.
Well, everything
9 times out of 10, just follow the money.
I do think it's important when we all evaluate what you've said today and kind of your story to also understand why you're here, right? So you were indicted, you were charged.
So where are we at with this? We are
and I want
2 hours and
gives you
44. Let me
to
see
sit.
something. Let me open up another tab. Real quick, guys. Is this old?
The United States continues to discuss it, and I'll let the president weigh in on it definitively. You're welcome. Sure.
Describe the president's perspective on taking a stake in Intel in exchange for federal grants. And is this are we expecting to see the White House make similar arrangements with other semiconductor companies?
The board, every leader credited President Trump for his decisive leadership that has reignited the dialogue in hopes of finally.
That's old.
The president has initiated.
I'm trying to find this new conversation that took place. There's a new conversation.
Affect us that actually help us. And if we're going to give somebody a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries. And I will absolutely give somebody a opening on a to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way. And if I do that, I think the country should be paid, because anybody else, I have it in real estate where I'll have a deal with somebody and I'll have them restrictive covenant. Then they'll come back and they'll say, I'd love to be able to build over here, but I'm not allowed to because you have me covered, you have me restricted. I say, I'll let you build over there.
See? He's doing the same thing with the defense system. He's making it a restricted covenant. So he's saying, yes, I'm going to sell y'all a defense, but here's the people you can't use the defense that we sell you on. That's what the restrictions are. So it's like, I'll sell you America's defense system, but here's the restrictions on this sale, right? So he's saying that he's bringing that same business mindset to the presidency, to where as though he's selling them, whatever, javelins or whatever, and he's like putting restrictions on it. We'll work with you on defending your country, helping strengthening the defense of your country, but these are the countries, or these are our alliances that you can't use it on. If our weapons fall into the wrong hands, it's troublesome. So it's a very slippery slope the way the president is playing this, right? It's very sticky, right? Because he can put our weapons in the hands of somebody who mass produced those weapons, right? And then because they have restrictions, what they'll do is they'll secretly sell them to somebody else who don't have restrictions, right? So then when that person used them, they get to use plausible deniability by saying, technically, it wasn't us that attacked you. We have the restrictions, but they don't have the restrictions. You get what I'm saying? That's the trick of all of this. Everybody always try to use that plausible deniability. We were unaware of what they were going to use it for, pre-selling them this. So we didn't know. That's where the restrictions, and that's why, President Trump in the business world, he was renowned for finding ways around shit. When he hired cheap steel from out of the country after he got done building all of his buildings or whatever, he, wanted to get rid of the people that he hired for cheap steel, right? So he always find these loopholes. He's always finding these loopholes, right? And now that he's a president, this is another loophole that he's found. It's the defense system, using our defense system as a way to get us even in trades. Is it a good idea? Maybe, right? Because we putting weapons in the hands of people that could possibly put weapon in the hands of our enemy, right? So it's funny. It's a tricky slope. This is why the Democrats are so mad, so on and so forth.
To kind of say your piece or to say what
This is why all this stuff is coming out at this particular time.
Understanding that there was people who took the witness stand and swore to tell the truth and then testified about you and what you did and what they think you saw and what they heard you say. And I'm not, I said to Mr. Marcus, I'm not trying to create a kind of a she said situation or he said she said situation, but I do want to.
I mean, it's federal court. Hearsay is admissible.
It's important, I think, for when we evaluate what you say and how you say it and your reflection of things, to talk about that. So what we're going to do, we'll do that tomorrow. I want to talk about, the circumstances leading up to your arrest. There's a lot of, I think, misinformation, or there's a lot of information out there that I don't know whether it's misinformation, but about the time from 2019 up until the time that you were arrested. And then, like I said, that'll take us through lunch tomorrow, and then we'll be done. I don't have a plan. I didn't know that I was coming here until this week. Okay, so there isn't like we don't have like a schedule of what happens next or what happens, but that's not a negative thing. I'm just saying that's so you shouldn't take the lack of a next step as anything other than we don't have a next step.
So because we know the world is one big stage, the only thing that people are going to focus on in this, and due to the fact that she did mention Princess Diana, now people are going to say, because both of these people are unalived or whatever, people are going to say that she revealed that Princess Diana had a relationship with Epstein. Watch. That's going to be the next big wave, is that, Princess Diana might have had a secret relationship with Epstein. Watch and mark my words that's going to be the next thing going viral.
Yeah, so...
May I say something?
Of course, yes.
I just would like to put out there that I also focused on how I think the president got swept into some of this, unnecessarily, by the way.
Look, she's got to clean up that president shit.
Conspiracy theorists, and I certainly don't subscribe to all of everything that I see, but I do believe that there is animus in some areas that may have contributed to how the use of the president to harm him, that I find deeply offensive. And whilst I can't obviously say definitively that is what it is, I would like to show you what I see so that you can evaluate it and do with that as you see fit.
How are you going to show them what you see?
I've seen it. It struck me, and I would like to give it to you.
Sure.
Remote viewing?
Does that seem something that I
that's fine. Yeah,
I don't like?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's great. Okay, so why don't we stop for today? I'll give you a little bit of time to chat, and then see you in the morning.
Oh, come on. Come on. She just said, I would like to give you some insight, and then now, this is just like TV. Soon as they build the tension up and shit and get to the climax part, they say, we're going to resume and see you in the morning. No. Tell us now why that shit is fresh on her mind. Tomorrow she's going to come out and forget that she was even at this part. Oh, where did we leave off?
include the recorded.
I'll try to ask my questions in a coherent manner, but if
Fucking
there's
bullshit.
anything that I say that's confusing, definitely interrupt me.
I will. Thank you.
So I think the easiest thing to start with is there anything that we talked about yesterday that we're going to go through some more names? I think that that's one of the places that we interrupted just because there's a lot of names. But aside from additional names, is there anything that you wanted to kind of follow up on that we talked about yesterday, or anything that you thought maybe you were getting more of or not?
Some more names did come to me in the night, and I did have some additional memories, just for clarity. I believe I said that I couldn't think of anybody who I may have asked from Mar-a-Lago, but then I realized that I was, the allegation at least is that I met in Mar-a-Lago, so I felt I needed to address that, and I didn't want to leave that hanging because that seems weird under the circumstances. And also, but I couldn't remember anyone, but maybe it was a long period of time. So the issue is not that I'm trying to not say, but I just don't remember anybody that I would have, but it's not impossible that I might have asked someone from
I don't know exactly what you said yesterday, but I don't think what you said yesterday is different than what you just said. So yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be. I just didn't want to feel that I had said no to something and that it didn't.
Definitely has said that she was working at Mar-a-Lago and that you received a treatment from her at some point, and that you recruited her to meet Mr. Epstein. Right. Do you know affirmatively whether that's true or false, or do you just not have a memory either way?
I really don't believe it's true, but I know that I did go to spas, and if I met someone, I did ask if they're home. So I don't. In the realms of possibility, it could have, but I have no memory of it, and I don't believe that it's how it went down. But I didn't want to.
Okay, so I want to talk about. We talked a little bit yesterday about the financial part of your relationship with Mr. Epstein, kind of being on payroll, for lack of a better word, for many, many years, starting around $25,000 and ending up at around $250,000 per year. There's, as you know from your trial, there's banking information that shows a ton of money being sent to you from Mr. Epstein over the years. I think totaling something like $30 million, something like this. What's the why was that money sent to you? Like, what was that for?
Well, first of all, I dispute the characterization that the money was sent to me.
Okay, so tell me what I am stuck with the witnesses at trial and what was said at trial on that issue. So what is the what do you dispute about that?
Well, I believe I don't have full recollection. I'm not even sure I ever saw what they accused me of, but my belief is that money also contained money that was for a helicopter, for instance, that I never owned, and I was never mine. And
in other words, money was sent to you that you then used to purchase things, or?
Well, I'm not even sure that I purchased it. So those accounts would be controlled by his accountants. And
even accounts in your name, you're saying, or one of your entities?
Well, I'm not even sure I knew of all the entities. Maybe I did contemporaneously, but I certainly wouldn't know today. So if there was an entity, let's say account X, if I really set that up myself, or whether they said we're doing this and the money's coming or whatever, but in no substantive way, I can't think of the right word.
Did you have control of this?
I had no control, is what I'm saying.
So when the government, when there was testimony or the government evidence that showed
plausible deniability. They might have used my face and my image to bring in this money, but it wasn't me.
To you, okay, what you're saying is that that happened, but that the you there wasn't money, that he wasn't giving you money.
I'm not going to say that for everything, because maybe there were accounts that money was sent to me, but I can say that I know, like the helicopter, I can definitively say. I'd have to look at all of them to be accurate for you, but to explain how or why I could be receiving monies, and I certainly did, so I'm not disputing all of it.
Crazy
Let's
word.
go back and look at why did money have to go into your accounts, or account that was controlled by others but in your name, to like purchase a helicopter?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Because it's called money laundering.
So let me ask this maybe a different way that gets to the issue, right? So the accusation by the government, based upon the evidence they collected, is that Epstein paid you millions and millions of dollars over the years. And the reason why he paid you that is because you were performing an extraordinary service for him by recruiting young women, many of whom were underage, so that he could sexually abuse them. Okay, that's their allegation. Okay. From what you said yesterday and from what I've reviewed about you and Mr. Epstein, he paid for a lot in your life. Your flights, where you stayed with him. I mean, he didn't expect you to reimburse him along the way for food, and so he took care of you for many years.
That is true.
On top of that, he actually paid you a salary. We talked about $29,000 to $250,000. What else did he give you, or what purchase? Like, was there a time when he gave you $1 million or $500,000 as a bonus, or what financial benefit did you receive from him? Besides what we've already talked about, we don't have to talk about what
I got it.
Okay.
So my goal always was to become independently financially secure, and work for myself. I've never been one to not work. And in that regard, over the course of my friendship and my working relationship with Epstein, I expressed to him my desire to be independent of him everywhere, just to be freestanding. And with that in mind, I wanted to have my own businesses or my own money coming in, independent and separate from any salary that I received from him. And I needed that for my self-esteem. I've never been, obviously salary was a very generous one. Please, I'm not belittling the sum of money because it's huge, but I was brought up to work, and I was brought up to be my own, The first time, so I would either propose businesses to him, or he would actually suggest, why didn't I do something? The first deal that we did, or the first business that we had, or I had, and that he financed for me. So he loaned me all the money to enable me to do this, and then I reaped the profits, which I don't remember now, because we varied over the deals that we did, that I would give him 50% or 25%. It was random. And I can tell you what it is. So, so it was in Palm Beach, actually, and it was in real estate, and they sold what was the grounds originally of an estate called the Phipps Estate, and then they converted the land that came with that estate into houses, and I did, I think 2 or maybe 3, I can't remember now, but certainly 1 and maybe 2, possibly 3, I don't think so, I think 2, that then were flipped, and there was a profit. So that would be an example of that, but I didn't have the money, so he lent me the funds to do that business transaction, and then I reaped the profits.
And so, but when
millions of dollars.
when a financial investigator, like the FBI, looks at accounts, they don't know kind of the conversations you're having, they just see the money.
Right.
So in those cases, when that happened, when he financed that with you, would he send money to you? So does that explain some of the money? Like, I think
it does. I think, for instance, there were two Gullwing Mercedes that they did with Mercedes and Aston Martin. You can look up, I think, if I'm right, that had little doors that would come up like this, that were only a very limited number that were made. So I knew that we could get those and flip them right within 24 hours, for example. Also, here's another example of something that you guys wouldn't have known about, is I became a banker. I got my Series 63.
Oh, hell no. A marine biologist, an airplane pilot, now a banker? Shut the fuck.
Because I was day trading. Everything I had, I day traded.
She did everything.
And I think I was lucky more than smart, but I made quite a lot of money doing that. And so...
When was that?
That's in the 90s again. I think... Well, you can find it with my banking license, right? That'll be something that you can look up. So whatever that is, and I just don't remember when that is. I'm sorry.
So okay. So
for example, I was doing really well, and so he was like, "How do you do that? Well, why are you investing in, I don't know, Apple when nobody liked Apple? This is, before Apple or Microsoft. I didn't know Bill Gates, so it's not related to him. But
is it me or she got too much up under her belt? She making it seem like she's a jack of all trades. She learned this shit and just. She said that she was an airplane pilot, that she flew Black Hawk. She got Marine, submarine, and now she's a banker. And all of this from somebody, she's meeting all of these higher ups, all of it. How does she have so many different career, a bit like she's everything. She's everything and nothing. Like who the hell and what the hell and why the hell?
My family.
Don't charge with insider.
Please don't. No, I'm not trying to suggest that. Oh goodness, please no. I had.
That was just a joke.
Okay. Yeah, no, all right.
She a banker that don't touch money, that don't know where none of the money is at.
Going back to my family.
What happened to the money? I don't touch the money. I don't know about nothing in my name, none of these accounts or nothing.
And finance. No. I'm not trying to be sophisticated. I'm not sure.
Now she gonna say she not sophisticated. See how confusing this shit is? She's a day trader that's not sophisticated. But she flew a Black Hawk.
He told me he matched me in some other accounts that he had, because he did a lot of my observation. To go back to what he did, I observed him personally and have personal recollection of him trading with money, a lot. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
That he was trading for other people, or that was his own money?
I want also to clarify something for you, or underline. Wexner was, in my opinion, his closest friend in this time period from when I met him in 91, right? All the way until I don't know, because I wasn't that friendly with, I did travel with Mr. Wexner, but Epstein told me that Wexner didn't want to be seen too much with me because of my family problems. And
you mean
now whether that was
the problems that your father's company had with
yes.
Embezzlement or
yes, that's what I'm talking about. And now, actually, today, not contemporaneously, but today, I don't believe that that's even true. I think it was used as a means to not have me travel with him to Ohio or whatever. It was just a way to park me. And I believe that now because within the discovery there was a lot of, well, not a lot, but there were some indications that he would actively tell other people to lie to me or conceal things from me, and that he never loved me and I wasn't his type. That's in the discovery somewhere.
So, okay, so the government had evidence that even as late as 2007, he paid you a lot of money.
What was that? What was the money?
Like several millions and millions of dollars in 2007. $7.4 million.
What was that for? Was that the helicopter?
That's my question.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Okay.
So in 2007.
I think
in
that's probably the helicopter. That could have been the helicopter, the Sikorsky. Those big chunks like that.
I thought you just said you didn't know about the purchase of the helicopter.
Of receiving a check from him for $7 million. I just don't. But I would have to. I know I'm. So the answer to your question, to be precise,
it went into your pocket.
I would remember if it went. He never paid me for services that you just described. $7 million for any nefarious reason.
Yeah, I think I understand what you've said about being on the payroll and helping you with businesses and giving you a lot of life things along the way. You travel with him, you eat with him, but there is these massive amounts of money, one-time payments
you'd have to trace that, right? So I don't believe that came into my account or I had any control. I have no memory of that. I've no.
Well, but if there's records that show it coming into your account, it sounds like what you're saying is that, not putting aside you have no memory of that money being yours. Like that money is not somewhere.
No, I wouldn't be like, oh, yippee, let me go. I got $7 million. I'm going to go buy myself a yacht, or something else, or move it to some other. No, I don't think if you look, you'll have to check. But obviously you will. I don't think you'll find that money moving to any account other than mine, or it shouldn't show. I don't believe anyway. As far as I recollect, it wouldn't show me spending it.
Oh, now you don't have no recollection of this money.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
$7 million. You don't remember spending $7 million.
By anybody, even your lawyers at trial, that the money went in.
$7 million in when? What year?
Well, there's several years. In 2007.
And.
It's the 2002. There was $5 million that you were paid in 2002.
Oh, well, I'd have to. I don't remember. But okay, so there's another person, but it wouldn't have come from.
A motherfucker get paid $7 million and $5 million, and I don't remember. I wish I need some slip-up checks like that. I need a motherfucking slip-up check like that. I need a motherfucking $7 million that I just forgot about. I need a $5 million that I just forgot about. Just making it seem like I just don't recall any of this money. Fucking $7 million, you recall $7 million, motherfucker. You recall $7 million. Everybody recalls $7 million motherfucking dollars. You know, $5 million just in your account and you don't remember. When the last time you checked your account? Is that much money in your account that you don't remember getting paid $7 million? Now, all of a sudden, she don't remember the money. But she said she didn't have none of the money. Nobody, she wasn't in control of her money. Nancy, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't know. You remember.
Him later.
The biggest one was in 1999. There was over 18 million. 18.3 million.
18.3? Damn!
So what? But what you're saying, it sounds like, and then if you don't know, we can move on. But when we're talking about 18.3 million in '99, 5 million and 3 years later in 2002, 7.4 million in 2007, that money adds up to around $30 million. You were not paid that by Mr. Epstein, meaning that's not money you received for your benefit, even if it was put in your account.
I don't remember.
I don't believe any of that was my money. Now, I just, like I said, we did do these things with the cars. I don't know if any of that money, some of it, if it moves, some of that may have come from the car or a house that was sold that I had interest in with him. that's possible, but I don't think this money is mine.
But also, the record should reflect too that there were times Ghislaine's name was used. For example, Air Ghislaine. Her name was in the name of the entity. It had nothing to do with her. And if you pulled signatures, there's no.
What I'm trying to just make sure that I understand is that the idea that you were paid $30 million between 1999 and 2007 in order to, by Mr. Epstein, to reward you for recruiting young women.
Yeah,
that is,
absolutely.
You're saying that is categorically completely false.
That is categorically false, correct.
Drake.
So I want to we went through several individuals yesterday, and I want to go through just a couple of more names and ask if you know them, and if you do know them, how you know them. Do you know Elon Musk?
I do.
And how did you meet Mr. Musk?
I met him.
She know all the billionaires.
I don't remember the year, but it's going to be in 2010, 11, something like that, I think, if my memory serves. And I was at an event for Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, and Sergey had arranged it was for his birthday, and we were, a bunch of us, I don't even remember how many we were, but not many of us, maybe, if I say 40, I could be wrong. If it was 30 or 50, I don't remember, I'm sorry. Went to another friend's island,
How many people you know with islands? You went to somebody else's island?
And not with Epstein, he was not there.
Oh yeah, this is looking more and more damaging. This did not do them no justice. How many islands out there doing freaky shit?
Something like that in my memory. And Mr. Musk was present for that.
Oh, she must be talking about that Virgin Mobile dude. That Virgin Mobile dude he was the first one to do a Cribs Island thing. He got outside showers and shit. Outside bathtubs. Mariah Carey was there. That dude that owned Virgin Mobile.
I don't think I know him.
Aside from that time in around 2010 on the island of the Caribbean for a couple of days, do you know Mr. Musk beyond that time?
We met at, I was at the Oscars, and we met at the Oscars.
What year was that? Earlier or later?
2010, 2011.
I believe.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew Mr. Musk?
I believe they did. And the only reason I say it's not from my memory, but because I think I saw, my memory is that in Discovery, they were communicating on email.
So you have no...
So hold on. She says, I think they know each other, not from my memory, right? But then she uses her memory as to say, I think I seen an email that they were in contact with each other. Which one is it? You are using your memory to recollect how you know that they knew each other. So how the fuck is you saying it's not from your memory if you remember seeing a fucking email? That's why I say this shit is circle talk. She say, not from my memory, but let me use my memory. What the fuck? Is y'all hearing this how I'm hearing this? Is y'all hearing the same shit I'm hearing? She said, yes, I think they knew each other, not from my memory, because my memory is being recalled, or whatever the fuck she's saying, right? So she basically saying, someone else planting these memories in her fucking head or something? Like, these are your memories. You remember seeing the email, not from my memory though. Not from your memory, but from my memory.
Personal knowledge of that, just what you...
if I say 40, I could be wrong. If it was 30 or 50, I don't remember, I'm sorry. Went to another friend's island, somebody called Mr. Bigotzi in the Caribbean, and not with Epstein, he was not there, to celebrate Sergei's birthday. And we were there together for, I want to say 3 or 4 days.
You going to all these places without Epstein.
And, Mr. Musk.
You a call girl. You are a fucking call girl. You going on all these dates with all these fucking men to islands and shit like that. Epstein's not there. You are escort.
I don't know if I've ever met him. I know that he has a brother, and but I don't think I met him.
Aside from that time in around 2010,
you are a fucking escort.
For a couple of days. Did you?
She going to all these islands with guys and shit like that. Epstein never there.
I was at the Oscars, and we met at the Oscars.
What year was that? Earlier or later?
It was post that event, I believe.
Yeah, she's the madame. She go find out what type of girls they want and then come back and look for the girl for them. You right, Hummingbird.
But because
she was the matriarch. She went and found out what type of girl they want, and then she came back and found it for them or created it for them.
So you have no personal knowledge of that, just what you've seen from the press or from Discovery.
And I believe his brother as well, actually.
Excuse me?
Mr. Musk's brother as well. But like I said, my memory is not it's not as good as I would like it to be, and I just want to say that.
Do you mentioned, I think yesterday in passing, but not in passing, but
her memory is not as good as it used to be, yet earlier on in the conversation we heard her say, "Ooh, I can't wait to tell you this part," right? So how you remember, flying a Black Hawk, you remember that you're a banker, you remember that you drive submachine, you remember all of your accolades and everything that you want to tell them, but you don't remember how $18.1 million ended up in your account. You don't remember how $7 million ended up in your account. But for those things, your memory is not that good. But for other shit, ooh, you can't wait to tell him. This shit is bullshit. This is bullshit.
Part of another answer, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Cuomo?
Well, only because he was married to Carrie.
Yes, okay.
And I think I knew his brother as well. He has a brother, right? He's on TV. What's his name? Right. Christopher.
Yeah, you mean the former TV anchor, or
yes,
the TV anchor,
yes.
Chris Cuomo? Okay.
So, but I would say just socially, I'm not close friends or anything, but because I was friends with Carrie, and I met him a few times, and I've certainly met his brother as well a few times.
And the same question.
She was passed around. She had to be passed around. She know all these fucking guys. All these dudes.
Or Chris Cuomo or Miss Kennedy, your friend.
I don't think so.
And so you don't recall any of those 3 individuals like flying on Mr. Epstein's plane or visiting him in Palm Beach or at the island?
No.
I think you mentioned former Secretary of State John Kerry yesterday.
Yeah, she can't remember her lies.
Mr. Kerry or no?
I've met him, but I don't know if Mr. Epstein ever met him. I met him only, well, really, I can't probably characterize that meeting, but I was very, very involved in the ocean. The secretary that way through you wouldn't know who I am, I don't think.
Do you know former Senator Ted Kennedy?
Yes.
Yeah, she knows everybody. She knows everybody.
Life or through Mr. Epstein?
My life.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew Senator Kennedy?
I don't believe so.
And so for the folks we just talked about, so former Secretary of State John Kerry, Ted Kennedy, you don't know whether Mr. Epstein knew him, so I take that to mean you have no recollection of them flying on his planes or visiting him.
You know what? Why this information did not come out while Epstein was alive? Because if Epstein was alive, Epstein would say, she's lying. She knows all of those people. She introduced me to all of those people. She made the list. She set the flight logs. She set this shit up. She went and visit them. I didn't know shit. I'm pretty sure Epstein would say something like that if he was alive right now. I'm pretty sure the way she's naming these people, the way she's saying that she knows these people, she knew some of these people before Epstein, so on and so forth. The people that's on the list, Epstein don't even know. She know more about the people on the list than Epstein. She's like, I don't think Epstein knew them. I knew them. I knew them. I knew them. Bitch, you is incriminating yourself. You is the mastermind. You is the ringleader. You is the Black Hawk flyer. You the one that did all of this shit. You're the narcissistic person behind all of this shit. Epstein was the fall guy behind your fucking island plan, behind your fucking plan to sell women. You know, this shit all comes from her. She put the list together. She went out and met these guys on different islands, right, to find out what they wanted and how they wanted to. And then she fucking went back and she groomed the girl or whoever it is. And then she fucking reintroduced them later on. And then they gave her $5 million. Then they gave her $7 million, however many. This is the trading game that she was in. This is her. This is her. You can hear by the way she's they are both trying to narrate this conversation. He's trying to narrate her to say certain things, and she's only putting out the shit that she want out there. This is fucking bullshit. This is bullshit.
Bobby, the health.
Sorry, say that again about Bobby Kane.
Bobby knew Mr. Epstein.
How do you know that?
Because we went on a trip together. We went to dinosaur bone hunting.
Dinosaur bone hunting.
When was that? You know, approximately. I'm not looking for an exact date, but when was that?
That was early. That was in the early. Well, let me back up. I knew Bobby's wife, Mary, pretty well actually, and before he met her.
And just to help us, I know we're talking about.
So if she knew Bobby's wife, why Bobby's wife ain't go fucking exploring dinosaur bones with y'all? All the people who she keep on saying she was with and she want the islands and stuff with, the wives are never there. How are you taking trips with these men and their wives are never there? I knew his wife, so on and so forth. But you on an island with this dude together by yourself. All these trips that you taking with these people is by yourself, right? The wives are never there. Why are the wives never there? It's not making sense. None of the shit is making sense. Women don't trust other women around their men, especially billionaire men. Right? So women don't trust other women around their men. So how the fuck is she so trustworthy around all these other ladies' men? It's not making sense. They all involved. The wives was somebody that was groomed by somebody that groomed. She was created. When she was created, the wives is probably a part of the fucking sister club that she came from.
A wide span of time. When are you talking about that you knew Mr. Kennedy's wife before they were married? So when are we talking about the?
In 19. Let's get my head straight.
You see that? Did you see that? She almost told on herself. She almost told on herself. She almost told the time that she met Kennedy's wife. She almost told on herself of the years that how long she knew somebody's wife before, because they're all from the same circle. When all of these people bought their wives, they bought it from this same circle of fucking group. So the wives are more linked together than the men because all the wives come from a secret fucking, cult, covenant. All of them. That's why she say, I knew all the wives before I went out on to these islands with their men's. And yeah, because all of y'all came from the same fucking grooming circle.
Well, would this have been before you met Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Okay, so,
I met him before I met.
so we're talking about the
In the
1980s.
Oh, yes, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
The 80s.
Okay, so we're talking about the 1980s.
You see? Did you see how he reminded her what century it was? Like, she was about to say 1993 or something, right? And then she said, hold on, I can't get my head around it. Hold on. And then he said, we're talking about the 1980s. She says, oh, yeah. I almost forgot that we were talking about the 1980s. Yes, I knew the wives since the 80s. Shut the fuck. Who's telling your life story, him or you? How the fuck he know when you knew the wives? How he know that you knew the wives in 1980? She's supposed to be answering this shit right now, on the spot. You should know the answer before she know the answer. You shouldn't know that she's talking about the fucking 80s. She literally said 93. How the fuck did you correct her and say, you mean the 80s, right? Shut the fuck. Shut. You know what? The world is one big stage.
You don't know whether Mr. Epstein knew him, so I take that to mean you have no recollection of them flying on his planes or visiting him.
Bobby Kennedy knew him.
Look at how she's trying to make sure she say the right shit.
Sorry, say that again about Bobby Kennedy?
Bobby knew Mr. Epstein.
How do you know that?
Because we went on a trip together. We went to...
Look how she lying. Look, dinosaur bones. You just made up anything. You motherfuckers ain't searching for dinosaur bones. They boning you.
What was that?
That was early. That was in the early... Well,
when she say dinosaur bones, that's her way of saying she was fucking an older person. When she say she was hunting dinosaur bones, that means she was messing with an older person. That's what she mean when she say that. We was hunting dinosaur bones.
What are you?
Yeah,
What
okay.
are you talking about that you knew Mr. Kennedy's wife before they were married? So
I know code word. That's like saying counting dead presidents. She's saying she was boning old people.
Let's get my head straight.
Look, see, she said 19. Now watch he correct her and say, you mean the 80s.
Before you met Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Okay. So
I met him before I met.
So we're talking about the
1980s. Oh, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
The 80s.
Okay,
Now
so we're talking
listen,
about the 1980s.
listen. I want y'all to hear what she just said, right? That means she just told on herself, right? So she said this was the 80s, right? So she said she knew Bobby Kennedy's wife before she met Epstein, right? That means you were already in a elite society, because how the fuck did you meet? If your parents was poor, if your dad was so dirt poor, how the fuck did you meet all these elite people before you met Epstein? That means you were already in some type of circle before you got introduced to Epstein. So who the fuck paid you to go be with Epstein? Because that's what all these people are doing. So who from her original circle paid her to go be with Epstein for all of this shit to happen how it happened? Because she's saying she knew Bobby Kennedy's wife before she met Epstein. She met Epstein in the 90s. She knew Bobby Kennedy's wife in the 80s. So that means, okay, her dad is rich. So that means she was already part of a circle that was fucked over. Epstein got caught up in her bullshit. Do you not get what I'm saying? If she was meeting Bobby Kennedy's wife, if she was meeting all these elite people before Epstein, that means Epstein got caught up in her bullshit. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying. Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. She's putting everything on Epstein and making it seem like she got caught up in Epstein bullshit. No. Epstein got caught up in her bullshit. And because she knows more, she was able to close Epstein off, and now she can paint the story how she want to fucking paint the story, because he's not here to tell his story.
And then...
I was I had a very, very long-standing boyfriend, and his brother was dating Mary at the time, and we were all very good friends.
And then
Yes, he was just
Mr.
as messed up.
Epstein,
That's why they sent them after, because they knew.
Mr. Epstein meet Bobby Kennedy through you?
I don't think so, because Mr. Epstein, surprisingly, everyone says everything happened through me. That's just not true. I mean, I think yesterday I explained that he had friends from London, and those are they were what the people would call fancy. They were fancy people. But he had the same types of relationships before I met him in America. So when I met him, he was already, Wexner, and he had Henry, and he was, I don't know if then he was in the Council of Foreign Relations, but he was friends with Ace, and, he was...
Yeah, Robert Maxwell, that's what I'm
He
saying.
didn't meet me, and he was, Eva was, a major model, so he had all these modeling connections and friends in that business that long before I met him.
And so the trip that you went on with Mr. Epstein and Bobby Kennedy, was that in the 90s and 2000s?
I think it would have been in the...
Early 90s.
I want to say 93, 94.
Okay.
Well, shit, I thought I could answer the question since he motherfucking answering the questions for us. Shit, let me try.
A few years into your relationship, a few years into the time that you knew Mr. Epstein.
Yes. I don't want to hold myself to the dates because I really...
No, I'm not holding you to dates. I think I've said that a lot because I appreciate we're talking about the 80s and 90s and even the 2000s.
I don't have anything to review. So I haven't had any ability to, short of my legal material, obviously.
What do you need to review? This is your mind. Why would you need to review something?
To refresh.
What do you need a debriefing for?
Nothing to refresh my mind.
I understand that. Do you have any recollection of Mr. Kennedy, of there being anything inappropriate with Mr. Kennedy and masseuses or young women on the trip you just talked about?
I never saw anything inappropriate with Mr. Kennedy.
And do you know whether he ever got a massage?
Now, I want y'all to think about how she answered that question, right? She never said Mr. Kennedy never did anything inappropriate, right? She only said, I never saw anything inappropriate. Yeah, of course you never fucking saw it. If you send somebody in the room and close the fucking door, of course you can say you never saw it, right? But the real question is, do you know of any inappropriate acts? Right? That's the real question. Do you know, or to your recollection, do you know of any? Not did you see any, right? Because everybody always keep on using this plausible deniability, the fact that they turn their back, they turn a blind eye. This is another one of those questions where they use plausible deniability to turn a blind eye, right? That's why she answered the question with, I never saw it, right? She didn't say it never happened. She said, I never saw it, right? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Do you know of some fucked up, heinous shit going on? Yes or no? Don't tell us what you turned a blind eye to. Don't tell us I couldn't see what was going on behind that door, even though I heard screaming or noises. I can't really say definitively what was going on. Motherfucker. Stop playing with us. We is grown. We can deal with it. We is grown. Y'all better stop playing in our face. There's a lot of freaky shit going on in this world. And our kids is the victims.
From one of the masseuses, you know, either way.
I do not.
But not something you remember.
I mean, absolutely not. I mean, yesterday, if I didn't make it clear, I will reiterate it. I never, ever saw any man doing something inappropriate with a woman of any age. I never saw inappropriate about it. Now, I'm not.
See, look, every time that phone go off, it only tells me that someone's calling in telling them to either take a break, reword something, or saying that they're going too deep with something. Every time that fucking phone rings, it reminds me of like a Sean Atwood's type of production where they're fucking calling in the middle of it to say, hey, you saying too much. Hey, speak on the MK Ultra. Hey, focus on Diddy, right? That's what this shit reminds me of every time I hear that phone ring. Now, we just heard the phone ring again, right? Now, watch they end up going to commercial or taking a break or some shit like that.
I'm not going to say you hands or that to me is not inappropriate. Now, if somebody's inappropriate and mine may be different, but we're not talking about anything that's resembles the accusations that we're discussed here. So that would be a flat no to any man.
You know damn well you're supposed to have your phone ringer off if you're doing an interview. You're supposed to have the ringer to that phone off. That phone ringing is some type of code to change the conversation or some shit like that. Because if you're doing an interview, everybody's supposed to have their phones off. The casting crew, the news crew, hell, at McDonald's, they tell you to keep your phone in the locker if you work it. So how the fuck is this phone ringing so many times in the background and all of that shit? Something ain't right about that phone ringing. Something is not right about that phone ringing.
Did your or Mr. Epstein's relationship with Bobby Kennedy continue into the 2000s, as far as you know?
I would say yes. Well, mine, yes.
Yours, with you?
With me, for sure.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein and Mr. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, continue to have relationships into the 2000s?
I have no personal knowledge of that. I mean, because here's another thing is that everyone puts us together like a monolith. He literally had a separate life from me. I literally had a separate life from him. Now, did they say what? Of course they did. I'm not crazy, but he kept a lot to himself and he didn't like to share. He was not a sharer. Well, at least not with me.
Mr. Epstein didn't share, you're saying?
Not with me, no.
Did you, do you know somebody named Cheryl Mills? Who used to work in the White House as a lawyer?
Yeah.
How do you know Miss Mills?
I met Miss Mills through President Clinton.
And do you remember generally the time frame that you met her?
I did actually.
Did you see that? Did you see that? And this is the reason why we have no video of this. It's because you can literally hear his hand writing on a piece of fucking paper. You can hear him writing down on a piece of paper what he wants her to say or what he's not saying on the video. You can hear him. Every so often, you hear him scribbling across the paper. You hear him scribbling across the paper. He'll ask her something, and then he'll scribble some shit across the paper. That's why we don't have no video of this conversation, because it will be more telling. The world is one big stage. They're narrating this whole fucking thing for us. And it just so happens it's when Trump is making headway with Russia. Trump is sitting down trying to make peace with Russia, right? This goes to show you that even our elites don't want peace. Yes, America's going to sit here and say, Ukraine don't want peace. Europe don't want peace, right? But we ourselves, as an American, I'm talking to all you elites, all you higher ups, y'all don't want these other countries to be at peace. That's why y'all trying to stop Trump's efforts from peace. That's why y'all got so much shit coming out on him around this particular time. Impeachments, shit like that. What president didn't make an ass load of money after sitting in that seat? Look at Obama and them, right? So the shit that he's doing is the same shit the other president's been doing. The only thing is, y'all don't like it because he's an outside entity that came in and became a Republican. He wasn't always a Republican, right? So this is somebody who fucking worked their way up from the ground, and now he's sitting in the president's seat making the decisions that they didn't want to make America great. Yes, some of the shit that he's doing is unorthodox. The DC shit, the Chicago shit. But let's be honest, our cities are out fucking ran. These youngins, all they want to do is carry a switch and pew pew some shit and tell a story about how they ran down on the ops And all this bullshit. If y'all ain't gonna crack down in our fucking cities to make them safe, at least he's got the balls to crack down in our fucking cities and make them safe. It's not like the people in the cities are making them fucking safe. Chicago pride theirself on their ability to be ignorant. LA pride theirself on their fucking ability to be ignorant. New York pride theirself on their ability to be ignorant, to have no decorum, no decency, no respect. These cities need to be fucking controlled. And y'all mad because he got the balls to send somebody in there to keep our children safe, and we can't even keep our own children safe in our fucking cities. But y'all mad that somebody else want to step in for the safety of your fucking youth. You should be ashamed of yourself. All of us should go look in the mirror and say that we fucking failed. All of us should go look in the mirror and say we fucked up. He doing the shit that we not fucking doing. We not keeping our city safe. We not keeping our youth safe. But y'all mad at the person who actually wants peace and wants fucking safety in our cities. Make it make sense. Y'all got to do the shit that make fucking sense. Our youth is running around fucking killing each other just for a story to tell.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to...
No, you're trying to read what he's saying. That's what you're trying to do. You reading that paper.
Well, okay, I can't get it straight, but it's something you probably can... It's going to be in the early 2000s.
Okay.
So what I don't recall...
Like a badge of honor, yeah, fucking kids.
After President Clinton left office.
Oh, yes.
And so it was in the 2000s.
Definitely.
And how did you meet her? What were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Mills?
I went on a trip with the president to South America.
With which president?
Oh, sorry, President Clinton.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Okay, so you went on a trip to where?
Latin America.
And so Ms. Mills was on that trip?
She was.
And President Clinton was on that trip?
He was.
Who else was on that trip?
Monica was on that trip. Monica Lewinsky was on that trip, because we know Clinton liked to get head. So if you went on a trip with Clinton, who was sucking it? Who was sucking it? Huh? If you went on a trip with Bill Clinton, we know Bill Clinton smoked a little bit of marijuana, played a motherfucking saxophone, and liked to get head. We know that. So he wasn't playing the saxophone. Y'all wasn't smoking marijuana. So who was sucking a dick? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Work with President Clinton?
Yes.
And was Mr. Epstein?
Mm-hmm.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
Well, the president had his... I don't know.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. See, he said, what was the purpose of that trip? She said, the president had his dick out. That's what you meant to say. The president had his dick out. She talked about some, the president had, I don't know. I don't know the purpose of that trip. I forgot what the trip was about. Did I suck a dick on that trip? I can't remember. I don't remember. Shut up. All this fucking memory she got, but now she can't remember what the fuck the trip was about. You going on a trip with Bill Clinton. Bill fucking Clinton. Okay, first, you don't know what happened to the $18 million. You don't know how the $7 million got there. You don't know $5 million got here. You know what I'm saying? But now, you meeting elite people, and you can't even remember what the fuck you met them for. Why did they bring you on the trip? What was the trip about? I don't remember. What? How? How, Sway? How do you don't remember? Did he say, was it a business trip? You went to fucking Latin America. Your ass went to Rio de Janeiro, wherever the fuck you went. What was the trip about? What was y'all celebrating something? Huh? Did he get engaged? Was it a party? I don't remember. Shut up.
I can't even remember all the presidents and...
Was this part of President Clinton's work after he left office with his foundation? Or was a meeting,
I don't
like,
think the
was it
foundation
something
was
for
like,
him?
when
Or
did
was it?
that, I don't remember when Clinton Global Initiative started. So if you give me that date, I can tell you if it was pre or post. Because without that, I can't pin the reason.
Do you remember what it was for or not?
No, I don't recall. I mean,
Yeah, that's don't overthink or underthink the reason for my questions. I don't have any idea why you went on that trip. So
Okay,
I don't know an answer that I'm keeping.
no, I'm just trying to be as accurate.
Do you see? Do you see what he just did? Do you see what he just did? He just gave her justifications behind her actions, right? She was going to respond and answer why she was on a trip, and he was like, no, I don't know why you were on a trip. What the fuck is the question about then? Why was she on these trips with these elite people? This is like Superhead. They like, man, you want some extra release? We gonna get Maxwell over here. So what the fuck was she on a trip for if she wasn't providing women or something? This sound like another Jaguar Wright story. This sound like another Jaguar Wright story. You ain't in the industry. How the fuck is you on yachts with DJ Khaled? How do you know where Jay-Z put his 15 illegitimate kids? How do you know that Brian McKnight cheated on his wife? How the fuck do you know so much about shit, but then act like you don't know nothing about shit? You the matriarch. You the person that's providing the entertainment. You the person that's bringing all the fucking women. That's why you're there. You don't want to say that because then you'll incriminate yourself. It's the same way I signed the NDA, and this NDA I signed could lead to incriminating stuff, right? Meaning I signed the NDA to bring the girls and the entertainment, but whatever they did with the girls, I didn't see any of that. I just signed up to bring the girls and, to the girls that were doing the massage, and I made the list for them. But the stuff that they did behind closed doors, I didn't see any of that. Shut the fuck. Listen, I know a trick when I see a trick. This a trick. And I don't mean that in no nice way. This is a trick.
Possible and give you.
And I'm not talking about no silly rabbit tricks or for kids type shit.
Do you remember why you were invited to go? Like, were you friends with somebody? What was your role going on that trip?
I didn't have a role.
So, do you remember why? Do you remember who invited you to go?
So you didn't have a role. You didn't go with a boyfriend. You didn't go with a significant other, but you didn't have a role on this trip. How the fuck did you make the list for this trip? How? How did you get to go on a trip with Clinton? Because safety, everybody's got to make sure that safety protocols is in call when you're dealing with these elites. So how did somebody just end up on a trip but didn't have a role? Didn't have any specific reason for being there. She just ended up there. How? How the fuck do you just end up on a yacht with a bunch of, man, I'm about to just start walking in parties. How did you get here? I don't know. Did you come in the back door? I don't know. I'm about to just go start crashing elite parties and shit. Just pop up. Either they gonna let you in or no. It's the Nick Cannon effect. Just pop up at the club even though you're not supposed to be there.
Probably Doug Band.
And how did you know Doug?
Because Doug and Logan back with Philip Levine.
Who is Philip Levine? Is that Adam Levine's father?
Who?
Who's Philip Levine?
I don't know. I mean, nothing. I don't think there was any relationship other than I helped. Well, without me, I don't think there would have been those flights because I was the one who asked Epstein to provide the plane before. Well, certainly I remember the one to.
Do you see? Do you see she just told on herself? Do y'all not see she just told on herself? She said, without me, I don't think Epstein would have prepared those flights or whatever, or had those flights. She said, I'm the one who asked Epstein to provide these flights. So whatever flight list was made, she made it. Whoever was on the list, she made it. She just fucked up and told on herself. She said, I don't think Epstein would have provided those flights. I'm the one who told him to provide these flights. So you the one that put these flight logs together because you're the fucking idea, the mastermind behind the flights. Ooh. Ooh, she telling.
To Africa, of course, that big trip. And I thought it was an honor and a privilege to be part of something so amazing and to have an opportunity to spend time with a man that I found truly extraordinary. And I please, I don't mean it in any other way other than that he's a former fantastic ex-president.
So I was asking around the question, but I was asking, like, were you basically asked to go because you were kind of responsible for the plane? Not responsible is the wrong word. They used you. They were able to use you to make sure that they could. You helped them get Mr. Epstein's plane for the trip.
No, I don't even know if when I was on that. In fact, I think that trip, I'm not even sure that Epstein had met the president.
Okay.
I think this is, if I'm right, and I think I am, I think that trip happened when Epstein and Clinton had never even, not that they'd never met because Epstein had gone to the White House, but they had not met. I'd never asked Epstein for the plane then because they'd never met and it would be weird. But they met because of me and the plane was because of me. But that trip was the first, I think, the first trip I took with the ex-president. And I don't believe Epstein and he had met. And
so the first trip she took with the ex-president, Epstein didn't meet. The plane was her idea, right? Every other trip after that was her putting together, right? Her name is on every flight log. Hell, she just told on herself that she was using the plane and Epstein wasn't even on there for some of these trips, right? The person that's asking her the questions just told too, right? They said that is the reason why you were there was to secure the plane, basically. Saying that you were the person that secured the plane, but you already know Epstein is not there for any of these trips. So she's the person that's using the plane for half of these trips and all of that. And that's probably why Epstein's not here no more, because Epstein probably said, fuck it, I'm telling. As soon as Epstein said he was telling on her, nope, you gotta go, right? Because this was always bigger than Epstein. This was way bigger than Epstein. You mean to tell me that you were using Epstein's plane? And the dude really just told on himself because he said, was they using you to secure Epstein's plane? What, huh? So they were using her to get the flights on Epstein's plane? So Epstein wasn't in charge of the flights. It was because of her. She put together the flight logs. She put together who was coming and who was going. She just said Epstein didn't even, man, this shit is so telling. Y'all better wake up.
We're talking a time period when I was trying to leave, not very successfully, obviously, but I was branching out on my own and being more independent of Mr. Epstein and trying to, I don't know, kinds of businesses that I was into. I was trying to start the first telehealth medicine with the Cleveland Clinic. I mean, I'm not going to bore you because I don't think that's what you guys are interested in, but those were the sorts of things that I was looking for him to finance so that I could stop being, general manager of a hotel.
Did you,
yeah, of course you would need a hotel. You need a room for all of your girls.
Some or all of those individuals kind of without Mr. Epstein in later years? Like you said, that was the first time that you kind of been on something like that, and it was an honor, and you were spending time with former President Clinton and others. Were there other, over the years, did you do that more than once?
Yes.
We'll talk about those. Like multiple times, like too many to count, or there 3 or 4 times, like how many times?
A lot. I went on a lot of trips. Now, I don't recall all of them, not because I'm trying to be evasive or anything, but I just don't remember them all, and after a while, you know, in the incredible job that you have, all of you, that when you're so high pressured and you're...
She's lying. She's lying. She's lying. That's why she went with the flattering. That's why she stroked their ego, right? Because I'm not being evasive when I say I don't remember. But you just said that you went on many trips without Epstein. Now, I'm not trying to be evasive. And, you know, as you can recall, in your line of work, you know how busy you are, and you guys are probably working vigorously. I mean, look at you. I mean, look at your muscles. I can tell that you work out. Man, get the fuck out of here. Answer the question, lady. Don't sit here and try to flatter and do all of this weird shit.
Spending so much time with extraordinary people like you do with...
This is the art of seduction.
It can blur. It just does. And there's few things that stand out because at the end it's all just extraordinary. There's cars and sirens and president. It's like, well, okay.
So
look, she just trying to flirt with him. It can be also exciting, exhilarating. So I know how working for the elites is. Is it not? Is it not a? She's still getting a thrill from the attention that she's getting from this interview.
Sorry, and your
my employer.
Yes. So just to describe what you were doing with.
She's getting a thrill from this.
So when I say those individuals, I'm talking about former President Clinton, Doug.
Other folks that work with him. Yes, there were loads of them, and all of them. You know the team. I don't need to give you all the names. You have them at your fingertips, and I can confirm. If you give me names, I'll say yes, because they're not all going to pop into my head. So,
right.
Okay. So I started spending a lot of time. I don't want to characterize that, but I started to spend time with the former president and with Doug and his team, and I had no purpose really, other than I had.
See?
I obviously offered something.
See? I had no purpose really. I obviously offered some. I have something. Yeah, the pussy. This is what I'm saying. Like, every time she gets to a point where she's going to incriminate herself or tell on herself, this is when you get those. Because when she's she's thinking of something to say. If we had the camera on her, I bet you her eyes is looking up to the left so many times in this conversation. 9 times out of 10, when somebody's lying to you, their eyes will look over to the left because your eyes tell on you. When you're looking to the left, this is where you're trying to create the lie at. This is where you're trying to reach up and create this lie, right? So I'm pretty sure if we had the camera on her, everything would be telling. And that's not even including whoever the fuck is writing something on a pencil. Got the paper in there writing something down for her to look at what they're saying. And that's why she's having such a hard time actually answering stuff, is because she's reading a question and answering a question at the same time. So this is where you get those awkward pauses after you hear the writing on the paper, because she's trying to read what they got on the paper and also answer whatever question it was and stay out of whatever they're telling her on the paper or work around whatever they're telling her on that paper. This is choreographed. The world is one big fucking stage. This is all choreographed.
I don't know, ideas of, I don't know. Anyway, and he started to travel. I don't remember if the first trip was Africa or how it went, but at some point, I think there was actually 2 trips, but I'm not sure. So there was to Europe and then to Africa. I think maybe it was all one trip. And at some point, Mr. Epstein said he didn't want to go on the trip, and he was going somewhere else, and he just left. And I was like, well, okay. And so I ended up doing the whole trip without Mr. Epstein or his plane.
And when you were traveling with them...
Hold on. Let me see. Let me check something. I don't know. This might be old, because this one might be old. not this conversation, but the one I'm trying to look up real quick.
But I've got no justice for New Jersey. So if you want to postpone this and address my New Jersey concerns about the resources we are not getting, and I know you would do that with me in good faith.
Accuse the president
I will be
of
happy
obstructing
at our next
justice
meeting. But
and
right now, I am
hiding
sticking with my amendment.
critical information
It'd be faster to address your concerns
tied
for New
to
Jersey
the
if you'd ask me to help you with
scandal.
the administration to get something done so you can get your money.
Sir, I've got no I'm not from you.
Then if you
All right, we might have to check that out later.
Want to go on the trip, and he was going somewhere else, and he just left. And I was like, well, okay. And so I ended up doing the whole trip without Mr. Epstein or his plane.
And when you were traveling with them, what were the purposes of the trips? Like, is this one?
I think these were all, I think actually it was the AIDS was one of the primary ones for his AIDS foundation when he was working to do that. And there were always a humanitarian side to the trips. And we went to Egypt, and there was, oh, yeah.
So it sounds like you're describing one trip with lots of
It
stops.
could be, but I have a feeling that I went on other trips, but I can't remember.
When you went on
I
these,
went to London.
went to London, okay.
I don't know if that's the same trip.
When you went on these trips, were you always on Mr. Epstein's plane, or
No.
did you sometimes accompany them on a different plane?
Correct, yes.
How many were on Mr. Epstein's plane? Again, I'm not holding you exact, but
That was packed. Because there was a lot of Secret Service, it took all the Secret Service as well. So it was whatever the detail is for Secret Service, there's a lot.
And on how many occasions, besides the trip you just described, were there other times when they used when President Clinton and the folks he was with used Mr. Epstein's plane?
I think there was twice, maybe, there was that, but it will reflect on the logs. There won't be anything that's not on the logs that you have already. So.
Were you, by the way, responsible for the logs in any way? Like, you've seen the logs and they're public and you had them in Discovery, but over the years when you were working with or for Mr. Epstein, did you have access to the logs?
No, never. The pilots, the logbook was their personal logbook. I never even saw them had it, I never saw them fill it in. And then there was a second set of logs, the flight manifests. And I never saw those either. I was never allowed, I suppose. Because
You said, please leave this live on. Yo, you know, how long we been live for? 281 minutes?
Mr. Epstein.
What's the breakdown of that? 5 hours, 6 hours? Damn.
Different from what you just described, so different than being with him with respect to his foundation or something like this.
I would say no.
When's the last time?
Hey, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the page. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the page. There is ways you can donate. There is ways you can help, but
It was late 2000 and I don't know, 16, 17, 8, something. It was in Los Angeles.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I didn't. He was hosting something, or he was at an event, and I was in LA, and I had dinner with him.
Did you ever meet Secretary Clinton, Hillary Clinton?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
I want to say Again, please don't hold me to it, but I want to say it was on a flight that came from the island, not from the island, from the Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard back to New York, is what I think. I might be wrong.
Okay, so an East Coast island like Nantucket or something like this.
The ex-president never came to the island.
And is that the only time that you met Hillary Clinton?
No. I went to the house in Chappaqua a few times.
And why did you go to the house?
I was invited.
Just to see President Clinton or Hillary Clinton or both, or?
Yeah, I mean, as a friend, not for. I don't remember any reason. Either was somehow I communicated that was driving back past Chappaqua if they were home and stuff. And I know it sounds a little flippant, but it could have been even something as.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew or had any sort of business dealings or associated with Hillary Clinton?
I would say no.
Did you ever see them together?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein ever did any business transactions with the Clintons?
I'm not sure I'm not sure how to quite, I don't know the answer to that strictly, because I was part of the beginning process of the Clinton Global Initiative, and that was something that I helped with, and that was me, and Epstein may have helped me help them, and in that context he may well have involved himself, but only in the context of something that I was trying to do.
So when you say involve himself, meaning like give money to the Clinton Global Initiative or something like this?
Well, so there's that. I think he did do that, and that I believe the money that he may have given could have been independent of me, but I think it's just easier if I just tell you how it happened, rather than, because otherwise it sounds all odd and funky. I went to Davos with the former president, and have you been to Davos?
In what?
Have you been to Davos?
I have not.
Okay, well you know what it is, right? Okay, so, and I thought that the former president should have his own Davos, because it would be, and it turned out that they had been thinking about it anyway, and so we were talking about it, and it's a very heavy lift to get something like that to go, and I was friendly with one of the people who had, I don't know if he was at the beginning of Davos, but he was running Davos. It was just, I don't know how to describe his actual role at Davos, and I had conversations with him about what did he think, just because I was having dinner with him, about if Clinton could get something like that to go, what was his thoughts? And he was very, very enthusiastic. I mean, he was like, that's just an incredible idea. So I put them together.
What's that person's name? Do you know?
I knew you were going to ask.
Okay. You said, I didn't know if you knew if you remember his name.
I do, but I just
can't remember his name. Okay.
It will come to me. It may come to me tomorrow, but eventually these things surface. Like in the middle of the night, I was scribbling names that I couldn't remember from yesterday.
Okay.
But his name will come to me, and if not, we can find it.
So you, just still staying on your relationship with, your association with the Clintons. You were part of the ramp up or the startup of the Clinton Global Initiative and helping them and supporting that effort.
I would say very, very central to that, yes.
And Mr. Epstein, was he part of the work around that or just in support of you?
He supported me to help them, but then I think he may have tried to use that to insert himself in some way. That would not have surprised me at all. And I know that he was annoying, and sometimes I could catch to him on the phone, and he wouldn't always agree with what I wanted to do. And I was like, it's not your idea. I don't really care what you think. But that didn't go over so well.
And
I just want to say it wasn't my idea for his CGI.
it wasn't, say it again?
It's not my idea. They had that idea before. I just helped bring key personnel.
So you're saying the idea of President Clinton kind of having his own
I'm not owning it. I didn't. That's not.
Understood.
Okay.
No,
I don't want to. I'm trying to elevate myself in any form of importance here.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Did you go to Davos with President Clinton more than once or just once?
I can't remember. Once for sure, and I think maybe twice, but I don't remember.
And you're not, I think you said you're not aware of President Clinton ever going to the island.
He absolutely never went, and I can be sure of that because there's no way he would have gone. I don't believe there's any way that he would have gone to the island had I not been there, because I don't believe he had an independent.
Now, if that's not telling right there, that means she knows about every individual coming and going from the island. She's saying that there's no possible way Clinton could have been there without her being there. Why? Because she's the one that's in charge of the flight logs. She's the one that's making the logs of who's coming in and coming out. Nobody comes or goes on that island without her knowing about it. That's basically what she's saying. They asked her specifically, is there any chance that Clinton could have been there without you being there? No, I'm sure of that. All the fucking recollection that she keep on saying that she can't remember, my memory's not that good, but now your memory's that good to know that Clinton wasn't never out there. Your memory's good enough to know that shit. She's the island fucking gatekeeper. She's the gatekeeper of the island. She knows that her, man, listen, this is telling.
Friendship, if you will, with Epstein. Did he speak? Did he go? Yes, but that's very different from going to spend time on night. And plus, the story as told, it's so patently absurd that I flew him in the helicopter. I am a helicopter pilot, that is true. But the notion of me flying an ex-president on a machine, that would terrify me. I would never even take that responsibility. Can you imagine? Yeah, no, I'm not. No.
Did you ever go with President Clinton to any of Mr. Epstein's properties? So like out of New Mexico, Palm Beach, or in New York?
I have no memory of him in any of those places.
When you were in London with President Clinton, did you ever go to your flat with him?
I don't think he did. I don't think so, because it's like he wouldn't even be able to carry on a secret service with him. I don't think so. No.
Do you know? We talked a little about the Duchess of York, about Sarah Ferguson yesterday. When's the last time you saw her? Like, were you with her, hang out with her, socializing with her in the 90s, 2000s, both?
She's I don't know if she liked me very much. I think my friendship with her ex-husband, well, sometimes she really did like me, and sometimes she didn't. So maybe a frenemy? I don't know. It was always friendly when we were together, but I think that there was some latent hostility. And
is that something you've heard since everything came out, or along the way you felt that way?
No, that's how I felt. That is a characterization of myself. That's how I felt about her. I was always friendly with her. I mean, I've seen her many times, and she's also super close with other people that we're very good friends with in England. I think that she liked Mr. Epstein.
Why do you think that?
like female intuition.
Discovery.
Oh, I don't remember it. Well, okay, I don't. It's possible that there's things. Well, I know it's not possible. I know that there is discovery, but I don't recall. But I think she had a thing for him.
Did there's some actors or some folks from Hollywood that I want to ask you about, just to understand whether you knew them or Mr. Epstein knew them. Chris Tucker?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Tucker?
I think only from that flight to Africa, but I do think that it met.
You say that flight to Africa, the one we were just talking about?
Yes.
With President Clinton? So,
yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
go ahead. Yep.
But I also think that they.
How many men was on there? Chris Tucker, Clinton.
Or I have a memory of him. Maybe in the late.
No wonder why fucking Michael Jackson called Chris Chris Tucker
Do you know Mr.
Christmas.
Tucker besides that flight?
No.
And do you know whether when you say you think that they kept in touch, you mean you think that Mr. Epstein and Mr. Tucker?
They may have. I didn't, but he might have. I'm not sure.
Kevin Spacey?
I know him also from that same flight.
And aside from that flight, you know.
Wait a minute. Wait one freaking minute. You know all these people from a flight with Bill Clinton. You don't know what you was actually on that flight for. You didn't have a specific role, but all of these people was on this flight. Epstein was not there. In fact, you said this flight took place before you met Epstein. So whatever fucking plan that y'all came up with on this flight, is that why you want and purchased this plane? Because she said that the plane was actually purchased in her name, but she's saying she don't know about the plane. But this particular trip that she's talking about with Chris and Chris Tucker and Bill Clinton, this was before she met Epstein. Was this telling them that her job was to get with Epstein and make him buy this? Was this when everything got set up right here? Is this the trip that got everything set up? Man, this is some weird shit.
From any other one?
No.
Naomi Campbell?
Yes, I do know Naomi. And I knew her before I met Mr. Epstein and Mr. former President Clinton.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein separately knew Ms. Campbell?
I think he probably met her through me. That, I imagine.
And so, for those three, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Spacey, and Ms. Campbell, did they ever travel to any of Mr. Epstein's properties, the island or New Mexico?
Not Mr. Tucker, well, not to my knowledge, Mr. Tucker or Mr. Spacey. Naomi Campbell may have.
To where?
She may have gone, well, I believe she visited him in Palm Beach, and I believe she may have gone to the island, and she may have gone to see his house in New York, whether she went to New Mexico or Paris as well, maybe. They were friends, or friendly.
Were you, what you just said she may have, were you on those trips?
I don't have any independent memory of that, so I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Do you know?
Her relationship, her friendship, making me use your word. her friendship, whatever, with Mr. Epstein was independent of me.
Okay, but you also had a separate friendship with her.
I did.
Before you met Mr. Epstein.
I did.
Okay. Larry Summers, the former Secretary of the Treasury, did you know that person?
I did, yes.
How?
I met Mr. Summers through Mr. Epstein.
And the same question, just generally time period, are you talking about early 2000s, 90s, and after that?
I honestly really don't know. I did want to say something I forgot, that there was yesterday, you asked me about Mr. Epstein's properties. He had a rental in Boston as well, but not for very long, but it was another place that I had to put together, and I only went with him once, and he would go there independently of me. No, I would not go with him.
Was that in the 90s?
I think it was, yes.
Mr. Summers, do you know what his relationship was with Mr. Epstein, business, personal, both, or don't you know?
I think he spoke to Miss Epstein about business a lot, but I think they were friends and friendly.
Do you know whether Mr. Summers ever traveled on Mr. Epstein's planes to any of the properties that Mr. Epstein owned?
He may have, but I don't think if he did, I was on any of the flights. I mean, there's another issue. I traveled so much that the flights just blur.
Understand.
Yeah, the people just blurred too.
I don't think he knew him. I did, but I don't think he did.
The flight just blurred.
I was friends with his kids.
Which kids?
John and I can't think of his other child. I can't think. I've lost his name.
Howard Fanning.
Who?
Howard Fanning.
I met him, but just socially, and he may not remember that even if I went there. I was excited to meet him.
When would you have met him?
If I met him, I think it was either at an event or at his kids'. They wouldn't have been at his house. An event, I think actually no, in the Hamptons I met him. He was staying at somebody's house, if my memory serves.
And what was your relationship? How did you know his kids?
I was out and about in New York a lot.
So just socially?
Just socially, yes. And yeah, just socially, I think.
Do you know whether Mr. Soros or his kids ever traveled on Mr. Epstein's planes?
I don't think so.
And ever visit either the island or New Mexico or
no, I don't think
Paris? So. No. So we tried to identify names that have come up either publicly or in other lawsuits. Are there any names that come to mind that we haven't? We've talked about a lot of names. There's some folks that you think we've forgotten to ask you about.
Well, you asked me about names, and I have some names, and I just want to give you some context for the names
sure.
as well. So we talked about Elizabeth Johnson yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
She had a boyfriend, and he was Frederick Fakai, the hairdresser, and he and Epstein were friendly, very friendly.
And then what time period are you talking about?
Well,
like 90s or 2000s or both?
I think the 2000s actually for that. You can date that because you're from when I think he probably knew Frederick before he dated Elizabeth, but
And when you said they were very friendly, did they travel together?
I don't know if they traveled together, but Epstein didn't go out very much. Or, I mean, he did go out, but not. And sometimes if he did, I think he would go out and maybe see Frederick. And then there was, he had a bunch of guys that I would know that he would see or meet, but he really, I guess now not so. He had these friends, I don't know, but.
Okay, what other names?
Okay, so Henry Jarecki, who had an island near his. Henry was a financier. He was the guy who cornered the silver market back in the day.
He had an island in the Caribbean near
in the British Virgin Islands.
Okay.
And there was Branston's Island there. Now I know that there's an allegation that they met. So I think I remember that I went to Richard Branson's Island with Mr. Epstein, and maybe he went another time, but I wouldn't characterize Richard Branson and him as friends, but he did go, and I think I went with him.
Do you know whether Mr. Branson ever came to Mr. Epstein's island?
If he did, I was not there.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, but it's possible. So
Understood.
I wanted to.
Who else?
Marvin Minsky. He had a group of scientists that he was very, very friendly with, all centered around Harvard. So I remember him, Martin Novak, who's a mathematician, Stephen Jay Gould. I don't know if Stephen Jay Gould came through the Harvard angle, but I know that there was Epstein would have dinners at a house that I was tasked to organize, and the scientists were a very major component of that. But they weren't social dinners as much as they were scientific. He would discuss. But if you were in the area of brain cognition, or he would invite them to the house, and they would come, all of them. Or any name you can name, it would be there.
So let's talk about that relation, those associations, relationships he had with the mathematicians, and with Harvard, and I think with MIT to some extent as well.
MIT too.
What, from what you observed, what's the reason behind him having developing those ties with Harvard, with MIT, and with certain professors and others associated with those institutions?
He really was profoundly interested in that area of science, and in the brain, and in, I mean, if you were in Stephen Jay Gould, or the major scientist on happiness, I mean, it came, I believe, from a genuine area of interest, not from anything.
And how did he become friends with them? How was he able to spend time with them? Meaning, did he donate to the university, and then they were kind of, it was mandatory fun for them, or did he have relations with them where he would,
I don't know
host them, or
I don't know
what?
if the chicken or the egg came first.
Okay.
But when I met him first, I mean, he was already doing a lot of this stuff. This is not, I've read, so this is why I'm saying this. I was not responsible for this area of interest. I mean, I certainly, sorry, just to bounce a second before it slips my mind and I leave something out. There was an institute in New Mexico called, anyone? The Institute of, it's very famous. We're not talking about Alamos. Anyway, all right, there's a very famous institute in New Mexico. You can look it up. It'll come to you the minute you put it in your computer. And there had some of the biggest brains ever. That relationship came through me. So that's me. And that is because my father was one of the major scientific, my family fortune, when I had one, came from scientific publishing. And when it started from the thing that you were asking me yesterday, my father was in the Second World War, I told you, and he won the Military Cross, and then he actually was part of intelligence back in the war, and his job was to interrogate German scientists and prisoners of war. And then that parlayed into business with Springer Verlag, and then into Pergamon Press, which was the scientific journals business. And he had an interest, he believed that its knowledge is what would prevent war, and the biggest scientific discoveries, well, not all of them, but many of them coming from the Eastern Bloc. And that's how we have the relationship with Santa Fe Institute, and Murray Gell-Mann specifically. And I introduced Epstein to Murray Gell-Mann. Sorry.
This is the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes, thank you. And Murray Gell-Mann was there, and Murray Gell-Mann and Epstein got along very, very well. And he was a man of the block.
So do you know whether, so while when you meet Mr. Epstein in the early 90s, continuing on, so not what he had done before, why do you think, from what you saw or what you heard, he had the relationship, or wanted to have the relationships that he had with Harvard and with MIT?
So I think that may have come with Wexner. I'm not sure, but that's something that I think that Wexner maybe had a relationship with Harvard, and that he used that relationship to, I believe he funded a lot. And if he didn't, that his clients, of which Wexner obviously was one, would fund, and he would then arrange the fund or organize the fund or.
We'll take a break in a minute, but just to kind of set us up for what we're going to talk about next.
Set us up for what we're going to talk about next.
Yesterday morning.
Yeah, set us up for what we're going to talk about next. Set it up.
How he had money. Did he seem to live beyond his means as far as he was making? So, did you ever get the sense while you were with him that it was suspicious or curious how he was able to have the funds to, buy, 2 planes, an island, New Mexico, the ranch, almost unlimited funds?
You said it perfectly. That was astonishing, but I didn't have any reason to believe that it came from anything nefarious. I saw him work, and I never saw him really do anything other than be on the phone. There's that. And he had a lot of meetings, but he had a lot of accounts, and he dealt with pretty much every financier that you could care to mention. And if I could have access to the names, I'd be able to tell you which ones I just don't remember them all. But in every bank, Goldman, Lehman, all of them, to my mind anyway. And most of the major businessmen that I thought, he was in the Council of Foreign Relations. So you had access, that's an extraordinary list of people, it just is. And then you asked me about his life, so I thought about it last night, how to try and explain what it was, and I think the best thing is to focus only on Wexner's business. So I was present for some of their meetings in some of their business, and I listened. And so things that I personally recollect, and I know I heard, was that he would, when I told you yesterday, I think that he would, no detail was too small, so he would do the contracts with the staff, I think, and I saw that myself. And he also organized all the trusts for all the children. So if Wexner had kids, and he did have children, so every time there was a child, he would create a trust for that child. And these were complex financial structures that would contain stocks of the various businesses. He restructured, when I was there, Wexner's business in its entirety, as I recollect. And then not only that, but there were business interests. So Wexner owned or built or designed, or I don't quite know how to characterize it, but New Albany, which is a center outside of Ohio, Columbus, Ohio specifically. And he built, I remember this conversation, he built himself a very large house, like truly enormous, and it's one of the biggest private homes I've ever been to. And he built all the houses around him, and I'm like, so random, why would you do that? And he said to me, well, because I want to make sure that the people around me are my friends, I want my friends around me and my neighbors. And I was like, well, whatever, okay. I've been around enormous wealth my whole life, and I've at some point I'm just like, okay, whatever, I get it. And so that's what he did. But Epstein ran New Albany, which included a country club and a golf club and I mean, gosh, your boss is one of the all-time great, businessmen in this area. You know what that is, and he certainly does. So there'd be that, and there was a business that Epstein, well, he told me he owned it. I can't say that for sure, because I don't know, but it's a sports thing. Riddell, is that a business? Riddell's? I thought about it last night. It's red, and it had hats, helmets. Riddell's? Riddell. Yeah, Riddell's.
Okay.
Now, how he owned that, well, he told me he owned it, but how he owned that, but that was before I think I came in and he had it, or he said he did. And he had other businesses. I know this notion that he did nothing and he just was a grifter and whatnot. Okay, I'm not going to say that's not true, but it's not what I saw and it's not what I believe is true. Not because it couldn't have been that he didn't grift or whatever the word is of people, but I saw what I thought looked like real work.
Well, why don't we take a break?
Thank you. All right, the time is now 10:35, and we'll take a break. We are resuming from break. The time is 10:49 on Friday, July 25th.
All right. So we've talked around this issue, but talked about it a little bit. I want to spend the next hour or so, or however long it takes. I want to focus kind of exclusively on Epstein and like his criminal conduct with respect to women. You said yesterday a couple times that like you now kind of recognize or think that there was things that he did that you didn't know about and that he kept from you or that you didn't see. What did you see? So you said yesterday, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but at some point he was getting massages 7 days a week, sometimes multiple massages a day. Women have said that were there, that say that were there giving him massages, said that those included some sort of sexual conduct, however you define that in the broadest sense, not just a traditional massage regularly. So what did you see and hear at the time? And then I think, aside from what you saw and heard at the time, now that you've been through what you've been through and heard people say what they've said and read what they've read, where does that leave you in your mind with what happened?
Okay, so I saw Epstein with women. What I mean by that is he would have women around him, or women on the plane, or women in his house, or that's how I'm explaining that. Those women were very interested. What my characterization of the relationships between all women that I saw with him and him was characterized by, their interest in him as I would see it. And by that I mean, I never saw anybody who didn't want to be with him, and be with him maybe socially or whatever. I never saw anybody not under any form of duress in any type of situation where they were, as I would characterize it, looking uncomfortable or in any way distressed. In the entire time I was with him, or traveled with him, I never saw that. So anytime I saw anybody with him, they were happy to be with him. He would ask people all the time, whoever you were, to massage his feet. It just was, he'd be sitting there and he'd have somebody massage his feet or squeeze his shoulders, or I saw that a lot. It was an ubiquitous interaction, if you will. So I did see that. I saw physicality, but not anything that was I don't know how to characterize it, anything that looked aggressive, I suppose, to define that. So I never saw an aggressive move. I never saw anything that was
non-consensual.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I never saw anything that was non-consensual.
Oh
So
my goodness. So pretty much they put this shit together. That's what this is telling me. This shit is put together. This is put together. That's why everything is like, all right, we're gonna debrief you for the next meeting. We're gonna debrief you for the next one. We're gonna get ready for the next one. We're gonna make sure we debrief you for the next meeting. And this is bullshit. I ain't never seen so many Mickey Flicky debriefings in my life. Just debriefing for everything. We're gonna debrief you. We're gonna debrief you. We're gonna debrief you. Again? So many debriefings.
Well, maybe they didn't. I never saw anything that looked like they didn't like the hug or.
Yeah, that's coaching. We're gonna coach you for the next conversation.
Anything that was
We're gonna tell you what we want you to address.
Did you see him either receiving or participating in sexual conduct during massages? Understanding you never saw something non-consensual. Did you see him engage in sexual conduct during massages?
Well, you could define sexual conduct as in, I did see women who could have been, less than normally clad for massage, but especially on the island where they would be in a bikini or possibly even topless. Yeah, I did see that. So you would.
But what about yes, I agree, that's one area, so women who were either not clothed or topless with just the bottom on. But beyond that, did you see as part of that him touching them? And again, I'm not talking about consent or not consent or age or, I'm saying there's multiple, dozens and dozens of women who have said that they engaged in sexual contact, and I agree there's a broad range of how that can be defined, but defining it in the broadest of terms.
Being physical, I did see that, but nothing that was not consensual. And to address the issue of the large number of women who today say that he was non-consensual or coercive with them, I'm not sure. In my mind, I sort of have to characterize the two distinct areas. There's one where is the women who are not of age, therefore anything with them is immediately unconsensual.
Correct.
So let's start. I don't want to define anyone who's underage versus anybody who's overage, because I do think that there's a very significant differential between the two.
So does the law.
Yes, okay, so I don't mean that.
I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to deal with the thing which is really why we're here. I mean, not that I'm not going to deal with the other, but I just want to make a distinction with the underage situation, because there's nothing about that, that's right. I never saw anything with anybody who was, certainly, to be categorical in line from my trial. Let's deal with that, because that's something that I can say. I never saw that with them at all, and I would say that as described anyway in my trial did not happen as described. I'm not saying that Mr. Epstein did not do those things. I'm not casting those. I'm not going to say. I don't feel comfortable saying that today, given what I now know to be true. So I'm not here to defend him. But what I can say is that I did not participate in that activity.
So let's divide this into two areas. Maybe there's more, but we'll start with two areas. One is there was testimony, and there's certainly been depositions and public statements that some of these young women had conversations with you about their age. So, for example, conversations about the fact that they were in high school, or conversations about the fact that they wanted to go to college one day, which would necessarily mean, well, not necessarily, but would be more likely to mean that they were in high school. They talked to you about that. And so, were there women that you knew were underage? And I say that because that's different than whether they were sexually abused in any way by Mr. Epstein, just merely their age, going to give him a massage.
No, I never knew that, and I can categorically say that had any child said to me that they were 14, 15, 16, maybe not 17, because 17 in England, I mean, if someone had said they were 17, I've read so much that did happen. I mean, I would never have permitted such a thing. I don't even know what I would have done.
So some of I think even someone who testified at trial, but certainly publicly talked about, was as young as 14 when she was introduced to Mr. Epstein. In your mind today, you don't, you kind of reject that happened, that you saw that, meaning you don't recall any obviously under 18 woman coming to give him a massage.
Well, I believe you're talking about Jane, and I'm very happy to address that. I actually don't think that the testimony is correct. I don't believe.
Yeah. Look, I don't.
No, I'm not. I just want to tell you.
I don't want to get into it.
No, absolutely not. I don't want to go there. I'm not going to do that. But I believe that what took place with a lot of these people is that there was a slide, right? So there was a zone, and he did meet her, and I did meet her, and I knew that she was a young child, and I knew that she was not an adult, but I don't believe he met her till she was 16. So I'm not doing a he said, she said. I'm not doing that because that's not what we have for. But he didn't meet her till she was 16. And the entire testimony of the 14, 15, and 16-year-old is therefore not accurate. Did I meet her when she was 16 with her mother? I absolutely did. And did I know that she was young? I absolutely did. But everything that took place that was alleged at trial at the 14, 15, and 16 is not accurate. And
there's testimony, or there's, and again, I'm using testimony in the broadest sense. Some of this is just public statements or something that's come out in civil lawsuits about you and Mr. Epstein giving like an 18, you're turning 18 birthday card to somebody, which again, if true, would by definition mean you knew that she was under 18. Do you recall doing that?
I do not. I mean, no memory of that at all. And I believe that would be the person that called herself Kate has now announced herself in her own podcast who she really is. Her name is. So I did not meet until actually she was either 20 or 21. So it would be very hard for me to have given her an 18. But and the testimony, there's also that slid back.
Do you accept that at some point, and we talked about this yesterday about how Mr. Epstein changed, but at some point, Mr. Epstein definitely preferred younger women.
I accept.
And I think you said yesterday, but say it again since we're talking about it. Is that something that you, in your mind, one of the areas where he changed from when you first met him until later?
So I just also want to be clear.
I accept.
Understood that change to encompass children. I did see from when I met him, he was involved or friends with, or whatever, however you want to characterize it, with women who were in
the ages are going up. Oh no, they wasn't 14, they was 16.
To 18, younger looking women.
Oh shit, now it's 18.
But I never considered that this would encompass criminal behavior. It never.
And so, when you read, I guess 2 different times, right? One was during the Florida investigation when there were eventually public statements from some of these now women who testified about what they did with Mr. Epstein when they were under 18. At that point, did you realize, or did you think to yourself, this happened, or this could have happened, I missed it, or were you at that point still in the mindset that they were either not telling the truth or were not remembering what happened the way that accurately?
That's a very fair question. So I think that my view of this at that time, call it as contemporaneously as it did, because I don't think that stuff came out in public. I mean, I may have read things, but I don't. My first real memory of that is at the trial. But my viewpoint, if you will, was set from the minute that he lied in her civil deposition, and I could never recover from that because.
Which lie were you referring to?
Her entire characterization of. No, I don't remember. how she came or whether I did. But I'm talking about the first time she came to Epstein's house, which I knew to be false. So from that first lie of that description, I could never recover from
I
it.
understand. Okay. So.
And that tainted, sorry, just so that we're clear, it tainted then the testimony of everybody else that I saw that came post that, because I had my own personal experience, which I knew to be false.
Yeah. And the reason why I think, and I said to Mr. Marcus that this morning that we were going to talk about this, because when I think about you and the public's perception of Mr. Epstein, the public is left with the view that nobody in the world knows what really happened except for you, okay? Now, you've explained the last day and a half how some of that's just a misperception because you didn't have a key to his house. You weren't around as much as maybe everybody claims you were, okay? But there still is this perception out there that, oh my gosh, if we could talk to Miss Maxwell, we would know how horrible Mr. Epstein was, or how misperceived he was, whatever the truth is about Mr. Epstein. And the challenge in my mind, just to be, I told you I would tell you when I had issues, and the challenge in my mind is that so many women have said that Mr. Epstein sexually assaulted them, whether juveniles or women or adults, that I don't find it, that's persuasive, right? That happened.
Okay, so.
And so if that's persuasive, then, and I think it's beyond contestation that he preferred younger women, and it's also beyond, I think, at this point, there were certainly circumstances that underage women, well, I don't want to say that you agree with me on that. I certainly believe that there were younger age women that were abused by him. Okay. So the layer that I really want to have a frank discussion about is some of these women have said, oh yes, Ms. Maxwell was there, to varying degrees. She saw me there, the door was open when I was there, and then much more egregious, right? That you participated and that you were part of it. And so what I really want you to have an opportunity to say to us is where on the spectrum the truth is, whether it's somewhere in the middle, whether it's one extreme or another extreme. Understanding, in my mind, I'm talking about 1994, 5 to whenever, late 90s, early 2000s.
And let me just interrupt. And all I would say is, we're not here to say anything one way or the other about Epstein. I agree with you that the evidence is overwhelming against him, and he's his own person and has to deal with that. But Ghislaine can speak about what she knows, yes, and from her point of view and what she did, and that's what you can talk about, Ghislaine.
Okay. So I think it's helpful to put this on the time on the calendar, because I think without that we're lost. So I would say we'll go from the beginning. 91, no. 2, no. 3, no. 4, no. 5, no. 6. Now, in that time frame, you have the allegations of Jane, who I dispute. I don't think he met her until she was...
Let's not talk about individuals.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I bet you would want her to stop talking about Jane.
A girl who said, but...
Let's not talk about certain individuals. Well, what the fuck is we here for if not to talk about certain individuals?
Many others, and if there are other people who are making allegations...
You can't keep stopping her every time she's talking about specific, and I'm not asking you about that individual.
So I think in the early 90s period, I think I'm fairly confident, and I can say that at least as characterized, it's just false. It's just, it didn't happen as said now. Did it happen? Did he involve himself? I knew about Jane because I saw her come to the house, but I saw her with her mother. I know that her allegations are that there were orgies, for instance, but the people that she suggests were in her orgies didn't even work for Epstein until 98 or 99. Did he do orgies with those people and her? I don't know anybody who was there who said that they did. I certainly didn't see it, so I can't say that that happened. Did she do it with someone else? I don't know. The stories really start, the allegations really begin with, and I think that you have to shift his behavior, such as it was. There was one in California who made an allegation. There was a woman who said that I didn't know about. And so I think I would call her the first person. I'd be aware of him using his position to...
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to, I don't want to have you, I don't think it's helpful for us to have you kind of address each allegation.
Okay.
I want you to clear your mind and just tell the truth about it. So I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. I'm saying just putting aside what other people have said or what their lawyers have said or what they testified to or, the rumors in the press, push those aside. You were there, and so when you go back to that time period, 92, 93, 99, 2000, 2001, during that time period, what did you see when it comes to young women and massage?
All right, so I saw him receive massages. He had regular masseuses in the 90s, people who were standard and who traveled with him, and I saw that. He was living in that Iranian house, and now that I look back, I didn't stay there, but I would go to manage the house. I would see women, models, or people that he would have come to the house. I know that I thought that he was with Eva still at that time. That's what I believed. And then subsequently believed that even though she married him, I actually subsequently believed that the baby that she had was his.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, of course.
Can I just ask some basic top-line questions?
Yes.
Were you ever in a massage room with him and a masseuse?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
Well, he would come in sometimes and he would say, give her a massage here, or he would grab my, but not often. I mean, he did come in from time to time.
Were you ever in a massage room with him with a masseuse that was naked or giving him any sexual favors?
I never saw that. That I remember.
Okay. Did any of the masseuses ever discuss with you giving that they gave sexual favors to Epstein?
No.
Did you ever see an underage girl go into a massage room with Mr. Epstein?
No.
If you had seen that, what would you have done? Would you have left?
I can't even conceive. I can't even conceive of. I can't imagine what I would have done.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Epstein masturbating during a massage?
Yes. I mean, when I'd seen him on a massage table, I had seen him masturbate. I don't know if there was a masseuse present, but I've seen him on a massage table.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if I don't know if it was a masseuse present, but I seen him on the table doing some shit. Shut up.
Reporting to give him a massage.
I didn't remember seeing that.
Did you give him
Do you know of any of his massages having a happy ending?
And I think
I'm not sure if they had happy endings.
I certainly have been in a massage room with him, and I have certainly rubbed his feet when he would talk, but I was not a masseuse, and I didn't perform massage on him.
Did you?
I mean, I rubbed his feet.
Over the years, did you pay the masseuses?
It was typically not my job, but if there was nobody else, normally, so in Palm Beach, the houseman would give the money, and in New York, he would do that because I wouldn't be in New York when I don't remember ever paying a masseuse in New York.
So it wasn't your job on a regular basis to pay the masseuses. So if there was a masseuse 7 days a week, it wasn't expected that 7 days a week you would be the one handing them money.
Mostly I would not. I'm not saying I never did it because that wouldn't be true, but it was not my job to pay him. I mostly recall he would either pay them himself, he would have money, or the houseman, and I think some of them would have probably received checks.
And so just picking up on what Mr. Marcus was just asking you, did you participate in sexual activity with him with a masseuse, like at the same time?
No.
And so the testimony, I don't know if there was testimony, but the women who have said that that happened, categorically, that's not true.
That is categorically not true.
Did you, moving past and moving into the 2000s?
I just want to say that I have been, I remember there'd be times when he'd be getting a massage and I'd be in the room, I could be on his feet and somebody else could be on his feet and we could be talking. So there is that.
But that's not, you're not talking about something that's sexual, you're talking about literally just rubbing his feet.
Yes.
Okay.
But
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm
okay,
saying,
but they could be, sometimes the women might be topless who are giving that, so you could say that was sexual in that context.
no, I'm talking about the repeated reports of certain sex acts happening with you present and even participating.
No.
Did you, in the 2000s time period, so moving a little more recently, when you talked about it yesterday about how your relationship with Mr. Epstein changed and was changing, and you ultimately met somebody else, did you observe any, massages or young women giving him massages later on, so after 2000, 2001 time period?
I'm sure.
And was there anything different about what you observed during that period and the 90s as far as frequency, his conduct towards them?
I think the frequency increased. I think he went from 1 to 2 in that time period. But I did not see, I have no recollection of ever seeing a child entering the house and giving him a massage. At that time, he had moved me out of the main house. I had moved into an office with John Alessi, the former butler, under the stairs.
You lying.
So I had an office where I would be that was not part of the house. If I saw people, and I'm not saying I didn't see people come to give a massage, that wouldn't be true.
See, lying.
If I saw someone, let's say, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't have said nothing.
Seeing anybody that I would characterize as a child now.
Yeah, because as long as you say that they grown in your mind,
Of seeing her.
that's like saying,
At the time when she came, if I did see her.
you know what? That is a dangerous statement, because I want y'all to realize what she just said. She said the same statement that all these PDF files say, right? Basically, what she said was, in my mind, I wouldn't classify these girls as children. That's what she's saying. In my mind, I don't classify them as kids, or I don't see them how you see them, right? And in my mind, I don't see them how you see them. You see them as kids. I think they're very mature for their age. That's that grooming bullshit. That's that grooming type statement right there. Is it not? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but that shit sound like some shit you say. That shit sound like some shit you hear on Chris Hansen. So you didn't realize that you were talking to a child. Oh, I thought they were older. Oh, to me they looking older. That's why she keeps on using the term thinks, right? So that way it's not a knowing sentence. It's like, well, I thought, to my recollection, I thought all of them was grown. I didn't. How many 18-year-olds, how many 16-year-olds, 14-year-olds we got out there that look like they grown? If you was in charge of bringing the masseuse, massagers, whoever the hell in the house. You didn't see ID for this? Y'all didn't show no identification for any of these girls that entered the home? Why you keep going by, I thought? I didn't assume, I didn't think any of them was underage. I didn't, by the ones that I was seeing, I couldn't tell if anybody was underage in there. Come on. You just said that you were hooking them up because they like them young. They like them to look close to 18. All of that shit. You just said that out your own mouth, out your own admittance.
And I don't believe I did see her or meet her at all. But if she did, she was, as she's described herself now, was very mature and looked in her 20s.
See what I'm saying? Did you hear the phrase? Looked very mature. Looked like she was in her 20s. Did you hear that phrase? This is the same phrase that they use on To Catch a Predator and shit. You didn't hear that phrase she just said? She looked at very mature. What the fuck? That's like saying she was well built for her age. Maturity don't come with a look. Maturity comes with actions. You can't say somebody look mature when you got all these young people who look grown but act like kids. You can't keep on basing somebody off of the growth of their body and say that that's a mature person. That's not a mature person just because, oh, she had nice titties. She filled out well. Somebody filling out well is not a mature person. That's not a mature person. You sitting here and you using terms that's related to grooming. This is the grooming method when they put it in your mind that you're older than what you really are. When they try to convince other people that you're older than what you are. Right? This is a clear message.
Somebody had come that was more mature looking than the allegation of what she did look like with a photograph that was produced as evidence. Yes. I never recall at any time seeing what I would characterize as a child coming to give him a massage and going upstairs. Did I see people come? I absolutely did. I just didn't see children. I didn't see anybody I would think of as a child. And if I had seen a child, I'm not sure what I would have done.
Right there. Did you hear what she said? She said, if I seen a child, I'm not sure what I would do. You would do nothing. You would convince your mind that that's not a child. You will tell yourself that that's not a child. Just like you just already did. They were very mature for their age. You're going to tell yourself whatever you need to tell yourself in your mind to justify you saying that it wasn't kids. That's all it is. This is bullshit. I'm not sure what I would have did. You wouldn't have did shit because you knew they were kids there. You knew they all was younger than what they was. They just looked it older.
Did you, just talking, like coming out a little bit of just bigger picture, do you, at the time that you were in his life, was he did he seem to you to be a sexual deviant or I don't know what the right way to describe it, but when you said to me,
that's leading.
He was getting massages.
That's leading.
Right. So young women were everywhere, multiple massages on some days. Flew with the women to the island, to New York, Paris. There's always women. They're always rubbing him, giving him massages. I think it would be an understatement to say that that's not normal.
I agree.
We've all kind of been part of the Epstein story over the past several years, but you were there at the time, okay? What was it like at the time? I mean, was he a creepy guy when it came to that sort of thing? Was he protective of how he looked publicly, image-wise? Like, at the time, what was it like?
Just tell her what you want her to say.
I think if he had been creepy, like as you would define and you would expect someone who was living that lifestyle to be creepy, I don't think the women would have been there. I don't think that they thought of him as creepy. And if they did, I never saw them behave like he was being weird. Was it a lot? Yes, it was, for sure. I found it overwhelming, and I couldn't understand why it was interesting, because to me it's not interesting. But he, as he defined it, he found it invigorating. He liked being with younger people, and I'm not just younger people, I'm just saying because they gave him ideas and they were up to date on music and
Yeah, but that's different.
I'm
Like,
just
Sue's
saying,
coming every day.
Now look at how contradicting her story just went. She just said she didn't see no younger people there. She just said she don't know about this, that, and the third. Now she's saying that according to him, he liked being around younger people. They gave him ideas. They were more hip to the music of the time. So on and so forth, right? So which one is it? Because it sounds like you saying that he liked being around all young people. Now you saying that you never seen him around young people. Which one is it? It can't be both. He said he liked them young, but I never seen him around nothing young. Make up your mind, lady. Make up your mind. He said he liked them young. Why would he tell you that he liked them young? Because you are to find the young people for him. Come on. I know a fucking groomer when I see a groomer. You are a groomer, lady. You are a maitre d', a maitre don', a matrion. You a maitre something. You a maitre something.
I'm telling you what he was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I just found it a drag and difficult.
Yeah, word gymnastics. That's what we listening to. Fucking word gymnastics. Flipping over words. Mother flippers.
And I wasn't the only person present. So this time in the 2000s, you're talking about other people, like Sarah Kellen, who was around, who interfaced with him.
Trying to tell on the next person.
I didn't have to.
She
was really interfacing with Epstein at this point in time in his life. She was running his. She was his assistant, and so I didn't have to.
That's a fair point, but move beyond his assistants or the folks that work with him. What about his friends and the people that were associated with him? That it couldn't be. It doesn't. I don't understand how this is an after fact of Mr. Epstein. So once he's arrested in Florida, it becomes part of his story, and then later on. He's charged in the Southern District, and then here we are now in 2025. But he was a very successful, hard-working guy, and he had a lot of clients, and he flew with them on vacations and went to the island. It doesn't. I don't understand how he was able to hide this, what seems to me to be some sort of sexual fixation or issue from others.
I don't think he did hide it. I think that's the answer, and I think that the people around him, myself included, obviously, normalized his behavior on a number of fronts. One, I think because it was a because so many people saw it, of such a high caliber down that never seemed to think it would, well, if they thought it was strange, probably they never said it at the time, so it became sort of like it was his thing, right? He was always around with women. Now, I understand that it's very unattractive, especially in light of everything that we know today, but at the time, the only way I can sort of try and describe it is through Sex and the City, the movie, the show on telly, where that lifestyle is described on the TV show constantly. There are always these women around and men who like it, and a lot of the men that I know like women, and so maybe not as overtly as Epstein, but he was overt, not covert, except obviously in the context of the criminal behavior. So what we're discussing now, there's a difference between the criminal behavior and the non-criminal behavior. You don't like the lifestyle. I concur. I agree, especially now, and I own my side of that fence, that I was there and that I saw his behaviour with women and didn't challenge him or do something. But I don't think back in the 90s or the 2000s we've had a cultural shift. And the cultural shift, I think, is a very important part of the analysis here. Not because I'm trying to justify this, because I'm not, and I'm not trying to, and I absolutely am not here to do the Poor Me program, so please don't misunderstand this. However, in the 2000s, when this behavior was going down, in the initial blush of the Palm Beach investigation, the women who brought the women who were underage, 17, 16, I believe, if my memory serves, were actually targets of the investigation and could have been charged with prostitution and trafficking, or if trafficking was even a law. So you're taking behavior, and I did introduce him to women, I did, but not underage women. I understand that there are allegations. I have read them about myself going to schools. I can categorically tell you that I have never in my life gone to a school to pick up a child. Well, not for this purpose. I mean, my stepchildren, but okay, sorry. Just understand. Okay, thank you. Just want to be clear that I'm not trying to be cute or anything. But I did look for masseuses. I did. I went to spas, and if I met somebody who said she was a masseuse, I did not check their credentials. And of course, if she was attractive, I did introduce her. Yes. If I met friends who were interested, he was constantly asking me to meet new and interesting people. I did do that. At the time, I viewed it as, well, first of all, part of my job, I think, or part of my responsibility, if you were, to introduce, because it wasn't just women. If I met somebody who was interesting, like Mary Gelman, or who I thought he would like, I did that. So it's not exclusively, but he did. And I did do that.
So, but then, so I want to layer on top of what you just said, what we talked about yesterday more, but a little bit today already, which is everybody that was around him besides you, like his friends. So I accept the lifestyle. I've seen the photos, the fact that we're all going to go to the island for a couple of days, or flying on a private plane, and there's beautiful women everywhere. Is there any, I mean, do you, as you sit here today, think that the people around him weren't also of the same place where they were also getting massages, where there was sex going on during them, or things like that? And I'm obviously asking this because that's what everybody has said. And when you just described what it was like, the very next step from that is everybody's going to Vegas for the weekend, and so it seems kind of far-fetched to say that yes, that was his lifestyle, but then when he folks to the island, or groups of folks to New Mexico or whatever, that going to church in the morning while he's getting a massage.
I was there though, and you're talking about very substantial people, and you are extrapolating because the narrative that started in, by the way, not until 2009 is when it really started. So that narrative that was created and then built upon, and it just mushroomed into what, basically this is like a Salem witch trial. People got lost their minds for this thing. I understand that, but the issue is, how do you satisfy a mob who can't understand the lifestyle because it's like P. Diddy in Redux on TV with Clintons and Trump? I mean, it's bananas. And while some of it is real, he did do those things. I'm definitely not disputing that. But this was a man, they didn't even believe he had a real business. I happen to believe he did. Did he I don't know because I wasn't really in his business. But this is a one man. He's not some. They've made him into this. He's not that interesting. He's a disgusting guy who did terrible things to young kids. You're not going to hear me say what he did to people who are over the age of 18. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go there. That's just not what I'm here to. I mean, okay. But to suggest that Larry Summers or Clinton would say, oh my gosh, this is like a guy, I'm going to get my body rubbed and have some sex. The men that went and had a massage and maybe did something sexual? The men. I wasn't in the room. I cannot tell you if that happened. And if it did, I never paid for that. Just so that we're clear. Nobody ever said to me, oh, you know, we had sexual intercourse and it was a free. I'll be like, okay, TMI. No, I'm not my business. You want to? It's just not. And I didn't want to know. Maybe there's that. But did I think these guys are coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there is no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, some of you in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers and you know, would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find that. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. Now, did some... Okay, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
So... When's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage?
I want to say 2007.
2007?
Yes.
And the frequency at that point, so 2007, is that when it was at its peak, would you say? Meaning the number of interactions he was having daily with women and masseuses?
So I wasn't really in his life. I happened to be in the Caribbean in 2000. I was with Ted.
Okay.
And I was still speaking with Epstein because I was still involved in his, Lucy with his, the houses and the staff, and some of the bidding. And I was going back from being with Ted in the Caribbean to New York, and Epstein offered me a ride, and so Ted dropped me off in St. Thomas, and I was on the island, I believe, or one day and one night only. On that visit, I believe, well, I know that we would have gotten a massage, but I had, there were people there, but I did not, there were women, and I was just relieved, not believing the next day.
Let's take a break.
We're going to take a break. The time is 11:31.
Yeah, they always got to take breaks.
We are resuming the audio recorded Proffer agreement with Ms. Maxwell, and the time is 11:49 a.m.
I wanted to follow up about former President Clinton's relationship with Mr. Epstein, not you. Can you, we touched on it, can you just say a couple questions about it? What's your understanding of their relationship from what you observed? Meaning former President Clinton and Mr. Epstein.
I saw them talk. I saw them sit down and have chats about, I don't know, I wasn't either at a party or didn't listen. And I know I would characterize originally anyway Mr. Epstein's interested in because obviously he's the former president. But I never saw him, other than that, I saw them be friendly on the plane, but I don't expect anyway, ever seen him in any other context. I don't remember him at his house in New York. like I said, I don't believe it ever went to that end, and I think that was just that was a story that did.
Do you know one way or the other whether their relationship continued without you, like when you kind of moved on past Mr. Epstein?
I don't believe so.
Why do you say that you don't believe him?
Because I don't think they had a relationship even when I worked there. President Clinton liked me, and we got along terribly well. But I never saw that warmth or that warmth, like, or how you want to characterize it, with Mr. Epstein. And so I didn't see that. I didn't see any interest, and I didn't see President Clinton being interested in Epstein. He was just a rich guy with a kid.
When the Suburbs of New York case kind of became public and there was a search warrant of Mr. Epstein's house, there was some sort of painting or picture of Mr. Clinton in like a blue dress that had been signed. Do you know where he got that picture or that painting?
First I saw it was in the press.
So you never observed that in his brownstone?
No. I thought it was hideous.
What's that again?
I thought it was hideous.
But you had never, so you don't know, sitting here today, where Mr. Epstein got it,
No.
the circumstance in which you got it.
No.
Do you know of any other gifts or paraphernalia or art or pictures that former President Clinton gave to Mr. Epstein?
No. I mean, did he maybe get him a gift? I don't know. I have no knowledge of that.
And then, going back to the topic we were talking about before our last break, when you said something yesterday at the very beginning of our conversation, that when you first met Mr. Epstein, and you ultimately had sex with him, that he had, I'll use the word erectile dysfunction, but he had issues having sex.
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. And then over the years, you said sometime in the 90s you started taking testosterone.
Yes. But I don't know if it was in the 90s. I don't remember when he started, but it wasn't, he had patches, testosterone patches.
Okay.
Dermal.
Like on his arm?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he was ridiculous because you shouldn't take more than one, but sometimes he had, like, well, I'm like, what are you doing? It's like unhealthy.
Okay. From what you observed or saw or heard, did he continue to have challenges sexually over the years, or do you think that whatever he told you, whatever issue he told you he had, was fixed?
I think it was a lie.
You think he was lying about what?
About his erectile dysfunction.
Oh, you mean you don't think he ever had any issues? You think he just told you that?
That is what I believe today, yeah. But given, if any of the stories are true, he couldn't have had erectile dysfunction, the thing he had a priapism, for Christ's sake.
Well, that's one of the reasons for my questions. I mean, you're right. I mean, and again, we've talked about this a fair amount, but what did, like, the stories of what masseuses underage and overage have said about him are, you know, and what he liked or what he demanded that they do, whether it's watching him masturbate or pinching his nipples, you know, kind of things that are unusual. Do you believe that? Like, do you, from what you saw and from what you observed, from what you did when you were in a relationship with him, is that true?
Well, the bulk of what I read, he did not have sex. So that is consistent with what he told me, actually. And his masturbating, that is also consistent with what I knew myself. And I'm going to use a bad word for...
Please, you can use whatever word you need, yes.
Blowjob.
Okay.
He liked blowjobs. Okay. That I did observe. And he didn't seem to have any erectile dysfunction for blowjobs. But sex he didn't have. So when I read the stories about the allegations of sexual rape, I find that challenging because that was not his modus operandi, from my perspective.
But when you read about blowjobs, that would be consistent with kind
that
of
would be consistent, as would masturbation. Yes.
Did you talk to masseuses or women that either he was
in a relationship with, or who asked you about working with him, did you tell them, yes, he likes blowjobs, yes, he'll masturbate in front of you? Like, did you have conversations with any of those, with women, about what Mr. Epstein liked or what would make him happy or things like that?
I don't have any memory of telling anybody about that. I think I may have joked, like saying, oh my God, you know, like from a Sex and the City scene, that, you know, he's, but not, I never instruct, the question you're asking me, sorry, let's just be clear. Did I ever instruct anyone how to pleasure Mr. Epstein? Your question is no.
And you said this earlier, but I want to just, you kind of said it on your own. I want to ask the question just so I make sure that there's no confusion. When you, over the years,
sorry, can I just,
yeah, of course,
I just want to say, the idea that I would have to explain to a woman how to satisfy Mr. Epstein is patently absurd, because he clearly was able to explain himself. He didn't need an interlocutor to explain what he liked. He's been doing this, obviously, or this, some version of this story his whole life, and did not require any help from me.
Then, so did you ever observe him having sex with a masseuse, regular intercourse, not a blowjob, nothing else, where you either walked in or you were in the room?
I never saw Epstein have sex with any person.
And so how about oral sex? Did you ever observe a woman giving him oral sex, whether you were in the room or walked in, or?
I never saw anyone give Epstein a blowjob, no.
But you said earlier you did see him masturbating in front of masseuses.
I don't know if I said that. I don't know.
Okay, sorry. I don't want. Let me ask the question. Sorry. No, that's fair. That's fair.
I said I saw him. I'm sure I saw him in a, what some people could define as sexual context. Because some people could not have their clothes, or topless, I would say maybe. I could say that. If I saw him having masturbating and so on, that I don't recall that. I don't have a specific memory of it. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I understand. That's fair. Sorry.
Yeah, she was there for everything. She is the ringleader.
And you said, I think, in passing, maybe not in passing, about you know, whether other people who travel with him would give massages, or so that would, when I say that, I'm referring mostly to the island or potentially New Mexico, but also at his Palm Beach residence or even in New York. Do you know? Do you have a list of names in your head or of the mind of people that you know massages when they were with Mr. Epstein?
No, there's no list. There's no list of people getting massages. I don't have, I can barely recall all the people. I can barely recall. I struggle to recall actual people that I met. I may have met them, but I have even forgotten about Mr. Kennedy, who I probably brought it up yesterday. It just came to my mind now. So
How you struggle to recall everything? Every time we need an answer, she always struggling to recall. Fucking 5 hours of talking and we still ain't getting nowhere because you struggling to recall.
You never heard Mr. Epstein talk about such a list?
No.
And you never heard Mr. Epstein suggest that he had some sort of control over somebody because of what he knew about what they had done, or had photos of them?
I never heard him. No, I never heard him ask questions about that. I never heard him. So I've been present many times with masseuses. I never, who presumably could or maybe did massage somebody. I'm not saying whether they did. I'm not just in the context. I never heard him ask any question of any masseuse who may have given a massage to a friend that was on the island or in Palm Beach or anywhere else, any details about that massage. Like, because you have photos. No, I never heard that. It's really weird.
And I think at one of the breaks today,
your lawyer may have showed you something that just came out in the paper, I think this morning or last night, a letter that is attributed to you, associated with this birthday book from 2003 that we talked about yesterday. Did you see that letter?
I did.
Is that, in fact, look at your handwriting or something you wrote?
So I don't remember the letter.
Okay.
But it does look like my handwriting, and it does look like my name, and it looks like it could be real, but I have no memory of writing that, and I don't remember it at all.
Do you remember what the birthday book?
Does anyone know
as they're
anything
calling
about
it,
these
what it,
mud
like,
floods?
look like how it was put together?
Have any link?
What do you remember about it?
I just found out about this, and it's hard to
I
find
remember it being
anything
about
about
yay
it.
big. It was big. But
So you're saying it looks like it's like over 12 inches, 14.
If you wanna like study, like look up the mud floods and stuff like that, I guess you would have to look up what celebrity is buying that land in that area. Because 9 times out of 10, the same way that Oprah purchased her land, when she wanted to get the price dropped, a mud flood happened, right? Same thing that happened in Maui, right? Oprah bought up a bunch of property in Maui, and in order to get the people out of there, what happened? That Maui blast took place, right? So when you want to look at the mud floods, you want to look at what celebrity or what higher party is buying the area in that area, new development, so on and so forth. So when you're talking about those floods, you might want to look at what billionaire is buying property and stuff like that. There's a lot of billionaires buying property in renowned areas to try to rebuild cities, because a lot of cities are about to have a lot of problems with the old plumbing system, the old gas lines, and the old water lines. So they're looking at the rust, they're looking at the freeze, the winters that took place and the erosion that took place, and they know that a lot of cities are going to start allegedly falling, and they're going to have to build new land. So it's a land grab.
15 inches?
yes, it was like sort of like folio size, I guess, or something like that, and like this, and it was brown and thick, like this thick,
Okay.
and
So I understand.
on heavy stock paper.
Heavy stock paper, like 14 inches high,
That looks about right.
and then around like,
Well, A4's okay. We had A4 because it was done on heavy stock paper. But I can't remember if it was folio size paper or it could have just been A4.
oh, I see. So it could have just been letter size, or it might have been legal size.
Yes.
Heavy stock paper.
Yes.
And the folks that submitted letters were given the stock paper, or how were the letters, or did you like glue or something the letters to the stock paper?
Every which way. Some were given a paper and they did their own thing. Some would send me some scrap of paper and I would put it on the thing. Some I didn't get because they get straight to Epstein and I was just told to put them in, like I said.
And how was it bound?
It went to a professional binder who did it like a book that you'd seen in the
So like the glue that keeps a regular book, a novel that you would read together, it was bound that way?
I believe so. I don't think it was stitched, but I don't remember. I mean, it was professionally done by a professional bookbinder.
And then...
Yeah, 15-minute cities everywhere.
After it was presented to him when he turned 50, did you see the leather-bound book? Did he keep it somewhere in particular?
It was in his bookcase in 71st Street.
In Manhattan?
In Manhattan.
And did you see it over the years until you stopped going to the brownstone?
I saw it. I know I did see it because it was right behind his desk. And after I stopped going, I don't know what happened to it.
Do you remember being told or knowing where the book is now?
No, but when I received in Discovery those pages, I assumed that it had been found when either New York or the island was searched, and I assumed that the Southern District of New York had it.
But I think you said yesterday, but just to go over it again in case you remember anything differently, you recall seeing some of the letters in Discovery.
I do.
But you don't recall kind of seeing the leather book start to finish.
No, but remember I didn't see all Discovery because they were very clever about, I didn't receive all Discovery, period. And in fact, two very important items were not given to me at all, including witness testimony from grand jury.
So you don't know one way or the other whether it was part of discovery, you just know that you didn't get it, it wasn't part of discovery that was given to you?
Correct. But I am absolutely sure that the Southern District of New York hid very important pieces of evidence from me.
Okay.
And I assumed that they leaked it, because where else would it be? If that's what it is, if it's true.
Okay. So, I'll say it to you, I've talked to Lizzie more about it. I said to you yesterday that the purpose of what we did yesterday and today was exactly what we did, which is to have a conversation about Mr. Epstein, about you, and I think it's very challenging to talk about everything we talked about in 1.5 days or in just a period of hours. So I'll talk to Mr. Marcus about kind of what we're going to do next, if anything. There's no, and I'm not being coy or I don't know yet. I don't know. So I have a lot of we have some work to do. We'll do it with your lawyers to the extent we have questions or follow-up. This has been very helpful. I think it was you who kind of said you wanted to talk, but we gladly accepted. So I do appreciate you being willing to meet with us, and I expect that we'll be in touch soon. All right.
This concludes the recorded Proffer interview of Ms. Maxwell. The time is 12:05 p.m. on Friday, July 25th.
Damn, about time. Good God. Oh my goodness, that shit was long as hell. Man, what the sneeze. Whoosh. Hey man, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys, subscribe to the page. Hope you guys liked it. I'm going over to TikTok to play the game. Hope to see you guys over there. It is literally, Atlas Gaming 111. As you can see, we're live over there right now. I'm about to start playing the game over there. If you guys want to go over there, feel free. Atlas Gaming 111 over on TikTok. Because I played this live on TikTok, my live has been restricted. So I'm still going to, put the hours in over there. Even though they're not pushing my content out, I'm still going to put the hours. I just got to bring the numbers over there myself this week. That's all. Because they're not going to push my content out. You see, they did this little... So TikTok started this little sneak thing, right? Where they just don't push your content out. Don't make it for 7 days. See, look. So they take away your visibility so people can't see that you live. See that? Live visibility restricted. This is like, you can still go live, but only the people that put their notifications on or come into the live that click on you, that know you, can come in there. You know what I mean? They're not going to push your feed in the For You page. Little trickery that they do to try to, stop information from getting out there. But I got something for they ass, because on those days, I'm just going to go live for the whole 24 hours or as long as possible. You know what I'm saying? That was 6 hours right there. But I'm just going to go live for the whole time over there, play the game and still get the news and everything out. So that's what we're going to do over there. Just go live anyway. You feel me? And then pull the numbers in ourselves from other platforms. But I appreciate everybody being here today. If you haven't heard that somebody love you today, let me be the first, not the last, to tell you I love you, right? Once we start getting monetization, hopefully, people will become a member. If not, subscribe to the page, put your notifications on, join the Discord, all the things that you can do. And we're going to keep on doing what we do. We're going to keep on pushing out knowledge, wisdom, and, the information is going to keep on, rolling in. So love is love. Namaste, Ashe, salutation, shalom. Appreciate everybody for being here. And, I hope you guys have a great day. All of that great stuff. Replay Gang, do your thing.